Qi Zhaoli felt sad for Wang Jinbang, her only child at home, but she also knew that if she took Wang Jinbang to the zoo tomorrow, Lu Zhongbai would definitely be angry. Lu Zhongbai did not like Wang Jinbang, and everyone knew this since he returned home. Qi Zhaoli understood why Lu Zhongbai disliked Wang Jinbang, but years ago, Wang Jinbang was just a boy a few months older than Lu Zhongbai. The incident back then was not his fault. The adults overestimated themselves and underestimated their enemies. If it hadn't been for that incident, Qi Zhaoli and Lu Hai hoped that Lu Zhongbai and Wang Jinbang could become brothers and friends. They were close in age and could have played well together, but now Qi Zhaoli no longer dared to hope for that. They owed their younger son too much. Lu Zhongbai was rare and willing to go out with them, and Qi Zhaoli didn't want to make him unhappy. Everyone who received zoo tickets had their own thoughts, but Song Lingling, who gave out the tickets, was very happy. When she left the police compound, she unexpectedly saw Yi Weiheo holding flowers. If Su Miaojuan had been there, she would have recognized that man with flowers as one of the people who searched her and her daughter on the train. "Is this for me?" Song Lingling shyly asked when she saw the flowers in Yi Weiheo's hand. Yi Weiheo, dressed in a blue shirt and black pants, handed the flowers to Song Lingling and said, "Yes, I saw these and thought of you. I hope you like them." Shy, Song Lingling took the flowers and said, "Thank you. It's me who should thank you. Without you, I wouldn't have had the chance to give flowers." When Song Lingling heard this, she almost dared not look at Yi Weiheo's face. Because she didn't look at his face, she didn't see the coldness in his eyes. Yi Weiheo watched Song Lingling, so happy with the flowers, and suddenly understood why the people around the boss liked to give flowers when they wanted to impress girls. "Comrade Song Lingling, I wonder if I might invite you to the zoo tomorrow?" Song Lingling was surprised and looked at Yi Weiheo. "You still have tickets?" He had already given her so many tickets, and he still had more. Yi Weiheo looked at the surprised Song Lingling and smiled, saying, "I specifically kept 2 tickets yesterday, just to invite you to go with me. Do you think I'm boring?" Song Lingling kept shaking her head. She smiled and took out 2 zoo tickets from her pocket, saying to Yi Weiheo, "Actually, I also kept 2 tickets, too. Invite you to come along. Are we in sync now?" Hearing this, Song Lingling blushed. Yi Weiheo continued, "So, shall we meet at the zoo entrance at 8:30 tomorrow morning?" "Okay." Song Lingling smiled and said to Yi Weiheo, "See you tomorrow." Yi Weiheo smiled even more brightly than Song Lingling. Tomorrow morning, he could see if that girl called Chao Zifeng was really his little master. If so, Song Lingling's presence would be very useful. "Mom, what animals are at the zoo besides tigers and lions?" "Mom, is Sun Wukong at the zoo?" "Mom." Su Huayu watched the brothers Wu Lichuan asking questions around his mother, hesitating whether to join them to seem more friendly. Seeing Su Miaojuan patiently answering, Su Huayu decided he should just join in. "Mom, are Zhu Beiji and Nilong also at the zoo?" After saying this, Su Huayu immediately regretted talking nonsense. "Xiao Yu, Zhu Beiji and Nilong are not in the same story." Before Su Miaojuan could answer, Lu Zhongbai, who was about to give Su Huayu grapes, responded first. "Also, Zhu Beiji and Nilong are fictional characters. They don't know each other at all." Su Huayu silently looked at Lu Zhongbai, thinking his words must seem silly in his eyes. Seeing her daughter being explained to by Lu Zhongbai, who placed an eggplant in the basket, Su Miaojuan said to her daughter, "Maybe they do know each other. Sun Wukong knows the Queen Mother and Jade Emperor, and the Weaver Girl is the Queen Mother's daughter. Maybe they met in heaven," she added, then slightly regretted, "But what am I arguing about with a child?" Lu Zhongbai agreed after hearing this, saying, "That's right. Zhu Beiji is Sun Wukong's junior brother. He was once Marshal Tianpeng, so he might also know the Weaver Girl. Knowing the Weaver Girl, maybe I also know the cowherd. But the cowherd is not a good person. Siu, if you ever meet someone like him who tricks girls, you should call the police, okay?" Su Huayu blinked, unsure how the topic suddenly turned so strange. It was Su Miaojuan who looked at Lu Zhongbai more after his words. Maybe she didn't expect him to say such things. "Auntie, these grapes are for my mom. They're for you to eat," Lu Zhongbai said, knowing Su Miaojuan didn't like him much. After putting down the basket of grapes, he added, "I'm going home to eat." Xiuyu. Seeing Su Miaojuan looking at him, and with brothers Wu Lichuan and Wu Lijiang present, he said, De Chuan, Xiao Jiang, see you tomorrow morning. Wu Lichuan and Wu Lijiang liked Lu Zhongbai now, because he was generous. They had never met anyone so generous before. When Lu Zhongbai returned to his sister's house, he heard her looking for grapes everywhere. He said, I gave them away. Lu Jianwei asked, to the neighbor, do you really want to be like a son to them? That was too eager. Lu Jianwei didn't know what her brother was like back home, but with his current temper, he didn't seem the type to be so eager to please anyone. Just okay. Lu Jianwei almost laughed at how angry Lu Zhongbai made her. Just giving away things so eagerly, what would he be like if he really wanted something? Did you leave not a single seed of these grapes for your sister? Do you want to eat? Lu Jianwei. I thought Qi Zhaoli was the one giving me these. Lu Jianwei. If you want to eat, ask your mom to bring you some. Lu Jianwei let out a harsh breath and said, Zhongbai, come here. Big sister wants to talk to you. Is this what I want to hear? He asked. Come here, too, Lu Jianwei said, unable to bear it, pulling her brother over. No wonder Lu Jianze wanted to hit him. Lu Jianwei also wanted to hit him after talking to her brother. Lu Zhongbai didn't resist when Lu Jianwei pulled him over, but he looked unhappy. Zhongbai, she started to speak, but felt her chest tighten. Mom and Dad really love you. Really? How do they show it? Lu Jianwei looked at her calm younger brother and sometimes wondered if he had truly become something special. Haven't you noticed that our parents are very careful about your feelings? It's guilt, not love. Lu Jianwei was momentarily speechless after hearing this. She remembered what her mother said when she found her at noon, and a sour feeling rose in her heart. Our parents don't want to leave you out. You didn't want them to touch you back then, fearing it might upset you. That's why they let you stay in the old house. But they have been calling Grandma and Grandpa to check on you, and you know that. Afraid her words would be interrupted again by Lu Zhongbai, Lu Jianwei continued, You also know how busy our parents are. But when they heard you wanted to go to the zoo, they made time to go with you. Isn't that proof of their love? Not many people would go to such lengths for someone. Lu Zhongbai didn't speak. Everyone around, including his grandparents, said that his parents loved him very much, but he wasn't sure. Lu Zhongbai was so quiet that Lu Jianwei thought he finally listened to her. How about we make some chive pockets in the morning? Our parents love chive pockets. Tomorrow, we can bring some to share with them. Lu Zhongbai looked at Lu Jianwei, who was so enthusiastic, and nodded. As long as you like it. Ha ha ha, okay. Lu Zhongbai didn't seem very eager when he spoke, but the next morning he got up at 5:30 a.m. to harvest chives. When Lu Jianwei woke up and saw the washed chives on the table, she smiled and said to Ji Dehui beside her, Actually, Xiaobai cares a lot about our parents, even if he doesn't say it.
Ji Dehui nodded.
Kids cannot care. They just act tough. Lu Zhongbai, coming out of the bedroom, looked at Lu Jianwei standing in the main hall and asked, Didn't you say you wanted to make chive pockets? Yes, thank you, little bai. If our parents knew that the chives inside the pockets were cut and washed by you personally, they'd be super happy. Lu Zhongbai held back a smile and pretended to be indifferent. I just cut the chives out of boredom this morning. Big sister, make some more. I want to share with Xiaoyu and the others. Ha ha, okay, sure. While Lu Zhongbai was making the chive pockets, Su Huayu and his family were busy making pork and vermicelli buns, vegetarian buns, and fried lotus root and lotus flower. Especially with the lotus root and lotus flower dish, Su Miaojuan had just finished frying a plate when Wu Lichuan and a few others started eating it. Su Huayu was about to feed Su Miaojuan when Wu Haifeng already held a piece and offered it to her mouth. Seeing how caring Wu Haifeng was, Su Huayu silently took a bite of the fried lotus root, feeling a bit like sharing a small treat. At 8 a.m., after Su Miaojuan and Wu Haifeng prepared lunch for the children to take to the zoo, Wu Haifeng and Ji Dehui, who were behind him, were called away urgently. Only Su Miaojuan and Lu Jianwei were left, each with 3 children, looking at each other. Lu Jianwei looked at Su Miaojuan and shrugged, saying, There's nothing we can do. Their work is like that and they often have urgent things to handle. But it's okay. When we get to the zoo entrance, my parents will be there. With them here, we can easily take care of all 6 kids. Okay, Su Miaojun agreed, but then she turned to remind Wu Lichuan and his brother, make sure to stay close to mom. Don't run around. If you do, you might run into someone like last time, the kidnapper. Do you understand? Wu Lichuan and his brother were still very scared about what happened last time, so after Su Miaojun finished speaking, they nodded repeatedly, saying, Mom, we definitely won't run around. Su Huayu, although not being reminded, quickly said, I won't run around either. Good kids, Su Miaojun said. She didn't remind Su Huayu because she planned to hold him close to her chest. But when Lu Jianwei saw what Su Miaojun was doing, she quickly said, Miaojun, even though it's cooler today, tying Su Yu like that will make her hot. If she's hot, you'll both be hot too. Plus, we still have plenty of energy to go to the zoo. If you tie her like that, you'll both get very tired. After hearing this, Su Huayu nodded repeatedly, saying, Mom is too tired. Lu Zhongbai came over, holding Su Huayu's hand, and said to Su Miaojun, Annie, don't worry. I will protect my little sister. Seeing how Lu Zhongbai, who isn't even her real brother, was so serious, Wu Lichuan quickly grabbed Su Huayu's other small hand and said, I will protect my little sister too. Me too. Su Miaojun looked at the children's confident smiles and suddenly felt she might have been a bit too worried about her daughter's safety. Alright, that's it for now. Su Miaojun placed the scarf and rope wrapping Su Huayu into her yard, carried her bag, and watched with Lu Jianwei as the children headed toward the gate of the public security compound. Because many children went to the zoo today, the parents decided last night to rent a bus to take everyone there. Su Miaojun and Lu Jianwei's children sat at the back of the bus. Since there were too many people, the bus had to make 2 trips to get all the children and parents to the zoo entrance. Lu Zhongbai had arranged to meet his mother at the zoo entrance at 9 o'clock, so they took the first bus, arriving at 8:40. The zoo was already open. After getting off the bus, everyone except Lu Jianwei and others waiting for Qi Zhaoli and her husband went inside with their tickets. Do you want to check your tickets now? Lu Jianwei asked Su Miaojun, seeing that it was still some time before 9. Su Miaojun thought it wasn't far from 9, so she said, let's go together. It's not a big deal, if we wait a little. Haha, okay. My parents definitely won't be late. Lu Jianwei spoke confidently, but when 9 o'clock arrived, she was proven wrong. At exactly 9, Lu Jianwei looked at her watch and then silently turned to her brother. She explained, maybe there was a slight delay on the way. Should we wait a little longer? Lu Zhongbai checked his pocket watch and nodded. Although he was a bit upset that Qi Zhaoli and Lu Hai hadn't arrived on time, a little delay was okay. But after 9:10, seeing the bus arrive again at the zoo entrance, Lu Zhongbai's face looked increasingly unhappy. By 9:20, Lu Jianwei could clearly feel that Lu Zhongbai was getting angry. At 9:30, Lu Jianwei started to feel anxious. Something was wrong. If they had agreed to meet at 9, her mother should have arrived before 9. Could something really have gone wrong? Lu Zhongbai stood under the hot sun, staring coldly at the road outside, not saying a word. Lu Jianwei watched him silently, feeling very worried inside. If he gets angry, Lu Jianwei thinks she can still comfort him, but now. Lu Jianwei silently swallowed her saliva. When her son asked when they would go to the zoo, she looked at the 4 people waiting nearby, including Su Miaojun, and stepped forward to say to Lu Zhongbai, Mom and Dad might be delayed by something urgent, just like your uncle. Let's check the tickets first, and then we can meet inside the zoo. How does that sound? Lu Zhongbai didn't speak. He just stood there, looking at the road. When Lu Jianwei tried to hold Lu Zhongbai's arm, he coldly pushed her away with a small, stern face. Lu Zhongbai didn't say anything. He just stood still, watching the road. Although the weather was getting warmer, he felt very cold all over. Su Huayu looked at Lu Zhongbai, who stubbornly stood at the zoo entrance. She walked over and held his hand, asking, What time do you want to wait until? While Su Huayu asked, Yue Hao, standing at the zoo entrance, looked at her with a slight frown and squinted his eyes. This girl really does look a bit like his own little master. Lu Zhongbai didn't try to pull his hand away from Su Huayu. He just looked at the road and told her, 10 o'clock. If Dahai and Qi Zhaoli hadn't arrived by then, he would leave. Okay, we'll wait until 10 o'clock. When Lu Zhongbai heard Su Huayu's cheerful voice beside him, He turned his head to look at her, and his face lost the previous coldness and stiffness. Half an hour passed quickly for Su Huayu, but it felt extremely slow for Lu Zhongbai and Lu Jianwei. Every minute, Lu Jianwei hoped to see her parents' figures on the road, but each minute only brought disappointment. She rarely had a chance to cheer up her brother and get closer to him, but her parents missed this opportunity. Qi Zhali also didn't want to miss out. After returning home yesterday, she discussed with her friends and arranged for Wang Jinbong to visit their house on Saturday. But she didn't expect that the next morning, just after preparing things for Wang Jinbong and asking someone to call Lu Hai, who hadn't returned home all night, she received news that there had been a serious explosion in the southern part of the city, with many casualties. She had to rush back to the hospital. As for Lu Hai, he didn't need to say much. He hadn't come home last night, and Qi Zhali was just about to notify him when she was called away. He didn't even know about the promise he made to the children. While waiting at the zoo entrance, Lu Zhongbai saw that the time on his watch reached 10 o'clock. Without hesitation, he took Su Huayu's hand and headed toward the zoo entrance. Seeing the scene, Li Jianwei and Su Miaojuan didn't have much to say. They quickly led the other children to follow. At the ticket check, Yi Weihao, wearing a hat, finally relaxed after recognizing Su Huayu's face. It's great, they won't have to go on a sea vacation anymore. After recognizing his young master, Yi Weihao's gaze shifted to Su Miaojuan, who was closely following Su Huayu. He had seen the fifth young master before, but honestly, Su Miaojuan didn't look much like the fifth young master at this moment. Although Yi Weihao was curious, he didn't dare stare for long, afraid Su Miaojuan might notice. Since the fifth young master went missing, Yi Weihao had realized how good Su Miaojuan was at running away. He had to be very careful to successfully take the young master away in one try. Yes, just taking Su Huayu was one thing. Trying to take Su Miaojuan was too uncertain and risky, with too many variables. Moreover, their own master had said that as long as they could bring the young master back home, it was fine. As long as the young master returned home, the fifth young master would obediently go back on his own. Having confirmed this, Yi Weihao turned to leave without giving Su Miaojuan and the others a chance to see him. At this moment, Li Jianwei was still explaining to her brother, Xiaobai, you know that Mom is the director. There must have been something sudden at the hospital, so she couldn't come to the zoo on time. That's why, as for Dad, before Li Jianwei could come up with a reason, Lu Zhongbai had already grabbed Su Huayu and walked quickly ahead. Seeing Lu Zhongbai taking his daughter so fast, Su Miaojuan hurriedly called out, Yue, slow down. Su Huayu held Lu Zhongbai's hand and said, Mom is calling, don't run. Although reluctant, Lu Zhongbai slowed down. The zoo is too crowded. You absolutely can't run, Su Miaojuan told him. After saying this, she released Wu Lichuan's hand and took her daughter. De Chuan, you and your brother should hold hands, okay? No matter what happens, you can't run around. The zoo is so big, if you get lost, it will be hard for Mom to find you. Do you understand? After finishing her words, Su Huayu and Wu Lichuan nodded obediently. Lu Zhongbai silently watched Su Miaojuan without speaking. After some thought, Su Miaojuan decided to hold her daughter in her arms. Mom is tired. She can walk by herself. Mom is not tired. Meanwhile, Lu Jianwei also held her youngest child, Ji Huaijia, in her arms, while Ji Huayang held hands with Lu Zhongbai. Let's go see the giant pandas first, Lu Jianwei suggested eagerly. Giant pandas are rare. Okay, let's see the pandas. In fact, before coming, Su Huayu was most excited to see the pandas. She loved pandas in her previous life, but unfortunately, she never had the chance to see them. Seeing her daughter's excited look, Su Miaojuan smiled and said, All right, let's go see the pandas first. Yes, pandas. Brothers Wu Lichuan and Wu Lichang were so excited they wanted to run, but remembering what Su Miaojuan just said, they slowed down and waited patiently for her and Lu Jianwei's instructions. However, pandas are the star animals of the zoo. When Su Miaojuan and Lu Jianwei took the children over, the area was crowded with people in all directions. Honestly, seeing the scene, Su Miaojuan felt a bit discouraged. Pandas are great, but there are too many people. She really didn't want to push forward with the children. Miaojuan, let's go. Lu Jianwei, unaware that Su Miaojuan was already feeling hesitant, held her little son and called out to her. We'll go inside slowly. We will definitely see them. Su Huayu also hesitated when she saw so many people, but she thought, whether now or in her past life, the panda house was always crowded. People waited in line for an hour or two just to see the pandas. Mom, let's go. Wu Lijong tugged at Su Miaojuan's clothes. Okay, hold hands with your brother. Su Miaojuan thought, since we're here, we can't just leave without seeing anything. If only Heifei was here. He's tall and strong, and he could easily carry both kids and help us squeeze inside. She held Su Huayu with one arm and held Wu Lijong's hand with the other. She was holding Wu Lijong because he was younger than Wu Lichuan and had a more impatient personality. Since he was at the age where he couldn't be left alone, Su Miaojuan had to hold him tightly. Su Miaojuan and Lu Jianwei, each with 3 children, were waiting in line from the outer area to the inner zone. They felt exhausted, but when they saw the giant pandas inside, both adults and children exclaimed together, "Wow, so cute! So this is a giant panda. It's really black and white. I really want to hold and pet one. If I could touch a giant panda, I'd be willing to pay 50 cents. Listening to the surrounding voices, Su Huayu also said to her mother, "Mom, so adorable." Even though Su Miaojuan was very tired now, seeing Wu Lichuan and Wu Lijong nearby, she softly sighed, "They're cute, but it would be better if there were fewer people." The crowd was so crowded that Su Miaojuan felt it was worse than at the train station. Next time, if Wu Haifeng isn't there to help, she really wouldn't bring the 3 kids alone again. Finally squeezing out of the crowd, the children still looked lively, but Su Miaojuan felt she was about to collapse. Lu Jianwei was the same, both physically and mentally exhausted. It would be great if old Ji came, she thought. Tasks like this are better suited for men.
Su Miaojuan silentin oddet beside her.
She had just been holding Su Huayu with one arm and holding Wu Lijong's hand with the other. Now her arms, especially the one holding Su Huayu, felt almost too heavy to lift. Taking the kids out on the weekend was really tiring for her. Time to eat. They had only gone to see the pandas, but now it was already past 11. Lu Jianwei was feeling hungry. Okay, Su Miaojuan also thought they should rest for a while, even though the children didn't seem tired. They found a vacant table and chairs in the shade of a tree. They hurriedly let the kids go ahead and settle in. When Su Miaojuan opened the packed lunch for both families, Lu Jianwei went to buy water. When she left, she looked a bit tired, but when she returned, she was gossiping with a playful smile. "Guess who I ran into when I bought water?" Su Miaojuan poured some water onto a towel to wipe the kids' hands. Teacher Song from kindergarten. She came to the zoo today with a male friend. I saw him buying her an ice cream just now. So quick. Su Miaojuan was a little surprised. A few days ago, I heard that the older sister-in-law and the aunts from the big courtyard wanted to introduce a match for Song Lingling. Now, has it already happened? But after thinking about how quickly Su Miaojuan and Wu Haifeng got to know each other and got married, it seems pretty fast too. Yes, that young man looks quite decent, and he has a good temper. The water was bought by that young man after he found out we are Song Laosher's students' parents. He has good judgment. Su Miaojuan nodded. Yes, he's generous. Exactly, not many men are so generous nowadays. While they were talking, the children finished wiping their hands and started eating the lunch they brought. Although it was hot because the time between meals wasn't long, the food wasn't as good as it was in the morning when it was freshly made, but it was still okay. Su Huayu saw Lu Zhongbai didn't even touch the chive pocket buns, so he picked up a fried lotus root and handed it to him, saying, "This fried lotus root is made by my mom. It's very tasty." Lu Zhongbai took the fried lotus root from Su Huayu. Although it was a bit greasy and cold, he still ate it. Seeing this, Lu Jianwei took a chive pocket bun and said to Su Huayu, "Xiaoyu, try the chive pocket bun my aunt made. The chives inside were actually cut by your brother Xiao by early this morning, and he washed them too." This family relationship was a bit confusing when Lu Jianwei explained it, but no one found anything wrong. When Su Huayu heard this, she looked at Lu Zhongbai, who was quietly eating the fried lotus root, and suddenly felt a bit sad. The most disappointing and upsetting thing is when you have high hopes, but they end up being dashed. Su Huayu took the chive pocket bun from Lu Jianwei, took a bite and said to Lu Zhongbai, "Brother, the chive pocket bun is really delicious." Seeing the chive pocket bun, which reminded Lu Zhongbai how silly he was, after hearing Su Huayu's words, he took 2 more chive pocket buns and put them in front of Su Huayu, saying, "If you like it, eat a few more. I only need 1." Besides the chive pocket buns, there were also fried lotus root and steamed buns. Su Huayu really couldn't eat so much. Moreover, her small bag was also filled with 2 peach cookies and 4 or 5 white rabbit candies, all packed by Su Miaojuan to prevent the children from being hungry. Since Su Miaojuan married into the Wu family, the Wu father and sons have never lacked for anything to eat. However, Wu Haifeng no longer had more than $1 in his hands. Wu Haifeng was content with this situation. He believed that the money at home should be managed by the lady of the house, as she was more careful. Or rather, he thought Su Miaojuan was more suitable to handle the finances. After lunch, the children, full and satisfied, regained their energy. "Mom, let's go see the big lion and the big tiger." Ji Huayong finished eating, wiped his hands, and immediately said to his mother. Meanwhile, brothers Wu Lichuan and Wu Lichuan also eagerly looked at Su Miaojuan after Ji Huayong spoke. Su Miaojuan exchanged a glance with Lu Jianwei, both showing a hint of sadness. Their idea of taking the children to the zoo for fun was very different from the reality. "Okay, let's go," she agreed. Anyway, the lunch had eased some of their worries. When Su Huayu wanted to be picked up again, she tightly held onto Lu Zhongbai, the tallest among the children, and said to her mother, "Mom, I am a big kid now. I can walk by myself." She weighed quite a bit, dozens of pounds, so Su Miaojuan was really tired from always carrying her. "I'll hold my brother's hand," she added. Su Huayu then took Wu Lichuan's hand, since they were the oldest. Su Miaojuan looked at her sensible daughter and hesitated before saying, "Okay, but no running, understand?" The 5 children held hands and walked ahead, while Ji Huayong, being too young, was carried by Lu Jianwei. Fortunately, Lu Jianwei was healthier than Su Miaojuan, so carrying a little over 2-year-old was not too tiring. Maybe it was time for lunch, or perhaps tigers were less popular than pandas. Seeing fewer people around the tiger area compared to the panda area, Su Miaojuan felt a little relieved. But that relief was premature. Although Su Miaojuan and Lu Jianwei tried to keep their children in check, other family members might not be able to control their children as well. As Su Huayu held Lu Zhongbai's hand and led the way, while Wu Lichuan and Ji Huayong followed behind, suddenly the children behind rushed forward, causing them to stumble and fall. Even though Su Huayu was quickly protected by Lu Zhongbai, she still twisted her ankle. But Su Huayu was no longer a small child. After crying out in pain when she twisted her ankle, she just turned pale and endured the pain silently. She was afraid her mother would worry. Su Miaojuan quickly hugged Su Huayu and noticed her ankle was slightly swollen. She said to Lu Jianwei nearby, "I need to take you to the clinic first. I'll go with you." "The clinic isn't far from here." Su Miaojuan held Su Huayu, and the children followed closely behind them. Fortunately, the doctor said Su Huayu only had a simple sprain. She just needs to rest for a few days and apply some ointment. If not, Su Miaojuan would insist on taking her to a big hospital for a checkup right now. Su Huayu looked at Su Miaojuan and the others around her. She waved her little hand and said, "Mom, I'm really fine. You guys go to the clinic. I can wait here." Su Huayu didn't want to ruin Wu Lichuan and the others' zoo trip, but Su Miaojuan couldn't leave her daughter alone in the clinic. She immediately refused without hesitation. "Mom, are we going to see the elephants and lions?" Ji Huayong had always wanted to see lions and tigers. They've only seen the tigers so far. Lu Jianwei looked at her sons and was about to speak when Su Miaojuan said to her, "Jianwei, you take Huayong and the others. I trust you. Go ahead and enjoy the zoo. I'll stay here with Suyu." She couldn't let her daughter's injury ruin everyone else's fun. Wu Lichuan and his brother also wanted to go, but now that their sister was hurt, they could only watch jealous of Ji Huayong and his brother. They didn't say anything about wanting to go themselves. However, even if they didn't say it, their eyes, expressions, and actions showed their feelings. Lu Jianwei looked at Wu Lichuan and his brother and said to Su Miaojuan, "If you're okay with it, let Lichuan and his brother come with me. I'll take them and you stay here with Xiuyu." But Su Miaojuan hesitated when she saw the hopeful looks from Wu Lichuan and his brother. She couldn't bring herself to refuse. "I won't go. I want to stay here with Xiuyu," Lu Zhongbai said firmly, sitting beside Su Huayu, showing no intention of moving. Lu Jianwei still trusted Lu Zhongbai. Since he was stubborn and didn't want to go, no matter how many times they asked, he wouldn't change his mind. "Then Zhongbai can rest in the clinic with Xiaoyu." Lu Jianwei hadn't finished speaking when they saw Song Lingling walk in, looking pale. Seeing her about to lose her balance, Lu Jianwei quickly stepped forward to help and asked, "Teacher Song, what's wrong?" Song Lingling waved her hand and said, "It's nothing. Maybe I have a little heat stroke. I'll rest in the clinic for a while, and the gentleman you're with?" Lu Jianwei asked curiously. She didn't mean to gossip. She just noticed that her female companion wasn't feeling well and went to the clinic. Since he was a man, it wouldn't be right to leave Song Lingling alone in the clinic unattended. Previously, he seemed generous and not the kind of man lacking emotional intelligence. "My scarf was accidentally lost. It was a gift from my mother. He went to find it for me and will come to the clinic to see me soon," Song Lingling quickly explained. She didn't expect her body to be so weak. Less than 2 hours after turning around, she started feeling dizzy and nauseous. If she could hold on, she wouldn't want to leave her date to come to the clinic. Her feelings for Yi Weihao had grown stronger, but she also felt guilty. Since they met today, she kept bothering Yi Weihao. Her affection for him was increasing, but she wasn't sure how he felt about her. She wondered if he thought she was unhealthy, or if he didn't like her because she was busy and unwell. While Song Lingling was feeling conflicted, Lu Jianwei spoke after hearing her. "Teacher Song, could I trouble you with something?" Song Lingling nodded. "Sure, go ahead." "Well, Teacher Song, our classmate Huayu has sprained his ankle. He can't go out to play now. Could you help watch over him while you're in the clinic?" "Of course," Song Lingling said without hesitation. "I think I'll stay in the clinic for about 2 or 3 hours. Once I feel better, I'll go out to eat." "When will you be back?" Su Miaojuan, who was giving Lu Jianwei a meaningful look, understood her intention. After hesitating for just a second or two, she said to Song Lingling, "We should be back in about 2 hours." "All right," Song Lingling said with a smile as she looked at Su Huayu sitting obediently nearby. "Xiaoyu, can you wait in the clinic with the teacher until Mom and Annie come back?" "Okay." Su Huayu looked at her mother and promised, "Mom, I won't go anywhere. I'll just wait in the clinic for you." She knew that Su Miaojuan was worried about her, so she promised not to let her mother worry. "I'll sleep for a while, and when I wake up, Mom will be back," Su Huayu said. Lu Zhongbai sat beside Su Huayu and told Su Miaojuan, "Annie, I will take good care of little you." "Okay, thank you," Su Miaojuan admitted. With Lu Zhongbai here, she felt a little more at ease. After speaking, Su Miaojuan went to her daughter. "Don't run around. If I can't find you, I will be very upset." Su Huayu hugged her mother and kissed her face. "Mom, I won't run around. I will stay quietly in the medical room and wait for you to come back." Song Lingling saw that Su Miaojuan was a bit too worried and also assured her, "Su comrade, don't worry. I will watch over them." "Thank you, Teacher Song." When Su Miaojuan left with brothers Wu Lichuan, they were almost jumping with happiness because they could go see the lions and elephants. "Teacher Song, are you feeling unwell?" Su Huayu asked Song Lingling, who looked a little pale, after her mother and the others left. Song Lingling didn't want Su Huayu and her brother to worry, so she said, "I'm feeling better now." "How did you hurt your foot?" Su Huayu looked at her red-tinged foot. "I accidentally fell and twisted it. And you?" Song Lingling asked Lu Zhongbai, who had been sitting beside Su Huayu. Although it might be a bit embarrassing to say, Song Lingling was a little afraid of Lu Zhongbai. "I am with little you," he replied. After saying that, Lu Zhongbai turned to Su Huayu and said, "Aren't you tired? Go to sleep. I will stay here with you." Actually, Su Huayu was already a little sleepy after eating. Now lying on the hospital bed with Lu Zhongbai sitting beside her, she yawned, looked at him holding her hand, closed her eyes, and gradually fell asleep. Su Huayu thought that when she woke up, her mother and Wu Lichuan would probably be back. Not long after she fell asleep, Yi Weihao, who had gone to find a scarf for Song Lingling, arrived at the medical room holding the scarf. He entered and said to the staff, "There's an old man nearby who fainted. Do you want to go check on him?" The staff, seeing that there was no one else needing help inside, thanked Yi Weihao and ran outside. Yi Weihao first looked at Su Huayu sleeping on the bed, then, under Lu Zhongbai's gaze, said to Song Lingling, "Is this the scarf you lost?" Song Lingling took the scarf and smiled. "Yes, this is mine." These two children, seeing Yi Weihao ask about the children beside him, Song Lingling smiled and said, "They're my students." The younger one nearby accidentally twisted his ankle. "Speak quietly," Lu Zhongbai said when he saw Su Huayu frowning, unable to hold back. Song Lingling didn't seem angry at Lu Zhongbai's words. After spending a few days with him, she knew how bossy his personality was. "We'll go to the bed at the back," Yi Weihao said proactively. Lu Zhongbai didn't look at the two people at the back until about 10 seconds later, when he realized there was no sound behind him. Just as he was about to turn around, someone covered his mouth and nose from behind. When that hand covered him, Lu Zhongbai didn't think twice. He immediately took out his pocket watch, pressed the button on the back, and a small knife popped out. He stabbed backward instantly. The person behind him probably didn't expect that Lu Zhongbai, a child who looked only 6 or 7 years old, would react so quickly, nor did they expect him to pull out a knife. As a result, when he was stabbed, Yi Weihao's abdomen immediately bled. All of Lu Zhongbai's strength was in that strike. He wanted to shout but found his vision blurring. When he saw the person behind him loosen their grip on his mouth and nose as they tried to cover Su Huayu on the bed, Lu Zhongbai shouted loudly and then tightly hugged Su Huayu. Lu Zhongbai held Su Huayu very tightly, but the loud shout he thought he made was only heard by Yi Weihao himself. Yi Weihao looked at the little kid holding his young master and wanted to pull him away but couldn't do it immediately. Fearing that things might worsen, he cursed and then dragged out a trash bin he had prepared earlier, putting the unconscious Su Huayu and Lu Zhongbai inside together. As for Song Lingling, she had already fainted on the bed. Yi Weihao, to buy himself more time, made her appear to be sleeping. From the moment Yi Weihao knocked Song Lingling out to when he took away Su Huayu and Lu Zhongbai, only 3 minutes passed and no one noticed. While Su Miaojuan was watching the elephants spray water with the children, she suddenly felt uneasy. She covered her chest and endured for about 5 minutes, but her heart was beating too fast. It had been less than an hour since they left the medical room, but Su Miaojuan's unease grew stronger. She forced herself to stay calm and, after leaving the park area with the children, told Lu Jianwei and the others who were happily playing nearby, "I want to go back to the medical room and check." Lu Jianwei initially thought that since they had just left less than an hour ago, it might be too soon to go back. But when she saw Su Miaojuan's pale face, she withdrew her unspoken words and asked directly, "Your face looks a bit bad now. Are you also feeling dizzy from the heat?" Su Miaojuan shook her head. "I don't know. I feel very anxious right now. Mom, let's go to the medical room," Wu Lichuan said, noticing how unwell Su Miaojuan looked for the first time. On the way back to the medical room, they met Lu Hai and Qi Zhaoli, who were searching for someone around the zoo. Seeing Lu Jianwei, they quickened their steps with their guards. Lu Hai had just returned home at noon and learned from Qi Zhaoli, who had just finished surgery, that they had planned to come to the zoo with their younger son. After hearing this, they didn't even have time to eat and hurried to the zoo. They figured their children probably weren't waiting at the entrance, but they hoped to meet them inside the park. Missing their promise to Lu Zhongbai today was completely unintentional. They thought that once they met the children, they could explain everything clearly and he would understand. Qi Zhaoli looked around but didn't see her younger son near her eldest daughter. "Jianwei, where is Zhongbai?" she asked. Lu Jianwei sighed and looked at her parents. "He's in the medical room." "Why did he suddenly go into the medical room? Did he get hurt?" she asked anxiously. Lu Jianwei looked helplessly at Qi Zhaoli and replied, No, he's with you. Do you know that we arrived at the zoo entrance at 8:40? He waited there until 10 o'clock, and when he saw you hadn't come, he left angrily.
You.
Lu Jianwei looked at her mother's pale face and reddening eyes, and she silently swallowed the remaining questions. She is just glad that her parents finally came, and that she came herself. Lu Jianwei can't imagine how disappointed her brother would be if her parents hadn't come today. She also can't imagine how upset they would be if they arrived and brought Wang Jinbong with them, causing Lu Zhongbai to go crazy. Of course, Lu Jianwei has no problem with Wang Jinbong, who is kept at home. He is well-behaved, obedient, and sensible. But between Lu Zhongbai and Wang Jinbong, Lu Jianwei definitely cares more about her own brother. Anyway, when they arrive at the medical room, you should explain everything clearly. Zhongbai is not an unreasonable person. Qi Zhali was already pulling Lu Hai and rushing toward the medical room after her daughter finished speaking. Seeing Qi Zhali and Lu Hai look so anxious, Lu Jianwei and Su Miaojun also quickened their steps. Lu Hai looked at the panicked Qi Zhali and tried to comfort her. Don't worry, Zhongbai knows you were late because you were saving someone. He won't be angry. We'll talk to the kids carefully. Stop talking. Qi Zhali covered her chest with her left hand and said, I'm feeling very anxious. This feeling made Qi Zhali feel like she was back when Lu Zhongbai was kidnapped years ago. Thinking of this, Qi Zhali let go of Lu Hai's arm and ran toward the medical room. Su Miaojun was the second to run after Qi Zhali. Maybe mothers and children are naturally connected, so when they reached the medical room and saw that it was small but did not have Su Huayu or Lu Zhongbai's figures, her heart suddenly panicked. Especially Su Miaojun. She rushed into the medical room shouting her daughter's name, searching every corner but couldn't find her. What happened? Lu Hai and his daughter ran in with the children, looking at the panicked Qi Zhali and Su Miaojun and asking. The child is missing. Su Miaojun's voice trembled. Don't worry, maybe the kids went to the bathroom or bought water. Something has happened. Lu Hai saw that Song Lingling on the bed next to him was still not awake despite the loud noise. He told the guard nearby, call the police, get help. Teacher Song. Su Miaojun pushed and pulled Song Lingling a few times, calling her twice. When she saw that Song Lingling showed no response at all, Qi Zhali stepped forward and called her name, lifting her eyelids. She then checked her pulse and finally looked at the silk scarf around her neck. Qi Zhali only gently fanned the silk scarf and then held her breath, saying to Su Miaojun nearby, Teacher Song has been knocked out. Su Miaojun's heart skipped a beat. Just as she turned to leave, Wu Lichuan's voice came. There's blood here. When Su Huayu woke up, she found herself inside a truck cargo area. She was surprised. Weren't she in the medical room sleeping? How did she suddenly end up here without feeling anything? As she tried to look around, her hand accidentally touched Lu Zhongbai beside her. The light in the cargo was very dim. Su Huayu wasn't sure who was next to her. Now she suspected she might have been kidnapped by human traffickers. But before she fell asleep, Song Lingling and the doctor from the medical room were with her, and Lu Zhongbai was there too. What exactly was going on? When she felt her small bag still on her, she quietly took out a box of matches from her space, using her bag. She sat there and lit a match. Seeing that Lu Zhongbai was still unconscious, Su Huayu let out a sigh of relief, but also felt a little disappointed. Lu Zhongbai had been caught along with her. Using the light from the match, she looked around. The cargo was filled with tires and ropes, but the corner where they were was empty. Lu Zhongbai, she called, pulling on his arm after the match went out. She called out 7 or 8 times, pulling and even pinching Lu Zhongbai several times, but he showed no reaction at all. Just as Su Huayu was about to give up, she suddenly remembered she had some essential balm in her space. She put the balm near Lu Zhongbai's nose and even dabbed a little on his middle of the lips. She waited for a while, but since he remained asleep, she decided to stop and conserve her energy. How was she kidnapped? Who took her? Is it human traffickers or Huyu's people? Su Miaojun didn't suspect human traffickers. Her only suspicion was Huyu. After Su Miaojun and others discovered the children were missing and reported it, the people questioned included Song Lingling, who had just been rescued from unconsciousness, and Chao Zifeng, who had previously tried to harm Su Huayu. Although Chao Zifeng had an alibi, he looked very guilty when summoned to the police station. Soon, Wu Haifeng forced him to admit his wrongdoing. After confirming that Chao Zifeng had called the Hur family, Wu Haifeng immediately sent people to block main roads and thoroughly check the train station and bus station. When they found that Su Huayu and Lu Zhongbai had been kidnapped, about an hour had passed since the incident. In that hour, many things could have been done. Su Miaojuan felt like she was standing on a hot pan. She was locked in her office by Wu Haifeng, crying uncontrollably and pacing anxiously. Wu Haifeng didn't want to keep Su Miaojuan locked up, but when he arrived, she was almost losing her mind. He was afraid she might do something foolish if he didn't keep her confined. Meanwhile, Qi Zhali was also in a bad state. When she saw the few drops of blood in the clinic, she, who was never afraid of blood, felt her legs go weak at the thought that the blood might be from her son. She collapsed to the ground. Her emotional breakdown was just as intense as Su Miaojuan's. Su Miaojuan blamed herself for leaving her daughter, and Qi Zhali blamed herself for not showing up as promised, which led to her son's disappearance again. When Qi Zhali fainted from grief, Su Miaojuan tightly gripped her own wrist, her mind filled with the desire to die with Huiyu. She didn't consider any other possibility, only Huiyu. Only he would stare so intently at her daughter. Su Huayu only realized she was kidnapped by her biological father when the truck stopped. Having just one little princess is enough trouble. Why did you have to bring another child? Yu Weihao, hearing his companion's question, replied, "Do you think I want to? Just throw that brat down the mountain." Yu Weihao cursed while touching his bandaged stomach. "I don't know where this little got that knife. If I get infected or fever tonight, I'll just throw him away." "Enough, you didn't even protect a little kid, and you still have the nerve to say something. How was I supposed to know a little brat would carry a knife around?" Yu Weihao said angrily. "Who normally carries a knife all the time?" Actually, just carrying a knife is one thing, but what surprised Yu Weihao even more was that when he covered Lu Zhongbai's mouth and nose, he didn't feel panicked and still had the strength to stab him. This kid has a stronger mind than adults. However, if Lu Zhongbai hadn't hugged his young master at that moment, he might have been left in the clinic like Song Lingling and then left with his family. But he stubbornly hugged his young master, so don't blame them for abandoning the body and killing in the middle of the night. Anyway, in this remote mountain area, even if they killed Lu Zhongbai, no one would find out for a while. Just kill him. It's easier with him. After Zhang Hao and Yi Weihao moved the tires down, he looked at Su Huayu, who was still sleeping in the corner, and frowned. "Why is the young master still sleeping? Did you give too much of the sleeping drug?" Yi Weihao immediately retorted, "Impossible. I just covered him lightly. He's our young master. If anything happens to him, our whole family won't survive." "I'm not stupid, but he still looks asleep." When Yi Weihao tried to gently pick up Su Huayu, he found her tightly hugging Lu Zhongbai. Maybe it's because she's too young and can't handle this dose. However, Yi Weihao looked at Su Huayu and Lu Zhongbai, who were holding each other tightly, and, feeling annoyed, handed both of them to Zhang Hao, who was below the car. "They're holding on so tightly. How do we separate them?" "Probably shock. Kids aren't cats or dogs." "Can they be in shock?" "How would I know? I'm not a doctor." Yi Weihao looked at Zhang Hao with a helpless expression. "I think we should just splash water on this kid to wake him up. Can you guarantee not to splash on the young master? Then just splash cold water on his face, or cut off his limbs. As long as we get the young master back, that brat's broken arms and legs are his bad luck." Hearing this, Su Huayu quickly pretended to wake up and made two sounds. Hurry, the young master is waking up." When Su Huayu woke up, she saw Yi Weihao and Zhang Xiaogang pretending to be startled. She then tightly hugged Lu Zhongbai in her arms. "Who are you?" "I want to find my mom, boo-hoo." Just as Su Huayu was about to cry, Yi Weihao quickly spoke softly to comfort her. "Little princess, do you remember me?" Yi Weihao forced a gentle smile, trying to make his face look kind and friendly. Su Huayu was interrupted by Yi Weihao's words. She looked carefully at Yi Weihao while holding Lu Zhongbai and thought hard before saying, "I don't know." "That's okay. You may not know me, but I know you. Your dad's name is Huiyu, right? Su Huiyu looked at the man in front of her and nodded her small head.
She didn't dare to deny it.
These two people only showed a kind face because she was Huiyu's daughter, their little princess. If she denied it, they might think they had the wrong person. Maybe these two careless people would just throw her down the mountain. Yes, they drove up the mountain with her and Lu Zhongbai. That's right. Our princess is your father. You are our little princess. We came to the capital just to bring you home. Home? Su Huiyu asked Yu Weihao. Yes, home. The princess has been waiting at home for you, he replied. Su Huiyu behaved obediently and sensibly. Yu Weihao and Zhang Haogong didn't think a 3-year-old girl could do much, so they felt safe leaving her nearby while they tidied up the small mountain cabin. Originally, Yu Weihao and Zhang Haogong planned to throw Lu Zhongbai away before he woke up. But Su Huiyu was sitting beside Lu Zhongbai, looking so close and familiar. Yu Weihao reasonably suspected that if they tried to do anything to Lu Zhongbai, Su Huiyu would show them the power of a 3-year-old girl, crying loudly and throwing a tantrum. They didn't have time to comfort a little girl, even if she was their little princess. So, all they could do was try to satisfy her. Su Huiyu and Lu Zhongbai sat within Yu Weihao's and Zhang Haogong's line of sight. Despite Su Huiyu's constant small movements, Lu Zhongbai showed no signs of waking up. If Su Huiyu hadn't been able to feel Lu Zhongbai's breathing, she would have suspected he was already dead. After tidying up the small house, when Yu Weihao came out, Su Huiyu said to the two of them, "Why isn't brother awake? He's too sleepy, so he hasn't woken up." Because Su Huiyu seemed like a child, Yu Weihao's excuse was not very sincere. Anyway, to children, whatever adults say, they will believe. Su Huiyu wanted to ask who he was fooling, but thinking about his own age, he could only patiently ask, "I'm hungry. What are we having for dinner? Would you like some noodles? I want porridge." Yu Weihao. Porridge. I just want to drink porridge. They treated themselves like children and prepared for the possibility of being pouted or stubborn. Children can say, or do anything. All right, if the young master wants porridge, then we'll have porridge, Yu Weihao agreed. Luckily, they still had some rice on the carriage. After cooking the rice porridge, Zhang Hao went to gather firewood, while Yu Weihao stayed by the pot. As they saw Su Huiyu as a little master, he said, "I also want to eat some meat. I'm so hungry. I want to eat meat." Yu Weihao saw Su Huiyu about to cry and quickly said, "Little master, don't cry. We're in the middle of nowhere. How can we get meat for you?" Isn't she deliberately making things difficult for them? I don't care. I want to eat meat. If you don't give me any, I'll tell Dad that you're not feeding me. Do you want me to go hungry? Hearing this, Yu Weihao felt overwhelmed and wanted to bury his head in the porridge. That's why they were assigned to the capital. Otherwise, they wouldn't have to go through so much trouble to entertain a child. "All right, I'll go," said Zhang Hao, who had just finished gathering firewood, not Yu Weihao. "Thank you," Yu Weihao replied. Although he looked fine now, he still had a cut on his stomach from Lu Zhongbai, so it was better for him to stay put. "Wait for me to come back." After Zhang Hao left, Yu Weihao lowered his head, not wanting to look at Su Huiyu, because he had also noticed that whenever he made eye contact with this little troublemaker, she would definitely cause trouble. When he heard her call him uncle, Yu Weihao really wished he was deaf. He tried to force a smile and said to Su Huiyu, "Is there something you need?" Ignoring Yu Weihao's slightly gritted teeth expression, Su Huiyu still thought he was very kind. "Uncle, I want to eat candy." Yu Weihao. When he heard candy, Yu Weihao relaxed a little. Today, before going to the zoo, he thought he might need some candy, so he bought some just in case. "I'll go get it." "Thank you, uncle." As Su Huiyu watched Yu Weihao turn and walk toward the car, she placed her small hand on the boiling porridge. 5 small white pills were thrown into the pot of boiling porridge. When Yu Weihao came over with the candy, Su Huiyu was touching Lu Zhongbai's hair. Yu Weihao didn't mind. He's only 3, at the age where he loves to play. Having a caring father, she wouldn't mind if she played him to death. The porridge was bubbling hot, and after about half an hour it was ready. Zhang Hao just returned with a wild rabbit he had caught. He saw Su Huiyu moving her mouth, and when he looked at Yu Weihao, Yueheo explained. The young master wants candy, big white rabbit milk candy. Zhang Hao chuckled. If it's tasty, you can eat more. But that's not allowed. Yueheo stopped him. What if she ruins her teeth? It doesn't matter. As long as she doesn't cry or make trouble. Besides, once they send the young master to Jinshi City, they won't be in their hands for more than 7 days. Even if she ruins her teeth, it won't be their fault. Young master, don't eat candy. Drink some porridge first. Yueheo was worried Su Huayu would go hungry and even more worried she wouldn't like them. If she was unhappy, she might report them to her master, and they would end up in trouble. No, I want to eat meat. I won't drink porridge. Just a little, Yueheo urged. No. Su Huayu turned her head away, refusing to look at Yueheo. Yueheo looked at her speechlessly. She was the one shouting to drink porridge, but even if she refused, they couldn't do anything about it. After all, she was the young lady. Do you want to drink some? Yueheo asked Zhang Hao. Later. I want to roast this rabbit first. Then I'll drink. I'm hungry. Yueheo had a corn and 2 tea eggs for lunch with Song Lingling. He was very hungry. Yueheo filled a metal bowl for himself. After drinking, he saw there was still a lot left, so he filled another bowl. When Zhang Hao just finished roasting the rabbit and turned around, Yueheo was already asleep leaning against a tire. Zhang Hao didn't suspect anything. Last night, they stayed up late, and today Yueheo had been busy all day. Plus, he was injured. It was normal for him to be full and sleep. Young master, the roasted meat. Everyone knew Su Huayu had hurt his foot, so after the rabbit was cooked, Zhang Hao personally brought it to him. Su Huayu took a bite of the roasted meat. Surprisingly, it was quite tasty. Hearing Su Huayu praise the food, Zhang Hao smiled and said, I'm glad you like it, young master. Actually, Su Huayu wanted to complain. Can you stop calling me young master? It's been many years since the founding of the country. There are no masters anymore. Everyone is comrades, okay? But Su Huayu also remembered his mother once said that the Hu family had many people, and those people had been servants of the Hu family for generations. The 2 in front of him might also be. Because Su Huayu said the meat was good, Zhang Hao kept the rabbit leg and the part with the most meat for him. No matter if Su Huayu could finish it or not, the meat belonged to him. Su Huayu watched Zhang Hao eat the leftover bits of the rabbit and drink porridge. When Zhang Hao was halfway through, Lu Zhongbai finally woke up. Lu Zhongbai wanted to get up but couldn't. Su Huayu helped him sit up. Su Huayu looked at Lu Zhongbai with concern, worried that the sleeping potion had made him confused or damaged his mind. Lu Zhongbai opened his eyes, looked cautiously at Zhang Hao on the opposite side, and tightly held Su Huayu's hand. He said, I'm fine. He was just a little dizzy and nauseous, but he could endure it. Brother, drink some water. Su Huayu first handed him a glass of water. After Lu Zhongbai drank it eagerly, she handed him the roasted rabbit leg Zhang Hao had placed in front of her, saying, Eat some meat. Su Huayu thought Lu Zhongbai might scream or ask questions. He only glanced at Zhang Haogong across from him and the sleeping Yueheo, then took the rabbit leg from Su Huayu's hand and started eating. Lu Zhongbai ate while watching the surroundings. Seeing Lu Zhongbai so calm and confident, Zhang Haogong felt a bit impressed. Kid, you're pretty good. Do you want to join us and enjoy good food and drinks? Or do you prefer to stay with your ancestors and enjoy the same? The meaning of Zhang Haogong's last words was that if Lu Zhongbai wanted to stay with his ancestors and enjoy good things, they could only leave him behind when Su Huayu was asleep. Having a child already brings many uncertainties. If they add another, it would be even more unpredictable. They didn't dare to take that risk. Lu Zhongbai took a bite of the rabbit meat in his hand and said to Zhang Haogong, I want to stay with you and enjoy good food. Hearing this, Zhang Haogong smiled while holding a porridge bowl. You have good judgment. If you follow my young master, you'll enjoy a lifetime of wealth and happiness. Although Zhang Haogong knew that Su Huayu was just a girl, their master valued her very much. Maybe in the future, the one in charge of the Hu family would be her. As for the 2 young masters of the main house, at least for now, Zhang Haogong didn't think their master paid much attention to them. After saying this, Lu Zhongbai didn't speak. He seemed to be determined as he ate the roasted rabbit leg in his hand. He finished one after another until he ate all the rabbit meat left by Su Huayu. Only then did Lu Zhongbai wipe his mouth. Lu Zhongbai knew very well that only when he was full could he have the strength to run away. If he didn't eat enough now, he would know when he would eat again. After finishing the porridge in the pot, Zhang Haogong let out a big yawn. He wanted to carry the injured Su Huayu to the small hut, but Lu Zhongbai stopped him. However, Lu Zhongbai couldn't stop him, and Zhang Haogong kicked him out with a foot. Lu Zhongbai. Su Huayu looked at Lu Zhongbai, who was curled up on the ground after being kicked out by Zhang Haogong. Without hesitation, she used a 9-ing white bone claw attack on Zhang Haogong. Although Zhang Haogong felt pain, he didn't dare throw Su Huayu away. If something happened to her, their whole family wouldn't be able to compensate. Young master, don't slap your face, Zhang Haogong, holding Su Huayu, who was struggling and hitting him in his arms, placed her on the bed in the small hut and begged for mercy. Young master, don't be angry. Who told you to kick him? He's my brother. Zhang Haogong really wanted to say that Lu Zhongbai was no brother at all, since Su Huayu's brothers were all in Gangqing now. But he also knew he had made Su Huayu angry, so he quickly said, "It was my fault. Can I apologize to him?" Although he said that, Zhang Haogong didn't plan to be nice to Lu Zhongbai. Lu Zhongbai's temper was obvious. He was a rough kid, or he wouldn't have hurt Yue Hao. But now, since his little master cared about him, there was nothing he could do. He could only wait until his little master was asleep, then go and deal with this kid. As for now, Zhang Haogong originally wanted to bring that kid inside, but Lu Zhongbai staggered in, clutching his stomach. Seeing Lu Zhongbai looking at him with a serious gaze, Zhang Haogong felt cold inside. But when he heard Su Huayu urgently calling, "Brother," behind him, he temporarily suppressed his desire to punish Lu Zhongbai. Lu Zhongbai saw Su Huayu's worried eyes and walked straight toward her. "Are you okay? Did you get hurt anywhere?" Since it was summer and he was dressed lightly, when Su Huayu lifted Lu Zhongbai's shirt and saw the bruise on his stomach, tears suddenly fell. Lu Zhongbai looked at Su Huayu crying and lowered his clothes, saying, "It doesn't hurt. Don't cry." Seeing Lu Zhongbai, who was hurt so badly but still said it didn't hurt, crying even harder, Su Huayu hugged him tightly. She didn't want to cry, but seeing Lu Zhongbai like this made her feel very sad. After calming down a little, Su Huayu shouted at Zhang Haogong standing at the door, "Get the medicine. If my brother can't move tomorrow, I will tell Dad that you all bullied me." Hearing this, Zhang Haogong wanted to explain something but swallowed his words. Kids can't reason with her, so he decided to satisfy her request. He took out their ointment and placed it on the bed, saying, "Apply it to his stomach and rub it in." If he had known Su Huayu cared so much about this kid, he should have been a little more patient earlier. "Get out." When Su Huayu said that, Zhang Haogong felt sleepy himself. He thought, let them do whatever they want to do. As long as the little master is fine, it's okay. But he didn't dare to go far. He spread his coat near the door, sat on the ground leaning against the wall, and closed his eyes to sleep. Su Huayu took out ointment from the bottle and wanted to apply it to Lu Zhongbai's wound. Lu Zhongbai tried to stop her, but she had already made space for him to lie down. In Su Huayu's eyes, Lu Zhongbai was like a child. In Lu Zhongbai's eyes, she was like an older sister. Seeing that Su Huayu wouldn't listen, Lu Zhongbai finally gave up and lay on the bed, exposing his belly, allowing her to apply the ointment. As Su Huayu's application got closer and closer to his face, Lu Zhongbai couldn't help but raise his hand to block her small head. "What's wrong?" "Brother, we will run away soon." Lu Zhongbai looked at Zhang Haogong at the door and said, "They're outside watching us. We need to find the right time to escape. It's okay. They won't wake up." Lu Zhongbai looked at Su Huayu with confusion. She almost whispered into his ear, "I put the bad uncle's sleeping pills into the porridge." Lu Zhongbai knew what sleeping pills were, but he didn't expect that such a young child like Su Huayu would know about them. "How much did you put in?" "Not enough to kill." Su Huayu looked at Lu Zhongbai with doubt, not quite understanding the tone of his words. When Su Huayu called Zhang Haogong and Yue Hao but got no response, and was about to pull Lu Zhongbai away, he finally understood what Lu Zhongbai meant by not enough to kill. He wasn't saying that the dose of medicine was enough to cause death. His not enough meant he was disappointed that it wouldn't kill. Su Huayu, limping, followed Lu Zhongbai out of the small house. Just as Lu Zhongbai took out his pocket watch that suddenly turned into a small knife, she was about to be surprised. But then she saw the young Lu Zhongbai, who was clearly still very small, directly draw the small knife and slash it toward Zhang Haogong's neck.
Stop! So why you suddenly grabbed Lu Zhongbai?
In that moment, she was sure and certain that Lu Zhongbai intended to kill Zhang Haogong. She looked at Lu Zhongbai in disbelief. How could such a young child have such courage? Lu Zhongbai, held back by Su Huayu, did not move forward again. He looked at her shocked eyes, wanting to explain but feeling there was nothing to say. Originally, Lu Zhongbai thought that because Su Huayu was so young, he could show his malice without restraint in front of her. But she seemed to be as clever as himself. Brother, no. Su Huayu shook her head at Lu Zhongbai. Lu Zhongbai looked into Su Huayu's eyes. He felt a bit uncomfortable seeing her fear and worry, but her eyes only showed shock, not disgust. Because of this, Lu Zhongbai explained, we have to kill them to escape. Only by killing them can the two of them run away without fear of being caught. They've taken the medicine, they won't wake up so soon. Su Huayu hoped this was the first time Lu Zhongbai wanted to kill someone, and that he was stopped in time. Sometimes, once a problem starts, it can lead to irreversible consequences. Brother, let's go, Su Huayu said, trying to ignore the pain in her ankle and pull Lu Zhongbai away. Seeing that Su Huayu insisted, Lu Zhongbai put away the small knife on his watch, turned, and squatted in front of her. Get on, I'll carry you. Brother, I'm heavy. Most importantly, Su Huayu still saw Lu Zhongbai as a child. Get on, Lu Zhongbai insisted. Your ankle is sprained. If you don't get on, neither of us can leave. Su Huayu understood this. She looked around and pointed to the flashlight beside Yue Hao, saying, Brother, flashlight. The mountain was very dark. Without a flashlight, they might fall into a ravine or ditch without knowing. When Lu Zhongbai saw Su Huayu point to the flashlight, he ran over, grabbed it, and brought it to her. After she took it, he turned his back to her and waved. Hurry up and get on. Okay, Su Huayu knew her foot was a problem. She thought that once they reached a safe place, she would let Lu Zhongbai put her down and let him go find help alone. Lu Zhongbai was smart. He could definitely find someone to rescue her. Yes, Su Huayu didn't expect Lu Zhongbai to carry her out of here as a burden. Brother, if you can't carry me anymore, just put me down. Su Huayu leaned on Lu Zhongbai. When he carried her, she heard him say, I ate a lot tonight. I can carry you. Lu Zhongbai really could carry Su Huayu. At least, in her eyes, he seemed to have enough strength. Lu Zhongbai carried Su Huayu, and she turned on the flashlight. Since the car can come up here, we can follow the road to leave, but we need to hurry. Lu Zhongbai said, if they wake up, it will be bad. Thinking this way, Lu Zhongbai still felt that it would be better if these two people could die. After all, this is a remote countryside, and maybe they would be eaten by bears or tigers not long after dying. Lu Zhongbai didn't think there was anything wrong with his thoughts. His grandmother and grandfather often said that bears and tigers lived in the mountains. Maybe we should go back and cut their tendons. Lu Zhongbai still felt uneasy. Su Huayu looked at Lu Zhongbai beneath him and wanted to ask what he had been through before. Otherwise, why would a child around 7 years old be so fierce? No, they will wake up. The pain also woke him up. That's true, Lu Zhongbai said regretfully. Forget it, let's go first. Lu Zhongbai was really strong. He carried Su Huayu for nearly 2 hours. If Su Huayu hadn't asked him to stop and rest, he could have kept going. Do you want some water? Su Huayu took a bottle of water when he left. Lu Zhongbai carefully took a sip and then handed it back to Su Huayu. You drink too. I'm not thirsty. Su Huayu looked at Lu Zhongbai, who was sweating a lot, feeling both worried and guilty. If it weren't for himself, he wouldn't have gone through all this. Brother, do you want some candy? I still have peach cookies. Su Huayu patted his small bag and said to Lu Zhongbai. Fortunately, she still had a small bag, so she could secretly take out something later and hide it. Just one piece of candy is enough. Lu Zhongbai took a big white rabbit milk candy from Su Huayu's hand, put it in his mouth, and after tasting the milky flavor, he squatted in front of Su Huayu again. Come on, we still have a long way to go. Is it okay? The two continued walking intermittently until dawn. Later, when Su Huayu saw Lu Zhongbai gasping for breath and almost unable to lift his waist, she felt very distressed. Lu Zhongbai was different from Su Huayu. He was a real child. So Su Huayu couldn't imagine how a child barely over 7 years old could have such strong willpower. Looking at Lu Zhongbai eating peach cookies eagerly, Su Huayu clenched her fists and said, "Brother, I will find a place to hide. You go down and find someone to save me." "No, you can't." Lu Zhongbai swallowed the peach pastry in his hand and refused without hesitation. "I will not leave you behind." Because he knew what it felt like to be abandoned, to wait passively for others to save you. He didn't want Su Huayu to experience that feeling. She was even younger than he was back then. "But
No buts.
I will definitely take you home," Lu Zhongbai said carefully and cautiously as he finished the pastry in his hand and looked at the half-piece in Su Huayu's hand. "Eat it." Su Huayu shook her head. "I won't eat." "Aren't you hungry?" Su Huayu shook her head again. She didn't want to eat more to gain weight and become a bigger burden for Lu Zhongbai. "Brother, you eat." "I still have some in my bag." The pastry Su Huayu offered was refused by Lu Zhongbai. "Put it away. We'll eat it at noon." "You can't eat all the food at once. If you do, you'll be hungry later." Although Lu Zhongbai had been carrying Su Huayu on his back, he knew that he was the only one eating along the way. Su Huayu hadn't eaten at all. He understood that she was afraid to eat. "Okay," Su Huayu said again. "Brother, I really can walk by myself for a while. Hurry up and get on. We're almost down the mountain." Su Huayu looked at Lu Zhongbai, who was squatting down again, and heard him say, "Hurry up, don't delay." Su Huayu leaned on Lu Zhongbai, but he was still a child. He had carried her for almost a whole night, so when she gently leaned on him and he almost fell while getting up, Su Huayu almost cried. "It's okay, I'm ready." Lu Zhongbai clenched his teeth and carried Su Huayu on his back. He tried to sound relaxed as he said, "I have a lot of strength. When I grow bigger from eating meat, I can carry you around the mountain. Running all day and night won't be a problem." Lu Zhongbai was so frightened that he took a step back and stepped on a rock. His balance was off, and he and Su Huayu rolled down the roadside together. Even though he suddenly fell into the mountain ditch, Lu Zhongbai still protected Su Huayu's head, clenched his teeth tightly, and said nothing. Su Huayu was held in Lu Zhongbai's arms. After rolling many times, they were stopped by a branch sticking out from a tree. Su Huayu curled up in Lu Zhongbai's arms. All the impacts were absorbed by him alone. Looking at Lu Zhongbai's pale, sweating face, Su Huayu carefully moved to the side onto a full of weeds, trying not to become a burden to him. She watched Lu Zhongbai lying on a branch, seemingly unable to move. She softly asked, "Lu Zhongbai, how are you?" "Lu Zhongbai, can you move now?" Su Huayu didn't dare to touch Lu Zhongbai. She was afraid he might be hurt somewhere, and if she touched him, she might make his injuries worse. Lu Zhongbai tried to get up, but his whole body seemed to refuse to obey him. After several efforts, Su Huayu saw his face turn grim from the effort. She stepped forward, grabbed his hand, and pressed it gently, feeling anxious and asking, "Where does it hurt?" "I can't move," Lu Zhongbai said. Despite his strength, tears suddenly fell from his eyes. As long as he could move, no matter how much pain he endured, he was sure he could survive. But he couldn't move now. The hope of living was slipping away from his hands. He had become disabled. When Su Huayu heard Lu Zhongbai's panicked and hopeless words, her heart also sank. She tightly held his hand and said, "Lu Zhongbai, don't be afraid. Don't worry. Maybe you just can't move for now." While speaking, Su Huayu looked around at their location. After falling from the mountain trail, they rolled into a place full of weeds, small trees, and scattered rocks. Besides the trail above, looking down, There was only green everywhere, with no sign of a path. After observing the surroundings and seeing Lu Zhongbai lying on the branch, hopeless and silently crying, Su Huayu held back her tears, took a deep breath, ignored her own foot injury, and slowly crawled to Lu Zhongbai's side. She gently supported his neck with her small hand and asked, "Lu Zhongbai, can you hear me?" Lu Zhongbai did not answer immediately, and that was okay. Su Huayu just wanted to talk to him to distract him from his current feelings of fear and despair. "Brother, can you hear me? Can you feel my hand?" Su Huayu gently held Zhongbai's neck, trying to check if his neck was injured. At this moment, Su Huayu really regretted not studying medicine in her past life. If she had been a medical student, she would definitely know how to handle this situation. In this era, why are there no mobile phones? Otherwise, she and Zhongbai wouldn't be calling out helplessly, unable to get help. Su Huayu slightly trembled and let out a breath of relief. His neck seemed fine.
Was it his spine?
Knowledge always feels insufficient when needed most. Looking at Zhongbai lying on the tree branch, she asked, "Does your back hurt?" Actually, Zhongbai was so nervous and scared that he felt pain all over his body, yet he also felt numb. "Brother, don't worry.
Take your time."
Does your back have feeling? Maybe because Su Huayu had been by his side all along, or maybe because her voice was calm enough, Zhongbai gradually calmed down. Yes. Zhongbai didn't know how to judge whether it hurt or not because he wasn't very sensitive to pain. "It doesn't hurt for me." Seeing Zhongbai's emotions easing, Su Huayu said, "Brother, squeeze my hand." She watched as Zhongbai slowly gripped her hand again, and her heart finally felt a little more at ease. Su Huayu carefully checked everything she could think of on Zhongbai, but she still didn't dare move him from the tree branch. Not only because she was young and couldn't carry Zhongbai, but also because she was afraid moving him might cause more harm.
But now,
Su Huayu looked around. They couldn't just sit here and wait for help to arrive. This remote countryside had no one around. She even thought about turning back to Weiqi Weihao and Zhang Haogong, asking them to help get Zhongbai down. At least in front of them, her words as the little boss still carried some weight. Su Huayu kept thinking how good it would be if she had a phone. At least she wouldn't feel so helpless and alone now. Su Huayu looked at Lu Zhongbai lying on the tree branch and said, "Don't be afraid. I will find someone to help you." Before she finished, Lu Zhongbai clenched her hand tightly, causing her pain. Seeing tears start to fall again from Lu Zhongbai's eyes, Su Huayu wiped his tears and explained, "If I don't go out to find help, we might both die here. There is space inside and enough food. As long as there are no dangerous animals or snakes, she can survive and find a way out. But Lu Zhongbai cannot. His condition is unknown, and he cannot move. He needs medical help quickly and cannot wait." Lu Zhongbai didn't speak, but released Su Huayu's hand. Watching him silently lying on the branch, covered by green leaves, Su Huayu felt a pang in her heart. "I won't leave you," she said to him carefully. Lu Zhongbai didn't reply. He didn't believe her. His biological parents could abandon him, so anyone could. His parents could break promises, and so could she. Besides himself, no one else wanted to help him. It seemed he was really going to die this time. Lu Zhongbai thought this, then smelled a strong scent of medicinal oil nearby. He couldn't move, but he listened as Su Huayu seemed to be circling him with the oil. She poured 4 bottles of medicinal oil around and on the tree branch, probably because a snake shed nearby, and she was worried that after she left, snakes or insects might come close to Lu Zhongbai. She poured the oil around and on him, hoping it would help. Before leaving, Su Huayu put 4 or 5 large white rabbit candies into Lu Zhongbai's hand. "Brother, I will come back within 3 hours." Lu Zhongbai didn't speak. Without hope, there is no disappointment. Besides, Su Huayu was only 3 years old. She couldn't save him. "Wait for me. I will come back to save you." Lu Zhongbai closed his eyes. When he heard the sound of Su Huayu turning to leave, he loosened his grip and let the candies fall into the grass. Lu Zhongbai didn't know how long he had been there. He slowly opened his eyes and looked at the glow of sunlight through the leaves above. Then he used all his strength to pull out his pocket watch. The moment the small knife popped out of the watch, the weeds rustled as someone stepped on them. Lu Zhongbai. When Lu Zhongbai heard Su Huayu's voice, he thought he was hearing things. His body suddenly gained strength. Lu Zhongbai, how do you feel now? Su Huayu was eager to run over and check on him but accidentally tripped over a protruding stone and tumbled. Su Huayu didn't mind falling. His small body wasn't very tough. As long as he could get up, it was fine. He looked at his scratched hands and brushed them off casually. These minor injuries were nothing. He wouldn't die from them. Just as Su Huayu was getting up to continue walking toward Lu Zhongbai, he saw Lu coming down from the tree branch. Stunned, Su Huayu froze in place, but Lu Zhongbai was already limping toward him. Are you okay? Did you fall somewhere? Lu asked anxiously, looking at Su Huayu, who was covered in dirt and scratches. Su Huayu looked at Lu Zhongbai, who was hugging him, and, surprised but happy, said, Lu Zhongbai, you're standing up. You're okay. Are you really okay? Does your leg hurt? Does your waist hurt? Does your back hurt? Su Huayu asked as he saw Lu holding him tightly and starting to cry. After finishing his questions, he gently patted Lu's back and said, I told you I wouldn't leave you. I would come back for you. After Su Huayu said this, Lu Zhongbai cried even harder. Only at this moment did Su Huayu realize that Lu Zhongbai was truly like a little child, crying, throwing a tantrum, and feeling scared. He gently patted Lu, letting him vent his feelings. When Lu's crying finally stopped, he still held tightly onto Su Huayu and didn't let go. Lu secretly wiped his tears. He felt so ashamed. He was supposed to be a tough man who didn't cry when bleeding or sweating, but now he was crying so hard in front of Su Huayu. It was too embarrassing. Does your body hurt? Is there anywhere uncomfortable? Su Huayu suspected that the reason Lu Zhongbai couldn't get up earlier was partly due to his physical condition, but mostly because of his mental state. No, Lu Zhongbai replied quietly while holding Su Huayu. Su Huayu looked at the small knife hanging on his pocket watch and frowned. Why did you take the knife? I wanted to stab myself a few times. Maybe I could get up. At that moment, only his hand could move. This was the only way Lu Zhongbai could think of to regain consciousness and save himself. Hearing Lu Zhongbai's answer, Su Huayu silently held him tighter. Lu Zhongbai, don't hurt yourself. Su Huayu realized that Lu Zhongbai didn't care about others' lives or his own. Lu Zhongbai didn't speak. He just quietly held Su Huayu. Only when holding her did he feel his heart slowly come back to life. It was so good to know that someone wouldn't abandon him. After Lu Zhongbai's emotions stabilized, Su Huayu took out some peach cookies and water from her bag and offered them to him. Eat a little. Have you eaten? Lu Zhongbai didn't take the food and asked back. I have. Lu Zhongbai looked at the water level, which hadn't gone down, and didn't quite believe Su Huayu. Eat. Lu Zhongbai pushed the food toward her. I really ate. If I hadn't, I wouldn't have the strength to climb up and come back, Su Huayu said casually to Lu Zhongbai. When she left, Su Huayu secretly took out small scissors from her space and cut her short sleeves into strips, tying them to a small tree. She wasn't very good at navigation, so she was afraid she wouldn't find Lu Zhongbai again if she didn't leave marks. Because she was too worried about Lu Zhongbai, she endured the pain in her foot and didn't dare walk far after reaching the roadside. She tied 4 strips of cloth at her climbing point and used stones to make an SOS sign in the middle of the mountain trail. After finishing, she climbed back. At that time, Su Huayu no longer cared who might discover them. As long as she could help Lu Zhongbai, nothing was more important than his life. Su Huayu said she would return within 3 hours, but she actually came back in just over an hour. She didn't dare leave Lu Zhongbai alone for too long, especially since his condition was not good and his mood was even worse. Fortunately, she returned just in time, even though her ankle was swollen and looked quite bad. Lu Zhongbai looked at Su Huayu's swollen ankle, which was as big as a pig's hoof. Tears couldn't help but fall onto her red, swollen ankle. If he hadn't been so useless, Su Huayu, who was younger and smaller, wouldn't have been hurt and needed to climb up to ask for help. Do you have any more ointment? Yesterday, Su Huayu had just asked Zhang Hao for ointment to apply to Lu Zhongbai's stomach. After applying it, Lu Zhongbai saw Su Huayu put the ointment into her small bag. Su Huayu took the ointment out of her bag and handed it to Lu Zhongbai. He carefully washed his hands with water from a bottle, dried them with his clothes, then gently rubbed the swollen ankle with the ointment. When Su Huayu took a deep breath and gasped, Lu Zhongbai instinctively pulled back his hand. "Did I hurt you?" "I can bear it," Su Huayu said through clenched teeth. Seeing Su Huayu's clenched jaw, Lu Zhongbai hesitated, then let out a shaky breath and continued applying medicine to her ankle. "You swear I will eat a lot, grow tall and strong, and work hard to become better. I won't fall and hurt you again. I will protect you." Su Huayu looked at Lu Zhongbai, who was apologizing and promising, and said sincerely, "You're already very good. You are the bravest kid I've ever seen," Su Huayu said honestly. Lu Zhongbai looked at Su Huayu smiling at him and said seriously, "You are too." It was the first time he had met a child like Su Huayu. After applying medicine to each other, Lu Zhongbai went to pick up the white rabbit candies he had thrown into the grass. Su Huayu secretly used her small bag to sneak 3 more pieces of peach cake. She didn't dare take out anything too obvious, because Lu Zhongbai wasn't stupid. He was actually very clever and sensitive. Su Huayu was afraid he might ask where she got so much medicated oil. They sat facing each other on the grass, drinking water and eating peach cake. Without looking at the mess on their clothes, it seemed like they were just out for a walk in the wild. When Su Miaojuan saw the SOS in the middle of the road, she loudly shouted to get off the car. The car stopped, and Su Miaojuan jumped out. Wu Haifeng and Qi Zhali followed closely behind. "It was my daughter's idea. These are my daughter's clothes." After seeing the marks left by her daughter, Su Miaojuan's tears suddenly overflowed. She didn't hesitate and rushed along the small path made of cloth strips. Wu Haifeng and Qi Zhali quickly followed behind her. When Su Miaojuan almost slipped, Wu Haifeng grabbed her arm and said, "I'm in front." After eating and drinking, Su Huayu was lying on the weeds with Lu Zhongbai, feeling sleepy. Suddenly, they heard sounds from nearby. "Brother, did you hear anything?" Lu Zhongbai looked up slightly. When Su Huayu recognized her mother's voice, she immediately shouted, "Mom, Mom." Seeing the small figure lying in the weeds in the distance hear her voice and sit up, Su Miaojuan ignored Wu Haifeng in front of her and hurriedly ran past him to reach Su Huayu. Qi Zhali followed closely behind Su Miaojuan. When Su Huayu was crying loudly in her mother's arms, Lu Zhongbai, who had just gotten up nearby, was also held in his mother's embrace. Listening to her mother crying and apologizing while holding him, Lu Zhongbai's previous resentment toward her eased a little. "Stop crying," Lu Zhongbai said helplessly. "Ugh, my son, I'm sorry. It's my fault."
"I'm sorry, Agag," Lu Zhongbai sighed softly.
Just as he wanted to say something, gunfire suddenly sounded from the forest. At the moment the gunfire rang out, Su Huayu and Lu Zhongbai were both tightly held in their mother's arms. Wu Haifeng held his gun in front of them, but the gunfire was coming from somewhere else. Wu Haifeng patted his wife on the shoulder and said, "Miaojuan, Director Qi, you two hurry and take the children back to the car." Su Miaojuan picked up her daughter. Seeing her swollen ankle, she held her tightly and carefully moved up the covered with weeds and stones. Qi Zhali also wanted to carry Lu Zhongbai, but he refused. She had to hold his hand and walk up step by step. Wu Haifeng protected the 4 of them as they reached the dirt road. After seeing Su Miaojuan and Qi Zhali take the children into the car, he told the driver to take them to the hospital first. Then he led his team toward the direction of the gunfire. "Does it hurt a lot?" Su Miaojuan looked at her daughter's swollen ankle, tears almost spilling from her eyes. "Mom, the medicine is on," Su Huayu said, seeing her crying uncontrollably, and reached out her small hand to wipe her tears. But when Su Miaojuan saw her daughter's scratched hand, she cried even harder. It was her fault. She shouldn't have had any hope that her daughter would be safe just because she was in the nurse's office with teachers and doctors nearby. In fact, no one can be trusted. Only herself. Mom, don't cry. Mom, look at you. Lu Zhongbai tugged at his mother's sleeve anxiously. Even if Lu Zhongbai didn't say anything, Qi Zhali would have checked Su Huayu's swollen ankle when she saw it. But she didn't expect that Lu Zhongbai, who had refused to call her mother or mom, would now call her out of concern for Su Huayu. Okay, I'll look right now. Qi Zhali brought her own first aid kit just in case. She comforted Su Miaojuan, saying, Comrade Su, hold Yuer carefully. Let me see her injury. Su Miaojuan adjusted her position to make it easier for Qi Zhali to examine and treat Su Huayu. While her mother was applying medicine, Lu Zhongbai sincerely said to Su Miaojuan, Aunt Su, I'm sorry. I wasn't strong enough, so I let Yuer climb onto the road to ask for help. Su Miaojuan's mind was full of her daughter's injury. She only glanced at him and didn't say a word. But Su Huayu didn't want her mother to misunderstand Lu Zhongbai, especially since her mother already had a bias against him. Holding her mother's hand, Su Huayu said, Mom, it was my brother who protected me and came with me, and he even got kicked in the stomach by that bad guy to protect me. After saying this, Qi Zhali's hand trembled. She instinctively wanted to turn and check her son's condition, but she heard Lu Zhongbai say nearby, I'm fine. Just treat Yuer. Her brother carried me down the mountain overnight. He didn't dare rest. He kept holding me when we fell by the roadside. When he fell, he hit that branch and couldn't move his whole body. Not sure if it's because things are now safer, but Su Huayu finally relaxed and started to choke up when she spoke later. In Su Huayu's memory, besides her mother, only Lu Zhongbai has been so kind to her. He was still a child, but he worked hard to give her a sense of safety. When Qi Zhali, who was helping Su Huayu treat her foot and hand wounds, turned around with trembling hands to lift her son's clothes, she saw the bruises on his stomach. Tears blurred her vision. Qi Zhali's heart ached, but she tried to wipe away her tears and comfort her son, saying, It's okay, little bai. Mom is here. Mom will put medicine on you and check you. Lu Zhongbai watched Qi Zhali, trembling as she carefully applied medicine to him. When she spread the ointment, mixed with tears, on his stomach, he suddenly asked, Why were you late yesterday? He didn't want to ask at first because he thought breaking promises was breaking promises, no matter the reason, and he wouldn't forgive them anymore. But seeing Qi Zhali, who was so worried about him, he decided to give her another chance to explain. If her explanation didn't satisfy him, Lu Zhongbai would stop expecting anything from his parents. Not loving is just not loving. There are no excuses. Your dad was in a meeting all evening the day before yesterday and didn't come home. I was called to the hospital for an emergency surgery yesterday morning. I couldn't reach your sister when I called her. Qi Zhali wanted to be a strong mother in front of her son, but in reality, she had cried once, then again and again. I'm sorry, I broke my promise. Mom is sorry, sweetheart. When Lu Zhongbai heard that Qi Zhali was delayed by an emergency surgery at the hospital, he raised his hand and wiped her tears from her face. This time, I forgive you. Actually, before Qi Zhali spoke, Lu Zhongbai was prepared for them to be held back by Wanjinbang. Luckily, they weren't, or he might have gone crazy with jealousy, but felt helpless. Because he already knew that between Wanjinbang and himself, Qi Zhali and Lu Hai would choose Wanjinbang, even though he was their biological son. For them, promises might be more important than responsibility. Lu Zhongbai didn't want anyone to abandon him again, so he would abandon them before Qi Zhali and Lu Hai made their next decision. In Lu Zhongbai's view, children can grow up without parents. Before the group arrived at the hospital, Qi Zhali simply treated the injuries on the two children. Because Su Huayu said that Lu Zhongbai fell down the mountain and hit a branch, making him unable to move, Qi Zhali called specialists from surgery, internal medicine, and orthopedics to check him thoroughly, worried about injuries to his neck, spine, or waist. When Lu Hai and others arrived, Lu Zhongbai's examination was still ongoing, so everyone crowded into Su Huayu's hospital room. Su Huayu only had a severe swelling on her ankle. She only needed some ointment and rest for a few days before, but now she probably needs to rest for half a month or more. Lu Jianwei saw how badly Su Huayu's small foot was hurt, and his eyes turned red. When he heard from Su Huayu about her brother's brave and determined attitude, tears fell even more. Lu Hai and Lu Jianze, who were nearby, also looked moved but held back their emotions. Su Huayu explained again to the Lu family because she felt there was some tension between Lu Zhongbai and her family. She wanted to tell them what Lu Zhongbai had done, hoping they would pay more attention and care more about him. As for Lu Zhongbai's thoughts about killing or injuring others, a gentleman judges by actions, not intentions. He didn't actually do those things, so there's no need to mention them. If those words got out, Lu Zhongbai would face even more prejudice. After all, few children his age dare to kill. After nearly 3 hours of being examined and turned over by the doctors, Lu Zhongbai finally returned to the hospital room with Su Huayu. As soon as he entered, everyone looked at him with worry and admiration. Why did they look at him like that? Xiaobai, how do you feel? Lu Zhongbai looked at his father kneeling in front of him, but he didn't want to say anything. He had already spoken enough to the 4 or 5 doctors earlier. Besides the scrapes on my stomach and calf, my neck and spine are fine. When Qi Zhali heard Su Huayu say that Lu Zhongbai had fallen from above and couldn't move, she was so worried her mind almost exploded. Fortunately, it was a close call. That's good. That's good. My son is really impressive. He's so responsible at such a young age. When he grows up, he will definitely contribute to society and the country. Lu Hai was truly proud. Before this, Lu Hai had thought his younger son's personality wasn't very good. Luckily, he was overthinking. His son was just stubborn but kind-hearted. After hearing Lu Hai's words, Lu Zhongbai didn't say anything. He simply walked past him to the bedside of Su Huayu. Maybe he's used to being ignored by his younger son, so even when he's ignored in front of many people, Lu Hai only feels a bit awkward and doesn't have other feelings. Qi Zhali looked at Lu Hai holding his hand and sighed softly. She felt that if they wanted to get along well with their younger son, it would be a long and difficult journey. Does your foot still hurt? Lu Zhongbai asked besides Su Huayu. A little. It's almost impossible to make it stop hurting when it's swollen like that. Can you give her anesthesia? Lu Zhongbai turned to his mother and asked. Qi Zhali shook her head and explained to her son, anesthesia during surgery is fine, but not for Yuer's injury. It's better for her recovery. After saying that, she looked at her son and emphasized, you can't use anesthesia carelessly. If there weren't so many people around, Qi Zhali would still want to ask her son where he learned about anesthesia. Comrade Lu Zhongbai. Lu Zhongbai looked at Su Miaojuan, who suddenly called his name, and bowed deeply. Thank you for saving my daughter. When Su Miaojuan bowed, Lu Zhongbai stepped forward and helped her up. Actually, Lu Zhongbai understood manners and social etiquette, but knowing doesn't always mean he has to act.
Yuer also sabete me.
Yuer is my younger sister, and I am her older brother. It's my duty to protect her. After hearing Lu Zhongbai's words and thinking about what he had done for her daughter these past 2 days, Su Miaojuan began to reflect sincerely. Maybe she had been too biased against him because of his small flaws. He and Huayu might really be different. But Annie still wants to thank you. Thank you. If it weren't for you, my daughter and I might never have met again in this life. Lu Zhongbai saw Su Miaojuan, who was about to bow again to thank him, and stopped her once more. Miss Miao, if you keep thanking us, our little Bai will be too proud to lift his head, Lu Jianwei said with a smile after calming herself. She stood on either side of Lu Zhongbai, smiling. Su Miaojuan slowly stood up and said, once our Yuer is discharged from the hospital, please give me a chance to host a thank you dinner. If you say that, I will also host one, Qi Zhali said, looking at Su Miaojuan. I think it would be better if our 2 families did it together. Her daughter had returned, and Su Miaojuan's reason and manners came back with her. Today is the weekend, and she can stay with her daughter all day. As for the department dinner, she had already forgotten about it. Meanwhile, Lu Hai and Lu Jianze left after less than an hour of visiting Lu Zhongbai. Qi Zhali was also off work today, but since she was at the hospital, she was often asked questions. In the end, only Su Miaojuan and Lu Jianwei stayed in the ward with Su Huayu and Lu Zhongbai. When Su Huayu and Lu Zhongbai were taken to the military hospital, it was noon. After eating a little, Su Huayu slept for 2 hours. Lu Zhongbai had been checking things since he arrived. Only after everyone left did he finally eat the meal Qi Zhali prepared for him. While Lu Zhongbai was eating, Su Huayu asked Su Miaojun nearby, "Mom, when will we go home?" She didn't like the hospital. "Wait for your dad. He will come to pick us up." Su Miaojun didn't plan to stay overnight at the hospital with Su Huayu. The hospital was busy, and after what happened yesterday, Su Miaojun didn't dare leave Su Huayu alone in the ward, even with Lu Zhongbai and Lu Jianwei nearby. Seeing the dark circles under Su Miaojun's eyes, Su Huayu moved closer to her bed and said, "Mom, come lie with me." Su Huayu wanted her mother to stay and sleep with her, but after Su Miaojun lay down with her, she gently held her and looked at her without blinking, as if blinking would make Su Huayu disappear. Su Miaojun was afraid to sleep, but because her mother was there, Su Huayu finally grabbed her mother's clothes, smelled her mother's scent, and fell into a sweet sleep. When Su Huayu woke up again, it was already dark. As her consciousness was still fuzzy, she heard her mother talking to Wu Haifeng. "They are all dead." Before catching them, they all took their own lives. Su Huayu was completely alert after hearing those words. "Of course, that's just how Huiyu is," Su Miaojun said coldly. They only died to avoid involving their families, but if they were caught and linked to Huiyu, they would not only face death but also threaten their family members. Huiyu liked to use this kind of collective punishment. The clues are broken. Their suicides don't implicate Huiyu. Or rather, only Su Miaojun and Wu Haifeng knew that these people were connected to Huiyu. Yi Weihao and Zhang Hao never mentioned Huiyu from start to finish, and Huiyu was not even in the country now. The clues on Wu Haifeng's side were broken, but the clues on Huiyu's side were connected. Before Yi Weihao and Zhang Hao left the capital with Su Huayu and Lu Zhongbai, they first sent a message to Huiyu. When Yi Weihao and Zhang Hao took their own lives, Huiyu was in his seaside villa in Gangcheng, drinking red wine and waiting to reunite with his daughter soon. "Master, yours room has been prepared," Fang Yuanshan said as he looked at Huiyu, who was standing at the railing holding a wine glass. Fang Yuanshan knew Huiyu valued Huiyu, but this was the first time he had specially arranged Huiyu's room next to his. It was a blessing among Huiyu's children. However, a girl. Was Huiyu overdoing it? "Do we still need to use the talisman?" Fang Yuanshan asked about the decorations in Su Huiyu's room earlier. "No need." Huiyu finished the wine in his glass and said, "Chengren's birth chart is good too. Let's put her in Chengren's room, but Chengren is the only son in the family." Fang Yuanshan's words were swallowed back under Huiyu's cold, stern gaze. Huiyu stepped forward, smiling as he patted Fang Yuanshan's shoulder and said, "Your is different. From now on, I will personally raise her." Huiyu's high regard for Su Huayu was unknown to Su Miaojun. Even if she knew, she wouldn't think her daughter was particularly lucky. Honestly, he just thought his daughter was more valuable to the Hu family. She didn't care much for that value, and neither did her daughter. When Wu Haifeng took Su Miaojun and Su Huayu home, Lu Zhongbai, who was sleeping, was carried back to the hospital by Lu Hai and put in the car to go home. Lu Hai looked at his sleeping son, Lu Zhongbai, in his arms. Carefully, he lifted his son's shirt and saw the bruise on his stomach. Despite being used to hardships, Lu Hai's eyes welled up with tears. This kid, he thought, a normal child would have cried and cried by now. But he's so quiet. Lu Hai gently touched his son's small face with love. Qi Zhali also sighed softly. "Old Lu, there's something." She hesitated, unsure how to continue. After thinking for a moment, she shook her head. "It's nothing." "Is it about Zhenbang?" Lu Hai asked. Qi Zhali didn't reply, but sometimes silence was like an answer. Zhenbang didn't do anything wrong. The things from back then weren't his fault. It's not fair to treat him like this. She looked at Lu Zhongbai sleeping in Lu Hai's arms. "Is it fair to little Bai? I don't want to be a good comrade anymore, Lu Hai. I want to be a good mother." Lu Hai was silent. Finally, he said to Qi Zhali, "Children are not cats or dogs. Even cats and dogs shouldn't be abandoned after being raised. That's irresponsible. We can't do that. But what about Xiaobai? He has some issues with the past. He can't share a roof with Zhenbang. Should we make him keep hiding?" Qi Zhali looked at Lu Hai, her voice trembling. It's our fault for not handling it well, Lu Hai replied. What do you want to do about it? Qi Zhali asked. Do you think Xiao Bai will accept your way of handling things? Lu Hai looked silently at his sleeping son, saying nothing. The three of them returned home in silence. When Lu Hai carried Lu Zhongbai out of the car, Yuan Jinbang, who had been sitting in the living room, heard the car and hurried outside. His smile faded slightly when he saw Lu Zhongbai in Lu Hai's arms. Mom, Dad, you're back. Lu Hai nodded gently. Your brother is hurt and scared. I'll take him to rest. Can I do anything? Yuan Jinbang asked. Qi Zhali looked at the sensible boy and sighed softly. No need, Jinbang. It's late. You should go to bed early. You have classes tomorrow. Ruan Zhenbang nodded his small head and said to Qi Zhali, Mom, I prepared some plain boiled water for you. Drink a little later. I'm going back to my room to sleep. Okay. After Ruan Zhenbang went back to his room, Qi Zhali turned and entered Lu Zhongbai's room. Lu Hai put down Lu Zhongbai, saw Qi Zhali come in, and took her arm, saying, Let the kid sleep. Let's go out. I want to see him. Don't look now. Yesterday, the kid went missing and you didn't rest or close your eyes. Sleep quickly. When you wake up, you can make chive-filled pastry for your son, because Lu Hai and Qi Zhali didn't get to enjoy the chive pastries made by their son. They decided to make them again for Lu Zhongbai alone. The moment the bedroom door closed, Lu Zhongbai, who should have been deeply asleep in bed, opened his eyes. He looked toward the bedroom door, then turned around, facing away from the door, and looked out the window. They all have secrets and noble morals, but he does not. If he hadn't accidentally stepped on something this morning, Lu Zhongbai would have secretly gone to the station with Su Huayu, then taken the train back to Husher, to his grandparents. He doesn't like it here, not at all. Lu Zhongbai fell asleep on his own. After Su Huayu returned home, she was warmly welcomed by brothers Wu Lichuan and Wu Lijiang, then felt guilty for not protecting her well. Su Huayu looked at the two brothers, full of self-blame, and smiled. Big brothers aren't here. If they were, they would definitely chase the bad guys away. I will hold onto his leg tightly. Wu Lichuan waved his fists. I will bite his hand. Wu Lijiang said fiercely. I bite people fiercely. More than a dog, Su Huayu. That's impressive. Su Miaojuan looked at Wu Lichuan's children, thinking about how she and Wu Haifeng had neglected them these past days, and sighed softly. Wu Lichuan heard her sigh and said, Mom, we won't go to the zoo anymore. Although Wu Lijiang liked the zoo, yesterday's experience really scared them. He looked at Su Miaojuan and said, The zoo isn't fun. Su Miaojuan stepped forward and hugged the two brothers, whispering, Sorry, I neglected you yesterday. Mom didn't neglect us. Mom and Dad are catching the bad guys. We're watching the house for Mom and Dad. Wu Lichuan spoke seriously. Yes, my brother and I take good care of the family. Wu Haifeng smiled and said, That's right. I saw the vegetable garden was watered. Very impressive. Have you eaten? Su Miaojuan looked at the proud brothers Wu Haifeng and Wu Lichuan and asked. We ate. Uncle Ji took us to eat with Huayang and the others. After speaking, Wu Lichuan looked at his sister Su Huayu, who was dozing off on the Kong, and asked, Did you eat, little sister? Yes, I ate. I want to sleep now. Su Miaojuan looked at her daughter, who was struggling to keep her eyes open, and gently held her, saying, Mom will help you wash up a little. Okay? Su Huayu, still sleepy, hugged Su Miaojuan and let her help her get ready. Finally, she changed into pajamas and lay on her soft, cozy bed. Su Miaojuan did not go back to her own room. Instead, she lay beside Su Huayu. Wu Haifeng also stayed. He sat close to Su Miaojuan, with Wu Lijiang and Wu Lichuan beside them. This was the first time their family of 5 slept together. After the children fell asleep, Wu Haifeng said to Su Miaojuan, Should I ask for leave tomorrow? The room was quiet for about a minute. Then Su Miaojuan said, No need. I will go to work tomorrow. Wu Haifeng was surprised when he heard her answer and looked at her back. Miaojuan, hearing Wu Haifeng's voice, Su Miaojuan turned to look at her sleeping daughter and then slowly turned to Wu Haifeng, saying, You're right. The more he tries to make me anxious and afraid, the more I need to stay strong. Especially after what happened yesterday, Su Miaojuan felt that she was nothing. When facing problems, She could only rely on Wu Haifeng. Wu Haifeng was reliable now, but what about in the future? Should she really tie herself and her daughter's future to others? She understood the principle of relying on others and falling when depending on mountains.
She didn't want that.
She also didn't want her fear of Huiyu to trap her daughter. She didn't want her love for her daughter to become a shackle. Her daughter should live freely and happily. Therefore, Su Miaojuan wanted to become stronger, to gain some power and status. Only then could she stop hiding and running around with her daughter, and Huiyu wouldn't dare to look down on her or bully her. In her past life, Su Miaojuan, who was close to Huiyu, was not unaware of the powerful people in Hong Kong City. She knew even more about Huiyu's enemies. Huiyu was too free, so he had time to focus on himself and his daughter. If he had to worry about many things, in a year or even half a year, the situation at home would become more difficult, and Huiyu wouldn't be able to get involved anymore. Besides that, there was also Han Yongfu in the office. Tomorrow, they would find out if Han Yongfu had received the punishment he deserved. Wu Haifeng listened to Su Miaojuan's encouraging words and gradually relaxed. He had felt before that Su Miaojuan was a little too afraid of Huiyu. Now that he saw her getting stronger, Wu Haifeng felt quite happy. Tomorrow morning, I will take a day off. I can stay at home with Yuer. Is that okay? Of course. Yuer is also my daughter, Wu Haifeng said. But only for tomorrow morning. I'm thinking of asking Auntie, who has nothing to do, to look after Yuer, or maybe let her go to kindergarten with Da Chuan and the others. We can go pick her up every day. Su Miaojuan was actually thinking about asking Wang Fingji's mother-in-law, Qianing, to take care of Su Huaiyu at the big yard. But now she thought Wu Haifeng's idea was good too. Maybe we should wait until Yuan wakes up tomorrow and ask her then. As long as they didn't leave the police yard, Su Miaojuan felt safe. After what happened with Song Lingling, entering and leaving the police yard had become very strict. Even someone like Su Miaojuan, who lived inside, had to register every time she went in or out. Cars were checked to see what they were carrying. For Su Huaiyu, she definitely wanted to go to kindergarten. Although being with a bunch of kids was boring, it was still more fun than staying home alone with a stranger she didn't know well. Su Miaojuan wasn't surprised when she heard her daughter say she wanted to go to kindergarten. When Wu Haifeng carried Su Huaiyu and took her to kindergarten with Su Miaojuan, he was surprised to see Lu Zhongbai pushing a wheelchair over, led by Qi Zhaoli and Lu Jianze. He stood there in shock. Su Miaojuan was surprised she hadn't thought of getting a wheelchair for her daughter. Using a wheelchair would make things much easier. Wu Haifeng was surprised at how much Lu Zhongbai cared about his little daughter. Lu Zhongbai patted the wheelchair in front of him and said to Su Huaiyu, who was in Wu Haifeng's arms, "Yuer, look what I brought for you." Su Huaiyu quickly closed her mouth, which had been left open in shock. She never thought she would need a wheelchair at such a young age. Qi Zhaoli smiled and said, "This wheelchair was borrowed from the hospital early this morning." Xiao Bai carefully picked it out himself. Lu Jianze laughed as he placed the wheelchair in front of Wu Haifeng. Let Huaiyu try it out. Because of Lu Zhongbai, everyone in the Lu family already knew Su Huaiyu. When Wu Haifeng placed her in the wheelchair, she noticed there was a bamboo cushion on the seat, making it cool and comfortable. But since Su Huaiyu was still small and not very strong, she couldn't move the wheelchair for long. She always needed someone to help push her. On the way to kindergarten, Wu Haifeng pushed her. After the adults left, Lu Zhongbai naturally took over as her driver. Of course, he was only the driver when Su Huaiyu was sitting in the chair. Once the teacher carried her to a small stool, the wheelchair instantly became a toy for the other children. Fortunately, the children all knew the wheelchair belonged to Su Huaiyu. With Wu Lichuan and the others watching, the most they did was take turns sitting in it for a short ride around the kindergarten. By lunchtime, the wheelchair was always returned to Su Huaiyu. However, when it was returned one day, Lu Zhongbai noticed the handles were sticky with something. His face darkened, and he gathered all the children in the yard. After finding out that some kids had eaten without washing their hands before sitting in the chair, he firmly made them watch as he wiped the wheelchair clean with his own handkerchief, bit by bit. From that day on, Lu Zhongbai became well known among the children. No one dared to touch Su Huayu's wheelchair again, and no one dared to argue with him. It wasn't for any special reason. He just looked so fierce, as if he might actually scare children into silence. At lunch, a child asked why Song Lingling hadn't come to school. When Su Huayu heard that Song Lingling had resigned, she was so shocked that the egg slipped from her chopsticks without her even noticing. Why did it happen so suddenly? Because no one, including Su Miaojuan, had mentioned the connection between Song Lingling and Yi Weihao in front of Su Huayu. She still didn't know that her disappearance had a little to do with them. Eat properly, Lu Zhongbai reminded, noticing that Su Huayu was distracted at the table. Without eating well, how could she have the strength to grow? While Su Huayu was having her meal, over in the office, Su Miaojuan's colleagues were also getting ready for lunch. That morning, Han Yongfu hadn't shown up at the office, and surprisingly, Wang Chongliang and Ding Ichio, who used to seem unfriendly toward each other, suddenly became close. At noon, when work ended, the two invited Yang Jingjing to the cafeteria, but they deliberately left out Su Miaojuan. In fact, since the start of the workday, Ding Ichio, Wang Chongliang, and Yang Jingjing had been ignoring Su Miaojuan completely, as if she didn't exist. But Su Miaojuan didn't care about their little office games. After they went downstairs, she walked into Han Yongfu's office and used his phone to make 2 quick calls. When the line connected, the corners of her lips lifted slightly. As she thought, the phone numbers from her past life hadn't changed. Both calls together took less than 90 seconds. Just as she hung up and returned to her desk to gather her things for lunch, Yang Jingjing unexpectedly came back. Luckily, Su Miaojuan's calls had been short and to the point. Otherwise, she might have been caught in Han Yongfu's office. "Did you forget something?" Su Miaojuan asked. That morning, Yang Jingjing had been the only one to give her a few apologetic smiles, so Su Miaojuan didn't dislike her. After all, Yang was just a junior staff member, unable to go against the team leader and those with connections. I forgot my meal ticket," Yang Jingjing replied. After picking it up from her desk and seeing that Su Miaojuan hadn't left yet, she offered, "Shall we go together?"
Su Miaojuan smiled.
"Is that okay?" Blushing, Yang Jingjing said, "Of course." Team leader Wang and comrade Ding should already be at the cafeteria. "All right, let's go together." As they left the office, Yang Jingjing glanced around to make sure no one was nearby, then quickly whispered to Su Miaojuan, "Yesterday, when you didn't show up at our office dinner without saying a word, the director was furious. He even lost his temper in the private room." Su Miaojuan heard Yang Jingjing reporting her, and she let out a long sigh. She said, "I didn't mean not to go. My daughter was kidnapped at the zoo on Saturday." As she spoke, Su Miaojuan choked up and started to cry. Hearing this, Yang Jingjing immediately worried and asked, "Was the child found?" Su Miaojuan wiped her tears and nodded. "She was found yesterday in the wild mountains outside the capital. If we had been a little slower, the child might have been taken to the neighboring province." When Yang Jingjing heard that the child was safe, she relaxed and said, "I'm glad the child is back." "That was really frightening." Su Miaojuan nodded and said, "Although she was a bit injured, at least she was rescued. If anything happened to my daughter, I wouldn't know how to go on living," Su Miaojuan said, her voice sincere. The previous words sounded a bit like acting, but this was truly her heartfelt feeling. If something had truly happened to Su Huayu, Su Miaojuan couldn't bear to think about her future. "Can you come to work today? Is it okay for the child to stay at home?" Just then, they reached the second floor. Wang Shichong from the HR department saw Su Miaojuan crying and, upon hearing Yang Jingjing's question, hurried over. "Xiao Su, what happened?" Seeing that Wang Shichong was the one asking, Su Miaojuan told him about what had happened the day before. From what Yang Jingjing said earlier, Ding Yiqiu and Wang Chongli had been gossiping about her at the factory, repeatedly pushing back their gatherings. Since she wanted to make a name for herself at the brewing factory, she couldn't afford to have a bad reputation. And the child, she went to kindergarten. "I plan to finish my work early every day to pick her up." "That's good," Wang Shichong said to Su Miaojuan. "I heard Jingjing say before that you work very efficiently. No wonder I recommended you." Wang Shichong's words were full of praise for Su Miaojuan's abilities and his appreciation for his own good judgment. After all, talented people are common, but good judges are rare. Seeing no one else nearby, Wang Shichong lowered his voice and said to Su Miaojuan and Yang Jingjing, "Your department's director Han is under investigation for some issues. The investigation will be completed by the day after tomorrow at the latest. Once the results are out, if the allegations are true, your department might get a new leader." Although Su Miaojuan had already prepared herself mentally, she still looked surprised, just like Yang Jingjing. Wang Shichong finished speaking, smiled, and patted Su Miaojuan's arm, saying, "Work hard." "Yes, Uncle Wang." After getting the answer he wanted, even though Yang Jingjing separated from her at the cafeteria, Su Miaojuan still felt very happy. In the afternoon, when she saw Ding Ichio with a bitter face and Wang Chongli quietly distancing himself from her, a hint of mockery flashed in Su Miaojuan's eyes. She then continued to do her own work. As there were about 2 hours left before the end of work, Wang Chongli took the initiative to come over and offer to help her finish the remaining tasks so she could go home early. Su Miaojuan simply smiled, handed him her completed work, and said, "Thank you, team leader, but I've finished everything. I'll go now." Okay. Wang Chongli looked at Su Miaojuan, whose attitude was exactly the same as before, and suddenly felt a little embarrassed. He felt like he had been acting like a fool, just arguing with Su Miaojuan. After she left, Ding Ichio snorted coldly and said, "Now you're clinging to someone, but you're afraid they might think you're just a fair-weather friend." A flash of anger crossed Wang Chongli's eyes, but when he remembered the rumors he had heard, he smiled at Ding Ichio and said, "Instead of worrying about me, you should worry about yourself." After saying this, Wang Chongli took the work Su Miaojuan had finished and returned to his desk. Meanwhile, Yang Jingjing, who had been silently watching, quietly moved closer to her desk. As long as it didn't affect her, she was fine with whatever happened. When Su Miaojuan finished shopping and returned to the kindergarten gate, she ran into Qi Zhali again. Perhaps because of their recent experience a few days ago, they no longer felt awkward when they met. "Director Qi, I bought some vegetables today. Why don't you bring Zhongbai and the others to my house for dinner?" Qi Zhali thought for a moment and didn't refuse. Her son had rarely made such a good friend. Although he was a little younger, Su Huayu was calm, brave, and courageous for his age, which Qi Zhali liked very much. "Sure. I even bought roast duck from Quanjude. Let's have dinner together tonight." Su Miaojuan originally only invited Qi Zhali and Lu Zhongbai, but after the children finished school, she couldn't ignore Ji Huayang and his brother. Lu Zhongbai pushed Su Huayu forward, with the 4 children following behind. Just as they were about to turn home, they encountered Lu Jianwei, who was returning from grocery shopping. Lu Jianwei heard that her mother was taking the children to Su Miaojuan's house for dinner, so she decided not to cook and simply took the groceries she bought to Su Miaojuan's home. When Wu Haifeng and Ji Dehui returned home from the office, the children called them over. As they reached the yard, they were greeted by a strong, pleasant smell and saw Lu Zhongbai wrapping his wheelchair with pink cotton fabric, while Su Huayu watched nearby, enjoying the scene. "Xiaobai, what are you doing?" Ji Dehui asked, puzzled, seeing Lu Zhongbai wrapping his wheelchair with such nice fabric. "The wheelchair doesn't look good. I want to decorate it for you," Lu Zhongbai replied. Su Huayu also felt a bit helpless about this. Actually, today Qi Zhali brought 2 pieces of fabric, one pink, like now, and another bright red, which looked like wedding fabric. At first, Lu Zhongbai liked the bright red fabric, but it was too eye-catching, so Su Huayu quickly chose the pink one instead. "These are all good fabrics. It's such a pity to waste them," Ji Dehui said, touching the fabric. It felt quite comfortable. Fabrics are bought to be used. "As long as they are useful, it's not a waste," Lu Zhongbai said. After hearing this, Ji Dehui had nothing to say. Even if he had something to say, Lu Zhongbai probably wouldn't listen to his brother-in-law, especially since he didn't listen to his own parents either. That evening, everyone sat together for dinner. When they saw Su Huayu with her lips puffed out, tying large bows on the front and back of her wheelchair, everyone fell silent. "Zhongbai, the wheelchair looks nice, but isn't it a bit Too fancy, someone said. No. Lu Zhongbai admired his work. Bright red would look better. Hearing this, Su Huayu quickly said, I like this one. It was a princess style. Pure and simple princess style. But this princess style was definitely better than the bright red carriage wrapped in red fabric. Once the red fabric was on, Su Huayu was afraid she might wake up in the middle of the night and see it, giving her nightmares. Later that night, after everyone had eaten and drunk enough, Qi Zhaoli and Lu Jianwei prepared to take their children home. Lu Zhongbai stood next to the pink wheelchair and said, I'm not leaving, Lu Jianwei. For some reason, she felt her brother was secretly planning something tricky. Do you want to stay at your sister's house? Qi Zhaoli asked, not yet realizing what her son was up to. No, Lu Zhongbai looked at the adults in the house and said, I want to stay here tonight. After Lu Zhongbai finished speaking, Lu Jianwei thought to herself, she knew this brat was planning this. Since they couldn't climb through the window, the boy started thinking about how to go through the front door. While the adults frowned, trying to decide how to answer Lu Zhongbai, Ji Huayang also moved closer to his little uncle and asked the adults, can we sleep with De Chuan and the others tonight? I wanted to. Ji Huai's family was small, but he was at the age where he wanted to do whatever the older kids did. You still with the bed, and you want to join? Ji Dehui quickly picked up his younger son. Wu Haifeng smiled and said, it's getting late. He looked at Su Miaojuan and saw she didn't refuse, so he said, then you can sleep in the west bedroom tonight. But sister's foot is hurt. You are not allowed to make trouble or hurt her again, understand? Lu Zhongbai heard Wu Haifeng agree and immediately said loudly, Uncle Wu, don't worry. I will definitely protect my sister and won't let anyone get past me to touch her. After that, Lu Zhongbai also told Su Miaojuan, we won't go beyond the curtain and won't disturb sister's rest. Then, he used a rare, slightly pitiful tone to say to Su Miaojuan, last night, I kept having nightmares. I dreamed I didn't protect my sister and lost her. Annie, can I stay here for a few nights? Once I stop having nightmares, I will leave. Qi Zhaoli didn't doubt her son's words at all. When she heard him say this, she felt a little sad and said, Xiaobai, why didn't you tell me about your nightmares? Lu Zhongbai looked at his mother and said, because it wouldn't have helped. When Lu Zhongbai was 4, he was kidnapped and found his way back. Since then, he had nightmares almost every night, except when his grandmother, who sometimes held a knife while sleeping, discovered it. No one else knew. Actually, his grandfather probably knew, but his grandmother was the one who told him. The pocket watch Lu Zhongbai always carried was specially made for him by a craftsman his grandfather found, just to give him a sense of security. From the moment he received the watch, Lu Zhongbai never let it out of his sight, not even when he was taking a bath. Because of this, the pocket watch broke several times, but each time it was repaired, it lasted longer. Now, Lu Zhongbai's watch doesn't break even if it gets soaked in water. Next to him, Qi Zhaoli heard her son's light voice and wanted to say something, but she found she couldn't speak. She was the one who let him leave with her parents back then, and she was the one who wasn't there for him. This was a fact that couldn't be changed. Qi Zhaoli watched her son slowly hold onto her clothes. The past couldn't be changed, but the present and future could be. She had already lost one son and couldn't lose another. Turning to Su Miaojuan, she asked, Comrade Su, could Xiaobai stay at your house for a few nights? I know it sounds a bit selfish, but I am willing to cover all your expenses during this time. Though her words might make others uncomfortable, Qi Zhaoli tried to speak gently. There's no need for that, Director Qi, Su Miaojuan said. Over the past few days, she had seen how guilty and loving Qi Zhaoli felt toward Lu Zhongbai. Seeing that Su Miaojuan didn't object, Wu Haifeng said, it doesn't matter about expenses. How much can a child eat? Just let him stay. Su Miaojuan felt a little reluctant, but when she saw her daughter smiling at Lu Zhongbai, she softened and nodded, saying, Hafeng is right. We're neighbors and the kids have been through a lot. It's good for them to stay together for a few days to rest. After all, in the west bedroom, it wasn't just her daughter and Lu Zhongbai, Wu Lichuan and his brother were there too. Thank you, really, thank you all. You're welcome. Before leaving the Wu family, Qi Zhaoli looked at Lu Zhongbai, who was still a bit unsteady on his feet, and said, Xiaobai, I want to apologize again for the zoo incident. If there's a chance later, Mom and Dad will take you there again, okay? Lu Zhongbai looked at Qi Zhali kneeling in front of him and said indifferently, maybe later. Qi Zhali didn't feel upset that her son was dismissive. Instead, she was happy he didn't reject her.
Outright.
All right, we'll talk about it later. She handed him some money and said, take this. If it's not enough, tell your older sister to ask her for more. Lu Zhongbai looked at the round, full wallet his mother handed him, but didn't open it to see what money or bills were inside. Actually, besides being twice, Zhongbai has never lacked money or things since he was young. Also, I want to talk honestly with you about Qinbang, Qi Zhali said. She didn't want to let some things stay unclear anymore. She missed the chance to explain before, and she didn't want to miss it again, even if her explanation might still be weak. He is very pitiful, he is good, and he is well-behaved. You promised his parents to take care of him. You can't just send him away easily, Lu Zhongbai said calmly, sharing everything he had heard about Wang Jinbang since arriving in the capital. He spoke first, before Qi Zhali could explain. But, does this have anything to do with me? Lu Zhongbai looked at his mother. Xiaobai, Qi Zhali's heart ached deeply. I know he is your adopted brother. I didn't say I want to send him away. I have no opinion against him. I just don't want to live with him, and I don't want us to be brothers. Lu Zhongbai looked at his mother, tears streaming down her face, and closed his eyes. If he couldn't see, he wouldn't feel pain or become soft-hearted. He didn't do anything wrong, Lu Zhongbai said, opening his eyes to look at his mother. Mom, did I do something wrong? No. Qi Zhali cried, holding Lu Zhongbai in her arms. I'm sorry, Xiaobai, I'm sorry. Lu Zhongbai didn't push his mother away. He just stood there, letting her hold him. Stop saying sorry. Every time you say sorry, I worry that you're going to give up on me again. After he finished speaking, Qi Zhali's emotional defenses completely broke down. Leaving Jinbang behind and ignoring Lu Zhongbai, how is that not another form of giving up? As Qi Zhali cried her heart out, Lu Jianwei, who should have been back home, was hiding behind the moon gate, listening to his mother's sobs and wiping his tears. Ji Dihui watched Lu Jianwei, who was covering his mouth while crying, and sighed softly. Then he gently embraced Lu Jianwei in his arms. What should we do? Lu Jianwei cried to his husband. It's true that my parents kept their promise, but Xiaobai is not at fault. Even Jinbang is not at fault. Just as Qi Zhali and Lu Hai hoped, if not for that accident, they might have truly been able to live happily together. But life has no guarantees. Ji Dihui looked at his crying wife and said, Why don't you talk to your parents? Maybe Xiaobai can stay with us for a few years. When Lu Zhongbai saw his mother off to Wu's house, Su Huayu was sitting in a small wheelchair at the entrance of the main hall, waiting for him. Lu Zhongbai looked at Su Huayu, who seemed to glow under the light. His face was cold, but a gentle smile slowly appeared, as if that light also reflected in his eyes. Brother, come push me. Lu Zhongbai ran happily towards Su Huayu. Okay. Su Huayu watched Lu Zhongbai's unusual posture and asked as he grabbed his wheelchair, Brother, did you bring the medicine for your wound? Yes, I did. Can I ask Dad to help you put on the medicine? Lu Zhongbai nodded. Sure. Lu Zhongbai pushed Su Huayu back into the house. After Su Huayu called out, Mom and Dad, the door to the east bedroom opened. Wu Haifeng and Su Miaojuan appeared at the door, one after the other, with a hint of subtle embarrassment on their faces. Their room was close to the door, so they heard Qi Zhali crying clearly. Because of this, when Su Huayu mentioned waiting at the door for Lu Zhongbai, Su Miaojuan didn't refuse. Instead, she moved him to the entrance of the main hall. She knew her daughter truly considered Lu Zhongbai a friend. To prevent Lu Zhongbai from feeling awkward upon his return, Su Miaojuan and Wu Haifeng, as adults, quietly slipped back into the east bedroom. Dad, can you help brother with the medicine? Mom, can you help me wash up? With their instructions, Wu Haifeng and Su Miaojuan nodded repeatedly. Of course, there was nothing wrong with that. While Wu Haifeng was helping Lu Zhongbai wash up and apply the medicine, he looked at the faint bruise on his stomach and asked, Does it still hurt? Real men don't complain. Hearing Wu Haifeng's compliment, Lu Zhongbai was about to lift his chin proudly, but when that big hand rubbed his stomach, his expression changed. Still, he kept silent. After easing the pain, Lu Zhongbai said, "My grandfather arranged for me to learn from a few teachers, but when I came to the capital, they all went back home." "What did you learn from your teacher?" "Tai Chi, Bagua, and Yongchun, just some casual practice to stay healthy." Wu Haifeng didn't take it seriously. He thought a young boy couldn't learn much. "Be careful with that leg. Walk slowly, don't run or jump. Understand?" After applying medicine to Lu Zhongbai's leg, Ji Dehui just brought over Lu Zhongbai and Ji Huayang's bedding. Since 2 more people had added to the big bed in the west room, the curtain in the middle was moved slightly towards Su Huayu's side, but Su Huayu's spot was still the biggest. "Where should I put their bedding?" Wu Haifeng was about to speak, but Lu Zhongbai said, "Mine goes here by the curtain next to Dechuan, then a Yang, and Xiao Jiang by the window." Wu Haifeng and Ji Dehui looked at Lu Zhongbai at the same time. It seemed he had planned this arrangement long ago. Neither of the adults objected. Ji Dehui placed Lu Zhongbai's bedding on the bed, then moved his son's bedding to the right. Originally, 3 beds fit perfectly on the right side of the curtain, but putting 4 beds together was a little crowded. However, the boys were very excited. They were sleeping together for the first time. When Su Miaojuan carried Su Huayu back to the west room and looked at the 4 young boys on the bed, she felt a bit worried. Lu Zhongbai, noticing Su Miaojuan's hesitation, said to the 3 boys playing nearby, Wu Lichuan and Ji Huayang, "All right, be quiet. It's time to sleep. Lie down properly." Lu Zhongbai's words worked. After he spoke, the 3 boys quickly returned to their beds. Wu Lichuan assured Su Miaojuan, "Mom, don't worry. We won't disturb sister's rest. We won't move around. We won't make noise. We won't sneak food." Su Miaojuan looked at each child, promising her, about to speak, when Lu Zhongbai finally said, "I sleep very quietly. I won't let them cross over me." Afterward, Su Miaojuan looked at her daughter and said, "If you're uncomfortable, remember to tell me." Because Lu Zhongbai had already come to sleep in the west room a few nights before Su Miaojuan knew about it, Su Huayu didn't think much of it, especially since these were all familiar people. Su Huayu lay on her bedding, looking at her mother standing by her bed, and said with a smile, "Good night, Mom." Su Miaojuan gently touched her daughter's small head and kissed her on the forehead. "Good night, sweetheart." Lu Zhongbai watched Su Miaojuan kiss Su Huayu's forehead. When Su Miaojuan looked over, he said, "Auntie, I will always watch over you." After thanking her, Su Miaojuan told her daughter again, "If your feet hurt or you feel uncomfortable at night, just call for Mom loudly. Mom will hear you." While Su Miaojuan was speaking, Wu Lijiang and Ji Huayang on the left side of the Kong had already fallen asleep without realizing it. Wu Lichuan also said to Su Miaojuan, "Mom, I will take good care of my sister. Don't worry. Okay, good night. You all should sleep early too." If these 4 children weren't all people she knew well, with good characters and old enough, Su Miaojuan wouldn't leave her daughter here alone. Moreover, Su Miaojuan found it normal for children of different ages in the big courtyard to live together, and some even sleep on the same big Kong with their parents. But Su Miaojuan thought that once the children started elementary school, she would need to separate the rooms. After turning off the lights and closing the door to the west room, Wu Lichuan yawned and said to his sister, "Xiaoyu, if you're uncomfortable or your feet hurt, remember to call me, okay?" "Got it. Then I'll sleep now. Good night." Because Su Miaojuan said good night to them every night, Wu Lichuan and Wu Lijiang also learned to say good night before sleeping. Of course, situations like Wu Lijiang falling asleep unknowingly didn't count. After saying this, Su Huayu also looked at Lu Zhongbai on the other side of the curtain and smiled. "Good night, Lu Zhongbai." Lu Zhongbai actually liked it when Su Huayu called his name, and he also liked her calling him brother. Sleep well. Good night. Lu Zhongbai watched Su Huayu close her eyes. He only closed his eyes quietly when she was asleep. Earlier, Lu Zhongbai said he had nightmares, but it wasn't just talk. Last night, he really had a nightmare dreaming that he and Su Huayu went back to when they were 4 years old. 4 years old. Indeed, it was a terrible nightmare. In that nightmare, he was no longer alone by himself. The next morning, Su Huayu woke up. The space behind the curtain was empty, but outside the window, the boys' small voices of 1, 2, 1, 2 could be heard. Su Huayu called out, and Su Miaojuan, who had already finished getting ready, pushed open the door and came in. Did you sleep well last night? Mom helped you get dressed. Because she was worried about hurting Su Huayu's foot, Su Miaojuan chose a blue doll collar dress for her. Seeing the Klein blue color in front of her, Su Huayu felt that even in the 1950s, she was quite fashionable. Su Miaojuan looked at Su Huayu in her little blue dress and was very pleased. Su Huayu's skin was already fair, and after putting on the blue dress, she looked even whiter. Su Miaojuan styled her daughter's hair into 2 textured buns, inserting 2 blue butterfly clips into the buns. After finishing her daughter's outfit, Su Miaojuan couldn't help but kiss her daughter's little face and sighed, "My daughter is so beautiful, because Mom is beautiful, so is you wear. My treasure is even more beautiful." When Su Miaojuan carried Su Huayu down from the bed and placed her in the pink wheelchair, the color clash looked a bit strange, but it couldn't hide her love for her daughter. After helping Su Huayu wash up, Lu Jianwei and Jidahui came in carrying a basket of breakfast. "It's quite lively this early in the morning," Lu Jianwei said, watching the children in the yard practicing with Wu Haifeng. "Xiaobai, your leg injury isn't fully healed yet. You can't practice with them. What if it gets worse?" Just as Lu Jianwei finished her comment, she saw her younger brother Lu Zhongbai nearby. She put down her things and quickly pulled her little brother out. "It's okay to want to practice, but you have to wait until your leg heals. If you hurt it further, isn't that losing more than you gain?" Wu Haifeng finished his training here and waved his hand, signaling the children to disperse. He walked over to Lu Zhongbai, who was watching from the main hall, and said, "Your sister is right. This kid just said he was only watching, but then he started to get closer. I didn't move my leg, I was just moving my arms." After seeing the blue figure in the main hall, Lu Zhongbai said, "I ran yesterday too, so it's okay." Then Lu Zhongbai quickly pulled away his older sister's hand and ran toward the main hall. "Look at this kid. Why isn't he listening?" While Lu Jianwei was complaining, Lu Zhongbai had already run over to Su Huayu, who was limping and not feeling well. "Lu Zhongbai, your leg is hurt. You can't run like that. What if it gets worse later?" Seeing Su Huayu sitting in a wheelchair looking angry, Lu Zhongbai touched his head and said, "It will get better. I have experience, but that's not okay either." Seeing Su Huayu worried and angry, Lu Zhongbai softly compromised, "Then I won't run anymore." At the door of the main hall, Lu Jianwei watched Lu Zhongbai suddenly become gentle in front of Su Huayu. She really wanted to ask Su Huayu if he had some special way to understand Lu Zhongbai. Or maybe this kid only shows kindness to Su Huayu, or perhaps he doesn't want to be nice to the Lu family. During breakfast, Lu Zhongbai sat naturally beside Su Huayu. Because he was always near her, both adults and children got used to seeing them together. After breakfast, the adults took the children to kindergarten and then went to their workplaces. Today was different from yesterday. When Su Miaojuan arrived at the factory, everyone who knew her came forward to ask about Su Huayu's condition. After confirming that the child was fine, they chatted briefly and then parted ways. Su Miaojuan only told Yang Jingjing and Wang Shichong about the kidnapping incident. She was prepared for the news to spread throughout the factory once she shared it. "Do you think the kidnappers found out about your brave act earlier, so they took your daughter?" Sister Wang from the HR department asked, and everyone around nodded. "That's probably it. I told Xiao Su not to show off her good deeds because those kidnappers hold grudges. Have they caught the people?" "Definitely. Xiao Su's husband works for the police. So, how could they not catch them?" Su Miaojuan didn't explain that the kidnappers weren't the same as the human traffickers. She only cared about the result. The process didn't matter. And being involved with traffickers is better than being involved with capitalists. After dealing with the human traffickers, people around only thought about how her brave actions made her targeted, which was good for her reputation. Nowadays, to get promoted at work, having a good reputation is very important. When Su Miaojuan returned to her office, Wang Chongliang saw her come in. After hesitating a few times, he stepped forward and said, "Comrade Su, I'm sorry." Curious, Su Miaojuan looked at Wang Chongliang. "Why are you apologizing all of a sudden? I didn't know what happened on Saturday, he explained. He really thought Su Miaojun was proud and arrogant, just like Han Yongfu said, and that she didn't give them respect. It's okay. It was sudden, and I also didn't keep my appointment, Su Miaojun said, looking toward her office. If Director Han comes, I will explain everything. Because Su Miaojun's attitude had never changed, Wang Changliang then said voluntarily, Director Han has been investigated. This morning, we heard that a new leader will come in the afternoon. Before this news, Wang Changliang had hoped he might get promoted to director, but it turned out he was just dreaming. Really so soon? Su Miaojun always thought it would take longer. Yes, I heard the director is a sudden appointment. No one knows if it's a man or woman, or if they'll be easy to get along with, Wang Changliang sighed. After he finished, Ding Ichio, who rarely arrived on time, came to the office punctually today. However, compared to her usual bossy and aloof attitude, today she looked like a wilted vegetable, lacking energy. Everyone in the office knew the reason, so today Ding Ichio was just like Su Miaojun yesterday, ignored by everyone. At noon, after lunch at the cafeteria, the group returned to the office and found 3 or 4 people inside. Su Miaojun and Wang Changliang stood at the door, watching as the uniformed men moved all of Han Yongfu's belongings out of the office. Ding Ichio wanted to stop them, but, thinking about her own situation, she only opened her mouth but didn't say anything. After all of Han Yongfu's things were moved out, everyone saw a sharp-looking woman with short hair, dressed in a linen suit, come out of the director's office. She looked toward the door and asked, "Did you report Han Yongfu?" When Su Miaojun heard the direct question, she froze in place. Usually, reports are anonymous to protect the whistleblower, so no one would openly admit to it in front of everyone. Hearing the woman across from her say this aloud, Su Miaojun was truly stunned. Was she doing it on purpose, or just lacking social awareness? Either way, people like this are quite frightening. Yes, it was me. When she heard the voice behind her, Su Miaojun's mind became even more confused. She and Wang Changliang turned to look at Ding Ichio. Under the gaze of others in the office, Ding Ichio swallowed hard and said, "I reported it." Su Miaojun. She couldn't quite understand what was happening. The report was clearly made by her, so how did it suddenly become Ding Ichio, Han Yongfu's niece? Or was it that, besides herself, Ding Ichio also truly reported Han Yongfu? Han Yongfu embezzled public funds and abused his power. As a member of the finance department, even though I am related to Han Yongfu, I refuse to associate with him. So, when I discovered irregularities in the company's accounts, I reported Han Yongfu to uphold justice. Ding Ichio spoke firmly, clutching her dress tightly, looking at the woman opposite her, hoping her words would sound more convincing. Yesterday, after learning her uncle was reported, her parents came up with this plan. If Ding Ichio didn't take the initiative to report Han Yongfu, once he left the finance department, she would be the next to go. Her average score of over 60 points was not enough to pass scrutiny. Reporting her own uncle was the only way to break the deadlock. The woman looked at Ding Ichio, who was acting so righteous, and smiled, saying, "Very good." Ding Ichio's spirit of mutual supervision and encouragement is something we should all learn from. Afterward, she introduced herself. "From now on, we are comrades in the same trench. Let me introduce myself. My name is Zhu Xinfang, and I am the new director of the finance department." After finishing, Zhu Xinfang looked at Su Miaojun and the others at the door. Wang Changliang quickly introduced himself. "Hello, director. I am Wang Changliang, the team leader of the finance department. I am Su Miaojun, an accountant in the finance department." Ding Ichio glanced at Zhu Xinfang and said, "My name is Ding Ichio, and I am an accountant in the finance department." Yang Jingjing was the last to speak. "I am a staff member in the finance department." "Good. Since I am now the head of the finance department, I will lead everyone. I expect everyone to work seriously, so I have applied to our superiors to prepare a test for everyone. I will use the test results to decide how to assign your tasks." Zhu Xinfang looked at her watch and said, "There are 5 minutes left until 2 p.m. Please clear everything from your desks except for pens and scrap paper." When the clock strikes 2, The exam will start on time. Wang Changliang was stunned after hearing Zhu Xinfang. He didn't expect to become the head of the department easily, but now it seemed his position might even be downgraded. How could this be taken lightly? While Wang Changliang was lost in thought, Su Miaojuan and Yang Jingjing had already started packing up their things. Su Miaojuan knew this test was her chance, and she had to seize it. Wang Changliang looked at Su Miaojuan and Yang Jingjing, who were returning to their desks to pack up, and quickly went back to his own desk. He had been in the finance department longer than they had, so he believed he wouldn't lose to them. Ding Ichio's face was almost as white as a sheet. When she first joined the finance department, her performance was not very good, and since then, she hadn't been very diligent at work. So when Zhu Xinfang announced there would be another test, Ding Ichio felt like her world was falling apart. She wondered if she would be kicked out of the department today. 3 minutes left. Zhu Xinfang was now like a ruthless countdown timer. Su Miaojuan carefully stacked her things in order and moved them to the wall closest to her desk. She was the first to finish tidying her workspace, taking less than 2 minutes. During the countdown, Su Miaojuan had already taken out 2 pens and a blank sheet of paper, placing them on her desk, and was standing by her desk watching Zhu Xinfang. Zhu Xinfang nodded slightly at Su Miaojuan, who was quick and efficient. The second person to finish was Yang Jingjing, the third was Wang Changliang, and Ding Ichio was the last to finish, only tidying up just before time ran out. Ding Ichio looked at her messy pile of things and felt like she was about to break down. In the past, and even now, Ding Ichio had never organized her things herself. Others always helped her. At exactly 2 o'clock, Zhu Xinfang placed 2 exam papers on each of their desks. You have 2 hours to complete the test. You can submit early, but not late. Start now. Su Miaojuan took the papers and first looked through both of them. These questions were much harder than the ones they had before starting their jobs. While others began writing, Su Miaojuan spent 1 minute quickly reviewing the papers, then another minute dividing the questions into easy and hard sections. Only after that did she start answering. Zhu Xinfang watched Su Miaojuan's actions and, after all 4 people started working, she moved around the exam room, supervising them. This added extra pressure for everyone. When Ding Ichio reached the 3rd question, she got stuck. Plus, Zhu Xinfang kept walking around, which made her feel even more nervous. Seeing the sweat on Ding Ichio's forehead, Zhu Xinfang silently left her side. When she reached Wang Changliang, he wanted to do well, but the more anxious he was, the more his hand froze. The question wasn't difficult for him, but his mind seemed to freeze whenever Zhu Xinfang came near. Only after Zhu Xinfang left did Wang Changliang seem to relax. Yang Jingjing also felt nervous when Zhu Xinfang approached, but since she was just a junior staff member, she felt more relaxed than Wang Changliang. If she knew how to do a question, she answered it. If not, she left it blank. She thought she could guess an answer when submitting her paper later. Surprisingly, her performance was quite good. Zhu Xinfang watched Yang Jingjing nod slightly, and then continued walking, stopping next to Su Miaojuan. Su Miaojuan seemed unaware of Zhu Xinfang's presence. She kept working at her usual speed. What surprised Zhu Xinfang was that, by around 3 o'clock, Su Miaojuan had already finished about 2/3 of the questions. She glanced over and saw no mistakes. At 3:45, Wang Changliang was the first to hand in his paper. After Wang Changliang finished his exam, Ding Ichio looked at her first completed paper and became very nervous. At the same time, Su Miaojuan, who had also finished her exam, was not in a hurry to submit her paper. She carefully checked her answers from start to finish before walking over to Zhu Xinfang. Zhu Xinfang had been sitting on the corridor beside the 4 people since 3:30 p.m. She was holding a red pen, turning it around in her hand, never letting go of it. When Wang Changliang came out with his paper, Zhu Xinfang was holding the red pen tightly. "Are you sure you're ready to submit?" Wang Changliang swallowed nervously and nodded. "Yes, I am." He hadn't been this nervous in a long time. Zhu Xinfang started grading Wang Changliang's paper from the beginning. When she marked a check on his paper with the red pen, Wang Changliang silently breathed a sigh of relief. But when she marked a cross, his heart suddenly clenched. She finished grading both papers in just 3 minutes. For Wang Changliang, those 3 minutes felt like 3 years. He stared tightly at the score Chu Xinfang was giving him. 86 points. Hearing the score, Wang Changliang's heart skipped a beat. Only 86 points? That's okay, Chu Xinfang said, handing the paper back to him. Seeing the score, Wang Changliang felt a little better. When he heard Chu Xinfang say, "That's okay," he relaxed a bit more. He took his paper and sat back at his desk, carefully checking his mistakes. Meanwhile, Su Miaojuan approached after Wang Changliang left, holding her own exam paper. Chu Xinfang looked at Su Miaojuan and took her paper. She thought Su Miaojuan would be the first to submit her paper. During the exam supervision, Su Miaojuan was the fastest and most accurate. When Chu Xinfang graded her paper, Su Miaojuan was nervous, but knew she had done her best. Even after the exam ended, she believed her answers were correct. Chu Xinfang finished grading Su Miaojuan's paper in just a minute and a half, making her grading process very quick. When Chu Xinfang returned the graded exam papers to Su Miaojuan, Wang Changliang and the others silently looked at her. They wondered how well she had done. 99 points. When Chu Xinfang finished saying this, Wang Changliang suddenly clenched his own exam paper tightly. No way. How could Su Miaojuan possibly score better than him? On the second-to-last question on page 4, although your answer was correct, your steps were not detailed enough, so I deducted 1 point. Not only that, Chu Xinfang also explained why she deducted points from Su Miaojuan. Thank you, Director. Chu Xinfang nodded slightly and continued waiting. When Su Miaojuan returned to her desk, Wang Changliang quietly asked her, "Xiao Su, can I see your paper?" As Wang Changliang asked, Ding Ichio nearby also desperately wanted to peek at Su Miaojuan's exam to see what the correct answers were. But unfortunately, she couldn't see. Anyway, both their papers had been graded, so Wang Changliang didn't see any problem with taking a look. When Wang Changliang saw how neat and organized Su Miaojuan's paper was, he had to admit that if he were Chu Xinfang, he might have given her a perfect score. He couldn't figure out why Chu Xinfang deducted points from Su Miaojuan. You're really impressive, Wang Changliang thought to himself, feeling both admiration and a bit of envy. He had thought his own score would be the best in the finance department, but a newcomer who had just arrived had outperformed him. It was quite embarrassing. Yang Jingjing and Ding Ichio finished their exams exactly at 4 o'clock. Or rather, Yang Jingjing didn't finish all the questions, but she still handed her paper to Chu Xinfang at 4 o'clock. Ding Ichio's paper was taken by Chu Xinfang herself when she came to her desk. Chu Xinfang seemed to ignore the large blank areas on Ding Ichio's paper and sat back down to grade in the order they arrived. Yang Jingjing thought she would pass, and her final score was better than she expected. She scored 71 points. Ding Ichio was the worst in the finance department. After grading her paper, Chu Xinfang found she scored less than 30 points. When Ding Ichio saw her test score of 27 points, her face turned so pale, it was hard to describe. She looked as if she might faint at any moment. "Now that everyone has seen their scores, if you have questions, you can ask me," said Chu Xinfang. After she finished speaking, the office fell silent. "Whether you have questions or not, speak up," Chu Xinfang said with a slight frown, seeming unhappy with the dull atmosphere. Hearing her colleagues' responses, Chu Xinfang said, "Then I will rearrange the job assignments. Okay?" Everyone responded with different tones. Su Miaojuan and Yang Jingjing looked hopeful. Wang Changliang seemed tired and weak, and Ding Ichio, staring at her score, didn't even open her mouth. "Comrade Su Miaojuan will be our finance department's chief accountant. Wang Changliang will handle the cashier duties. Yang Jingjing will be the cost accountant from now on." After Chu Xinfang finished, Su Miaojuan slightly smiled. Yang Jingjing looked happy. Wang Changliang clenched his paper without speaking, and Ding Ichio, who didn't hear her work arrangement, tightly gripped her trembling hands and looked at Chu Xinfang. "So, does this mean she will be kicked out of the finance department?" But she was already part of the brewing factory. As long as she passed the exam, her position was secure. Unless she had committed a serious mistake, Chu Xinfang had no right to fire her. Seeing Ding Ichio almost unable to stand, Zhu Xinfang said, "Comrade Ding Ichio, are you willing to go to the logistics department?" Hearing this, Ding Ichio, who thought she was about to be dismissed, suddenly caught her breath again. In her heart, she felt reluctant. She believed the logistics department was definitely not as good as the finance department. But having a job was better than not, and she had no other options.
"I am willing," she replied. "Good.
"You can report to the logistics department directly tomorrow," said Zhu Xinfang. Then she looked at Su Miaojuan and the others and added, "Tomorrow another new person will join our team. He will be our department statistician." "Yes, Director." As Su Miaojuan and the others packed up their things and returned to their workstations, Wang Changliang hesitated for a moment at his desk before approaching Zhu Xinfang, who was tidying up the office, and said, "Director Zhu, I was a team leader before, and my salary is..." When Wang Changliang said this, Zhu Xinfang understood his meaning immediately. "Your position has changed, but your salary remains the same." Wang Changliang heaved a sigh of relief. His salary was 20 yuan higher than the cashier's before, so if his pay stayed the same, he wouldn't feel so bad anymore. "By the way, please call Comrade Su Miaojuan in. I need to talk to her." When Su Miaojuan arrived at Zhu Xinfang's office, she was tidying up her desk. "Close the door and sit down." Su Miaojuan closed the office door and sat across from Zhu Xinfang. "Director, is there something you want to talk to me about?" After putting down her books, Zhu Xinfang looked at Su Miaojuan and said, "In the future, if you want to report something, you should first go to your supervisor. Overstepping your authority is a big mistake in the workplace." When Su Miaojuan heard the word report, her hands on her lap clenched tightly. "However, I welcome your supervision." Seeing Zhu Xinfang looking at her, Su Miaojuan understood that she was speaking privately to pressure and remind her. So, she stood up and said, "I understand, Director." Zhu Xinfang looked at Su Miaojuan, who had stood up but didn't ask her to sit again. Instead, she handed her some documents and said, "Go to the HR department and handle the personnel changes in our team. Also, finish the backlog of work before the end of the day." "Yes, Director. I heard that you often leave work early." Su Miaojuan didn't know where Zhu Xinfang heard that from, but it was true. "But I have completed all my tasks." Zhu Xinfang smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'm not blaming you. I mean, now that you're the chief accountant, you probably have more work than before. I will do my best to finish everything." Zhu Xinfang looked at Su Miaojuan, who promised to do her best, and smiled. "That's good. But starting today, you're not just responsible for your own work, you also have people under you. What I mean is, when your team finishes their work, it means you've completed all your tasks. I'm not a strict boss. As long as your work is done, you can leave early." Su Miaojuan understood what Zhu Xinfang meant. "I understand, Director." "Good, go ahead and get to work." "Yes, the Director." Su Miaojuan took her folder and left Zhu Xinfang's office, heading straight to the personnel department. As Zhu Xinfang had said, because of her job change, even if Su Miaojuan finished her work, she still had to stay in the office if Yang Jingjing and Wang Changliang's tasks hadn't been checked by her. This was the only downside of her promotion. When she finished work and went home, the kindergarten had already dismissed the children. Carrying some meat, Su Miaojuan went to the small vegetable garden. The children were gathered in the pavilion, doing homework and playing as usual. When her daughter, swinging her pigtails, looked at her, Su Miaojuan couldn't help but smile.
"Mom,
I have a gift for you." Su Huayu sat in a wheelchair and didn't move because she knew that as long as she called Mom, her mother would always run to her. Su Miaojuan walked towards Su Huayu without hesitation, then saw her daughter pull out a red paper rose from behind her. "Mom, this is for you." "Thank you, my dear." "Mom, I have one too." Wu Lichuan's rose was nicely made, but honestly Wu Lijiang's rose looked a bit messy, like crumpled red paper, unless Su Huayu and Wu Lichuan had already given their paper roses first. "Thank you, everyone." Su Miaojuan accepted the children's gifts one by one, smiling as she asked, "How about we eat fried noodles tonight?" In the morning, Su Miaojuan's family and Lu Jianwei's family had agreed to cook together for a while. When Lu Zhongbai started elementary school in September, the two families would go their separate ways. The children played in the pavilion, while Su Miaojuan carried the meat and went to pick cucumbers in the vegetable garden to bring home. Just as she put the vegetables and meat in the kitchen, Lu Jianwei came into the yard carrying a 6 or 7 gene base. Hearing that Su Miaojuan wanted to make fried noodles, she went back home to get her noodle bag. Lu Jianwei was talkative, and when they cooked together, they naturally talked about her younger brother and her parents. I've already told my parents that Zhongbai can stay at my house for 2 or 3 years. When he grows up a bit and becomes more sensible, maybe he can get along well with my parents. No matter what, he's my biological brother. My parents feel guilty about him, and always treating him differently isn't good for Xiaobai. Don't let his father raise Wanjinbong for too long, or Lu Zhongbai will become distant from him. When that happens, good things won't happen to his younger brother. Lu Zhongbai is different from her and Lu Jianza. Lu Jianza and Lu Jianwei have already established themselves with their parents' support and their own efforts. But Lu Zhongbai is still very young, too young to know what the future holds. Little Bai is very smart. I think he will understand. Lu Jianwei sighed and said, I'm just worried he might not like it. Even if he's his biological son, feelings need to grow through daily time together. Otherwise, Wu Wu's ex-wife wouldn't ignore her own biological sons just because they live in the same village. It's because, even if they are all biological, they are not as good as being close to us. Su Miaojuan paused slightly while kneading the dough. It was the first time she heard about Wu Haifeng's ex-wife from Lu Jianwei. Do you know Wu Haifeng's ex-wife? Lu Jianwei spoke so naturally that Su Miaojuan only realized after she asked that she might have said something she shouldn't have. But since she had already said it, she forced herself to continue. I met her once before, but I don't know her well. She hurried to add, you and Kai Maywan are different. Wu Haifeng's feelings for her and for you are completely different. Yeah, exactly. Lu Jianwei wanted to slap herself. How did the topic shift from Lu Zhongbai to Wu Haifeng's ex-wife? But since some words had been spoken, she decided to say everything. Kai Maywan and Wu Haifeng knew each other since they were young. But Wu Haifeng joined the army in his teens. When he was old enough, he went home once and married Kai Maywan. At that time, after the founding of the country, there was a lot to do. Wu Haifeng returned home to get married, but it was less than a week before he had to leave again. He visited his family for a few days, then went to war. Wu Haifeng was called back, and for about 2 years, he was basically out of contact with his hometown. Old Wu never received any news. They thought he had died, so Kai Maywan remarried. Not long after, she had a daughter with her current husband. Her daughter is only a few months older than Yu. When Kai Maywan was pregnant and found out Wu Haifeng was still alive, she wanted to divorce her current husband and return to Wu's family. But her current husband didn't agree, and the Wu family also refused to accept her. Su Miaojuan listened to Lu Jianwei's words while still kneading the dough. After rolling the elastic dough into a big round pancake, she asked Lu Jianwei, how did Haifeng react when he found out about this? I don't know. Just as Lu Jianwei was feeling overwhelmed, a voice came from the kitchen door. When something happens, it happens. People have to face the consequences of their choices. As Haifeng's voice sounded at the kitchen door, Lu Jianwei, who was known for talking too much, almost hid inside the stove. Jianwei, I can't find my wallet. Can you help me look for it? Hearing her husband's voice, Lu Jianwei quickly put down the knife and said to Su Miaojuan nearby, let Lao Wu chop the meat. He's got the strength. After saying that, she turned and headed toward the kitchen door, not daring to look at Haifeng. Since she was talking about her husband's ex-wife in front of him, she knew from their many years of knowing each other's temper that otherwise, Haifeng might think she was deliberately trying to cause trouble in his family. Ji Dehui looked at his timid wife and shook his head helplessly. Come on, hurry up and go. Aren't you looking for your wallet? As Lu Jianwei pulled Ji Dehui out the door, Haifeng had already come over to Su Miaojuan. Where did you guys get to? Haifeng asked as he took the knife Lu Jianwei had just put down and started chopping the meat, while also asking. Jianwei said you treat me and your ex-wife differently. Actually, Su Miaojuan felt a little awkward. She felt like saying this made her seem jealous, but she wasn't really. After all, Haifeng had been married before, and he had also been with Huiyu for many years. Yes, when I saw you for the first time, I thought, if only this beautiful girl was my wife. Hearing this, Su Miaojuan looked at Haifeng, who was chopping meat with a loud voice, but she could clearly hear his words. I'm really lucky, Haifeng said with a smile. What he thought he seemed to achieve. Su Miaojuan watched Haifeng's face with a silly smile, and secretly, the corners of her mouth also turned up without her noticing. I guess I'm pretty lucky too. When Wu Haifeng heard this, he put the minced meat he had prepared into a porcelain bowl, then washed the cutting board and knife. After tidying up, he looked seriously at Su Miaojuan and said, I will try to remove the word should from now on. This matter about Wu Haifeng's ex-wife was thus taken out of their conversation. Lu Jianwei might have felt a bit guilty. During dinner that evening, the atmosphere was unusually quiet, so quiet that Lu Zhongbai kept glancing at his older sister. When Lu Jianwei left, he approached her and asked, Big sister, are you facing any difficulties? Lu Zhongbai asked this because ever since he saw his sister, she hadn't stopped talking. Lu Jianwei was touched by her younger brother's concern. She smiled, gently patted his head, and said, No, actually, I have something to talk to you about. I went home today and talked with our parents, Lu Jianwei said as she sat with Lu Zhongbai in the pavilion. If you don't want to go home, you can stay at my place for now. When she said this, Lu Zhongbai turned his head to look at the vegetable field under the moonlight. But little Bai, I hope you will go back. Lu Jianwei held his hand and said, I know you're smart and you've been smart since you were little. You should also know that what our parents can give you is something you might not earn in decades. I can earn it, Lu Zhongbai said firmly, looking at his sister. I will be better, stronger, and more capable than them. Lu Jianwei shook her head and looked at her determined brother. Your mother, yes, she can do it, but our father's success depends on timing, environment, and people. I believe I can. Lu Jianwei sighed, looking at her stubborn brother. Yes, maybe you can, but walking a path alone for 40 years might be shortened to 20 or even 10 with your parents' help. Little Bai, time is precious. The faster and higher you go, the sooner you can get everything you want and protect what you care about. She gently turned his face and said seriously, Don't live in the past. Give them a chance to make up for you, okay? Big sister knows it's hard to forgive our parents, but little Bai, forgiving yourself and letting go of resentment can also be freeing, isn't it? Lu Zhongbai did not speak. He simply sat there silently, not saying a word. He waited until he finished washing up and went to bed, still without saying anything. Wu Lichuan and Wu Lijiang had already fallen asleep. Su Huayu watched Lu Zhongbai, who had been silent since returning from the pavilion. She curled up her small body and came to his side. Lu Zhongbai, she said softly. Su Huayu's voice was very quiet. Lu Zhongbai, lost in thought, did not hear her until she gently tugged on his hand. When Lu Zhongbai looked at her, she asked, Are you okay? Since she brought Lu Jianwei back, he had been distracted and absent-minded. Do you remember your father? Your real father? Although Su Huayu didn't understand why Lu Zhongbai suddenly asked about Huayu, she replied, I remember some. Just a few things, very few. How did he treat you? Su Huayu was silent. What could she say? After rebirth into the modern world, her memory of Huayu gradually faded. In this life, her impression of Huayu was just a variety of talismans and yellow paper. Whether in her past life or this one, she saw him only as a relative she could use. Seeing Su Huayu silent, Lu Zhongbai thought she had forgotten most things about his father. He turned to face her and asked, What do you think my parents think of me? Hearing this, Lu Zhongbai smiled. Yes, guilt. If they ever did bad things to me and they apologized and tried to make up for it, should I forgive them? If you want to forgive, then forgive. If not, then don't. Everyone wants me to forgive, as if not forgiving makes me too sensitive. Lu Zhongbai held Su Huayu's hand. Am I too sensitive? He didn't look at her, and perhaps he wasn't even speaking directly to her. He just wanted to say it. But Su Huayu answered seriously, Not sensitive at all. Lu Zhongbai, you are already very good. When he heard this, Lu Zhongbai looked at Su Huayu again. It seemed only she kept telling him he was already very good. Su Huayu finished speaking but did not wait for Lu Zhongbai's reply. She was too tired and, as she looked at Lu Zhongbai across from her, she unconsciously closed her eyes. She didn't hear what Lu Zhongbai said afterward. Xiaoyu, children can be willful, but adults always weigh the pros and cons. After saying this, Lu Zhongbai held Su Huayu's hand, silently moved closer and whispered, Being a child is good, but I want to be an adult now. Beautiful, lively music filled the banquet hall. The skirts and trousers swayed, and the scent of perfume and alcohol intertwined. The sea breeze by the window made the dancers seem like they were floating up to the sky. Everyone was immersed in a joyful and happy atmosphere, except for a proud, cold man sitting on a brown leather sofa in the corner. Huiyu wore a white silk shirt, with 3 or 4 buttons casually undone at the collar, revealing a strong, muscular chest. The shirt was lazily worn on the top, but the bottom was neatly tucked into black trousers with a deep brown belt. His long legs crossed, and a lit cigar slowly burned, casting golden sparks from his slender fingers. A woman in a red peony-patterned cheongsam swayed her body as she held 2 wine glasses and approached Huiyu. "Mr. Hua, would you like a drink?" Huiyu didn't even look at the beautifully made-up woman. He simply threw the cigar into a nearby water glass, extinguishing it in the clear water, and said coldly, "You're blocking my view." His calm words wiped the sweet smile off the woman's face. Could the endless sea view be more beautiful than such a delicate woman? Huiyu looked at the woman frozen in place and said without any tenderness, "Please move aside." Hearing this, the woman's eyes reddened as she turned to leave. She didn't expect that the famous, charming, and talented Huiyu was actually such an unromantic man. With the view now broader, Huiyu tapped the back of his chair. A glass of whiskey was handed to him. He took a sip and asked, "Where is Miss now?" The person handing him the drink looked at his master and hesitated before saying, "Yue Hao and Zhang Hao just failed to bring her back." Huiyu paused, then tightened his grip on the glass and drank all the remaining whiskey in one gulp. "Where are they?" The man lowered his head and said, "The news is that they committed suicide." Huiyu twirled the empty wine glass in his hand and asked, "What about the Han and Chao families?" The Han and Chao families were suddenly investigated. "The latest news is that the Han family leaked the information intentionally," the man replied cautiously, glancing at his master. "Now, the capital is on high alert. Anyone who shows up will be caught. Our people dare not act rashly. Not only dare they not act rashly, but even moving could lead to being discovered. If they did move, they might be taken away for questioning before even reaching their own daughter." Seeing his master crush the glass with such force, the man felt his legs go weak. It was as if the whiskey glass was not shattered but his own spine. The lively, cheerful music couldn't ease the tense, cold atmosphere in the corner until a beautiful woman in a royal blue, off-shoulder evening gown approached. Huiyu ignored Wang Yixiang and she didn't mind. Instead, she sat beside him and signaled to the waiter to bring the medical kit. "Is there a problem with you, Why, are you happy about that?" Huiyu leaned back on the sofa, blood trickling from his palm where the glass had cut him. Only pain could calm his irritable heart now. When Huiyu first discovered that Su Miaojuan had also been reborn, he found it somewhat interesting at first. But because the reborn Su Miaojuan caused a separation between father and daughter, Huiyu now only felt anger. Especially after he had the most famous master in Gangqing examine his daughter's fate. She was born with a rare and noble, golden spirit, destiny, destined for fire, wealth, and great luck. With such a noble bloodline, how could Huiyu tolerate her being left outside? Su Miaojuan was just a daughter and a merchant's child, with only a good birth chart but no real skills. She had no right or ability to raise his daughter. Thinking of this, Huiyu regretted not stopping the train earlier. If he had, he could have kept his daughter. "If you say that, you're blaming me unfairly," Wang Yixiang said softly, noticing Huiyu's suppressed anger. "I just thought I have a relative in the capital. If you need, I can contact them and ask for help to find you." Huiyu looked at Wang Yixiang and waved to the waiter, who had taken the medical kit. Huiyu opened the kit and started cleaning his wound with alcohol. Even though the pain was intense, his face showed no change. "I know where you is." As the alcohol flowed over his wound, Wang Yixiang stepped closer, reaching for the bandages in the medical kit to help bandage his injury. But Huiyu suddenly grabbed her by the neck and pushed her onto the sofa. People nearby saw this and gasped, stepping back a little. Wang Yixiang struggled desperately but couldn't break free from Huiyu's firm grip on her neck. "I also know what you're trying to do. Wang Yixiang, stop playing those sneaky tricks on me." Just as Wang Yixiang was about to turn pale from lack of air, Huiyu loosened his hold on her neck. Wang Yixiang covered her throat and coughed violently. Huiyu looked at the blood again seeping from his palm, wiped it with a bandage, and continued pouring alcohol. If Yor gets hurt in Beijing because of your actions, I will make you understand what it feels like to want to live but be unable to die. Although Huiyu is not in mainland China now, he was very aware of the changing political climate there. In the next few years, anyone connected to capitalists in the mainland was almost as good as signing their own death warrant. Huiyu didn't care about Su Miaojuan's life or death, but he did care about his own daughter's safety. He hoped his daughter could return to him safe and sound. If not, he wished she could at least live well in Beijing. No matter what, she carried his blood. He was her biological father. As long as she was alive, he could feel her luck supporting him. It might not be as reliable as having her close, but it was better than her dying far away or not being with him. After Wang Yixiang recovered, she wanted to explain but found her throat was very sore. Still, she endured the pain and said, "Master, I really didn't mean it that way." She just didn't understand why, after the little girl Huiyu fell ill, she suddenly became the most important person to Huiyu. She also didn't understand why Huiyu suddenly said he wanted to bring Huiyu to live with him and teach her himself. She is just a girl. If she lives to adulthood, she will likely marry into the Hu family. She probably won't stay in the Hu family to hold power. Wang Yixiang dared to approach and test Huiyu because he has 5 wives. As the 3rd wife, she is the only one besides the main wife who has a son and hasn't lost him. She always thought she was an unexpected surprise in Huiyu's heart, but now. Wang Yixiang supported herself on the sofa with one hand and touched her injured neck with the other, a look of sarcasm in her eyes. She was no different from Huiyu's other wives. But even so, as a mother, she wanted to fight for her son. Huiyu looked at Wang Yixiang with her head bowed and gently patted her head. He said, "You better not have that idea. I think Xingye is already 8 years old. For his future, it's better to send him to study abroad in a country, so he won't be influenced by you." Hearing this, Wang Yixiang's arm went limp, and she collapsed onto the sofa. Huiyu didn't seem to notice her breakdown. Instead, he poured some whiskey onto the tray on the coffee table and threw in a lit match. As the tray caught fire, Ahong, who had been waiting beside Huiyu, wiped the blood from his injury on the ground and threw everything into the tray. Huiyu is superstitious, so he never leaves behind anything stained with his blood or hair. He looked at the burning tissues and bandages and told Ahong, "Keep an eye on the young lady. Don't act rashly for now. July is really hot." Su Huiyu doesn't even want to leave the fan. Only the children in the public security compound are lucky enough to have 3 fans. Even though Su Huiyu feels her bones almost melting from the breeze, she doesn't want to leave the fan. She wishes there was air conditioning. She truly longs for those days when she could stay under blankets and enjoy the cool air. She stays still, and Lu Zhongbai directly picks her up from beside the fan. "Don't carry me, it's hot. Summer has arrived, and Su Huiyu no longer wants to get close to anyone except her mother. Her mother's skin is cool, while Wu Haifeng and Lu Zhongbai are like hot water bottles, hot to the touch, and they also tend to sweat. Recently, Su Huiyu feels that her father holds a lot of resentment because whenever he gets near her mother, she uses a fan to push him away. Why doesn't kindergarten have summer vacation? Su Huiyu sincerely wishes. It would be so nice if we had summer break. What would you like to do during summer vacation? Lu Zhongbai asks, fanning both of them. I want to go home and lie on the cool mat while blowing the fan. Their family only has 1 fan, so now they don't sleep in the bedroom at night. All 5 family members sleep in the main hall, with the door and back window open, letting the breeze and fan keep them cool. Because Su Huiyu now sleeps with her parents every day, Lu Zhongbai, who had stayed at the Wu family for a week, hasn't had the chance to sleep there again. Hearing Su Huiyu, Lu Zhongbai feels a bit helpless and says, "Xiaoyu, why are you so lazy?" As the saying goes, life is about resting. Lu Zhongbai frowns slightly. I've never heard that saying before. Because you're uneducated. Lu Zhongbai. That children, be quiet. When the principal arrives at the classroom, Su Huayu, who considers herself a good child, sits up straight and quietly. She can't help it. Having lived through 2 lives, she has spent most of her time as a student. Her greatest skills are probably listening to teachers and daydreaming. Tomorrow we start summer vacation, everyone. As soon as the words summer vacation are spoken, the children in the kindergarten stop caring about what the principal says afterward. All they know is they can play freely. Don't go to the water's edge, don't. The principal's words are not finished. Should we go swimming in the river? I want to go catch fish by the river. Su Huayu looks helplessly at the children around her. The more the principal doesn't want them to do something, the more they want to do it. But summer always involves playing in the water. After school, as Su Huayu carries her small backpack and walks home with Lu Zhongbai and the others, Wu Lichuan and Ji Huayang are already talking about whether to go play in the water. If you secretly run away, I will tell on you, Su Huayu said sharply while Wen Lichuan and Ji Huayang were happily discussing. It's not running away secretly, we're going together, Wen Lichuan explained to his sister. Although his sister is 3 years younger than him, sometimes she feels more like an older sister. Ji Huayang secretly whispered to Su Huayu, Xiaoyu, don't tell on us. As long as you don't tell, we'll take you to play by the river. My sister doesn't want to go to the river. She just wants to stay at home, Wen Lijiang quickly replied. When the weather gets hot, Su Huayu prefers to stay at home and do nothing. Isn't it good to stay at home? Wen Lichuan and Ji Huayang are really just kids. When they have a holiday, they want to run around happily all over the city. They don't care about the hot sun at all. Do whatever you want, but if you secretly go to the river, I will tell the adults, Su Huayu said. She added, if mom, dad, and sister-in-law want to take you out to play, I have no problem. After 4 or 5 corrections from Lu Zhongbai, Su Huayu finally stopped calling Lu Jianwei and Ji Dehui aunt and uncle. Little uncle, how about we go to the swimming pool in the military compound? Ji Huayang suddenly suggested. No going to the river, just the pool. I remember there's a pool in the military compound, he said. Lu Zhongbai didn't know much about this. Since he came to the capital, he had only stayed in the military compound a few times. Most of his time was spent in the public security compound. Really? When Lichuan leaned over to Lu Zhongbai and asked, Boss, can we go play? Yes, after spending some time together, Lu Zhongbai has become the leader of the kindergarten. I want to go too, boss, when Li Jiang with Ji Huai's family approached Lu Zhongbai. The 2-year-old Ji Huai's family called out, Boss. Ji Huayang looked at his younger brother and said, This is your uncle. Call him uncle. Uncle, let's go, when Lichuan said. Lu Zhongbai watched as they surrounded him, eagerly looking at him, then turned to see Su Huayu sitting by the stone table behind the pavilion. The stones are really cool. As for what Ji Huayang and the others said earlier, Su Huayu didn't care. She was very hot. Lu Zhongbai happily went to Su Huayu and said, Do you want to go play in the water? Playing in the water might be cooler, Su Huayu replied, pressing her small face against the stone table and looking at Lu Zhongbai. I'll listen to Mom. After Lu Zhongbai and a few others told Wu Haifeng and Ji Dehui about this, Lu Jianwei and Ji Dehui definitely agreed, especially Lu Jianwei. Since Lu Zhongbai moved into their home, Qi Zhaoli and Lu Jianze often came to visit him. Lu Hai also came by when he had free time. But they obviously couldn't spend as much time together as they did when living under the same roof. Also, Lu Jianwei wasn't sure if her last talk with Lu Zhongbai helped, but she felt her little brother didn't dislike her parents as much as before. Go ahead. The house is big. You can stay in the yard for a few days. There's not only a swimming pool, but also outdoor movies. It's really fun, Lu Jianwei said, just wanting her brother to spend more time with her parents. Uncle Wu, Aunt Su, can Yu and Dachuan come with us for a few days? Wu Haifeng didn't say anything. Their family usually listened to Su Miaojuan for small matters and discussed big ones between the couple. Right now, there were no big issues at home, mostly small ones, so they followed Su Miaojuan's lead. As long as Su Miaojuan agreed, Wu Haifeng was fine with it. The kids wouldn't be lost. Today, Su Miaojuan came back to tell Wu Haifeng to watch the children carefully at home for the next 2 days because she had to go on a business trip. Usually, people in the finance department didn't need to travel, but because of her excellent performance and the recent chaos in the finance department after some colleagues left, she needed to help check the accounts. It would take 2 days at most, maybe 3 or 4 if slow. Su Miaojun didn't have a chance to refuse because Chu Xinfang had once told her that she wouldn't stay at the distillery for more than 2 years. If she didn't grow and prove herself within 2 years, the finance department would just send another leader to replace her. But if she did grow, she might get promoted to director. So, Su Miaojun had to earn enough achievements within 2 years. Auntie, we will stay in the yard for just 2 days and won't go anywhere, Zhongbai emphasized again. I will take good care of Xiaoyu. Lu Jianwei also advised, don't worry. The military compound is stricter than here. Plus, my mother is there, so she can take good care of you. I will visit often. Let the kids stay for a couple of days, Miaojun. Su Miaojun looked at her daughter and asked, Where do you want to go? Little sister, Wu Lichuan and Wu Lijiang stood beside Su Huayu, looking at her eagerly. They really wanted to go play in the water. Go ahead, Su Huayu couldn't resist Wu Lichuan and Wu Lijiang's pleading. But just for 1 night. 2 nights, There will be good movies at night, Lu Jianwei said first, regardless of whether they had them or not. 1 night is too short. We don't even know if everyone in the family can come. Won't it be too much trouble for the leaders? Wu Haifeng asked. No, our family only has Zhen. Lu Jianwei instinctively glanced at her brother's face, then continued. No, it's fine. More people make it lively. My parents will be happy to know. 2 nights are fine too, Su Miaojun told Su Huayu and the brothers Wu Lichuan and Wu Lijiang. If you want to go home earlier, just ask someone to call your dad and he can come pick you up. Mom, aren't you coming too? Su Huayu asked nervously. Mom has to go on a business trip for a few days. If she comes back early, she will go with Dad to pick you up. Hearing this, Wu Haifeng looked at his wife. He had been planning to wait until the kids left, then close the door and spend some time alone with his wife. But in the end, he was left alone at home. Since they decided to stay at the military compound for 3 days and 2 nights, the kids were very excited that evening. As for Wu Lichuan and Wu Lijiang, they didn't mind sleeping over at Lu Zhongbai's house. They were used to sleeping with Lu Zhongbai and the others from time to time. To stay for 3 days and 2 nights, they needed to pack light. Wu Lichuan and Wu Lijiang only packed the clothes they had brought from their old home. They stuffed old, well-worn clothes, some even unwashed, into their bags. When Wu Haifeng saw these clothes, he washed them and used them as rags. They were too torn and worn out to wear anymore. Now, the clothes the brothers wore were bought later by Wu Haifeng and Su Miaojun. Su Miaojun instructed Wu Haifeng to get 2 sets of clothes for the 2 boys. When she heard they were going to the swimming pool to play, she reminded them not to go into the deep water area. Same for you, she said, then also reminded her daughter. She was especially careful with her daughter because Su Huayu was very obedient. Sometimes, because she was too obedient and liked staying at home, Su Miaojun wondered if she was overprotective because she was too nervous before, making her daughter hesitant to go anywhere outside the house. Children her age usually like to go outside and play, but her daughter preferred to stay home, lying on a cool mat and listening to the radio without moving. Stay close to Zhongbai. You can play in the water, but only with adults nearby. Don't go into the deep water, okay? Mom, don't worry. I can sit by the shore and watch. Hearing this, Su Miaojun should have felt relieved, but instead, she felt worried inside. She thought, the shallow water is fine for playing. If you're scared, I can take you swimming when I come back, okay? Okay, but staying at home is also nice, Mom. Lying on the cool mat at home, feeling the breeze from the fan and eating watermelon was very comfortable and relaxing. Hearing her daughter's answer, Su Miaojun felt a mix of emotions. She hugged her daughter and sighed softly, saying, Swimming is good too. This summer, Mom will teach you how to swim, okay? Su Miaojun and Wu Haifeng thought about the children going into the water. Since they didn't have their swimsuits at home, they decided to give them money and tickets to Lu Jianwei the next day, asking her to take the children to the department store to buy some. The next morning, when Lu Jianwei bought breakfast from the cafeteria and brought the children over, she heard Su Miaojun ask her to help buy swimsuits. She smiled and said, "De Chuan and Xiao Jiang don't need to buy any. Huayang has already bought 3 swimsuits when he visited my mother. The 2 extra ones are just right for De Chuan and Xiao Jiang. Nowadays, if people didn't have a very good relationship, they wouldn't easily give away their nice clothes. After all, buying clothes or fabric costs money and vouchers. Xiao Yus are for her," Lu Jianwei said, crouching down and holding the soft and fragrant Su Huayu. "I'll buy hers. You don't know how much I want to have a daughter. Then I could dress her up as beautifully as you do." Lu Jianwei was truly envious, especially when she saw Su Miaojuan and Su Huayu dressed in matching mother-daughter outfits. She wished she could join them. Su Miaojuan smiled and said, "No need, I've already prepared the money and tickets. Then let's buy 2 sets." "That's decided." Although the current system is planned economy, Lu Jianwei and her husband Ji Dehui really aren't short of money or tickets. Seeing how persistent Lu Jianwei was, Su Miaojuan didn't refuse anymore. Later, she could also prepare clothes and shoes for Ji Huayang and Ji Huai's family. The relationship naturally gets better the more they interact. Su Miaojuan and Wu Haifeng took the children to the gate of the public security compound. Only after they saw the children get into the car did they feel relieved. When Lu Jianwei took the children to the department store, she initially just wanted to buy 2 small swimsuits for Su Huayu. But she didn't expect that the black polka dot one, the red polka dot one, and the yellow polka dot one all looked nice. Although they are the same style, each in a different color, wearing them on Su Huayu felt different. Besides, there were some new little dresses. In the end, if Lu Jianwei hadn't run out of tickets, she could have bought 10 outfits for Su Huayu. It was a pity she only bought 6. Among them, the red polka dot one-piece swimsuit was bought by Lu Zhongbai with his own money for Su Huayu. Before leaving, her mother had already prepared 2 dresses for Su Huayu. With the current clothes, she could only wear 2 outfits a day. Lu Zhongbai's visit to the army compound with his nephew and friends was something Lu Jianwei had already told Qi Zhaoli and Lu Hai about last night. So when Lu Jianwei arrived at the army compound with the 6 children, it was Lu Jianze and his wife who specially came to meet them at the gate. Lu Zhongbai ignored his older brother and greeted the gentle-looking Huang Yufeng, saying, "Sister-in-law." Huang Yufeng smiled and said to Lu Zhongbai, "Xiaobai, you've grown taller again after more than a month." Lu Zhongbai nodded and looked at his older brother, saying, "I've been eating a lot. In a few years, I'll be taller than Lu Jianze. Brat, call me big brother." Lu Jianze looked at his younger brother's proud expression and couldn't help but laugh and scold. "Even 10 more years won't make you taller than me." "Humph, just wait and see. Xiaobo didn't bring him." Lu Jianwei watched the children running ahead and asked Huang Yufeng beside her. "They are playing at home with Jinbom." Huang Yufeng and Lu Jianze's son is Lu Jingbua, who is 1.5 years old. Lu Jianwei heard the name Ruanzhenbang and silently sighed. "Why sigh?" Huang Yufeng said, hugging Lu Jianwei's arm. "They are just kids. Zhenbong is so obedient and sensible. Maybe they will play together when they see each other."
Hope so.
Su Huayu looked at Wu Lichuan and the other boy, who seemed like wild horses running free, and quietly stopped walking. They wouldn't chase anymore. They could run too fast. Lu Zhongbai, when Su Huayu stopped, also slowly stood beside her.
Hand.
Su Huayu placed her hand in Lu Zhongbai's palm. It wasn't because she wanted to hold hands, just out of habit. When they reached the Lu family's door, Wu Lichuan and the other boy hesitated slightly before moving closer to his sister. Ji Huayang warmly invited, "My grandma's house is big. We can sleep in my room later." Qi Zhaoli, who was cooking, heard the children chattering outside and looked at their ribs simmering in the pot. She stirred them with a spatula, covered the pot, and smiled as she went out. Ruanzhenbang also held Lu Jingbua's hand, following behind. Qi Zhaoli admitted that when she stepped outside, she immediately saw Lu Zhongbai, dressed in a sky-blue short-sleeved shirt and black shorts, followed by her son holding hands with Su Huayu, who wore a pale yellow bubble-sleeve white dress with a white collar. "Look, our mom doesn't care about her older son and daughter. She only cares about her youngest son," Huang Yufeng said with a smile. Lu Jianwei gently pushed Lu Zhongbai forward, saying, "Old son is just a little treasure. Xiaobai, go quickly." Lu Zhongbai held hands with Su Huayu as Ji Huayang, along with Wu Lichuan and his brother, said to Qi Zhaoli, "Grandma, you smell so good. What did you cook?" "Braised ribs, braised pork, and pickled fish," Qi Zhaoli replied, though her eyes never left her son. Next to them, Wu Lichuan and his brother hurriedly called out to Qi Zhaoli, "Auntie, you're so well-behaved. It's been a long time since our home was this lively." After Lu Jianwei finished speaking, Wan Jinbang nervously held Lu Jingbua's small hand and said to Lu Zhongbua, "Brother, Mom specially made your favorite braised pork." When Wan Jinbang spoke, the surroundings suddenly became quiet. The adults instinctively looked at Lu Zhongbua, as if afraid he would get angry at Wan Jinbang. It was a strange feeling. Although Lu Zhongbua was a few months younger than Wan Jinbang, everyone thought of Lu Zhongbua as the more dominant one. "We're all waiting for you to come home," Wan Jinbang said awkwardly, looking at Lu Zhongbua. Su Huayu felt that the atmosphere was strange. She shook Lu Zhongbua's hand, and Lu Zhongbua held her small hand back and said to Wan Jinbang, "Oh." Then Lu Zhongbua took Su Huayu into the house. This was his home. He could come back whenever he wanted and leave whenever he wanted. Qi Zhaoli looked at Wan Jinbang standing still and patted his head, saying, "My brother is just a little shy." Hearing Qi Zhaoli say that her younger brother was shy, Lu Jianwei really wanted to ask her mother if she needed to visit her hospital to check her eyes. Her little brother had nothing to do with being shy at all. Outside, Wu Lichuan and another person were relaxed and unruly, but once they arrived at Lu's house, they immediately sat quietly and obediently beside their sister. Even though Su Huayu was younger than them, they felt safer sitting next to her. "Grandma, I'm taking Dachuan and the others to my room." Ji Huayang leaned between Wu Lichuan and Su Huayu and said to Qi Zhaoli, who was handing out snacks and fruit. Let's go, let's go." Ji Huayang called Wu Lichuan and Wu Lijiang to his and his brother's room. "Xiaoyu, let's go together." When Ji Huayang called Su Huayu, Lu Zhongbua stood up, holding Su Huayu's hand. "My room is big, and everyone can sleep there tonight." "Okay," Ji Huayang agreed happily. He then told Wu Lichuan and Wu Lijiang, "My uncle's room is upstairs, and it has a private balcony. Let's go, let's go." Ji Huayang led Wu Lichuan, Wu Lijiang, and his younger brother ahead, while Lu Zhongbua held Su Huayu's hand and followed behind. Wan Jinbang watched as Lu Zhongbai and the others left, silently biting his lip. "Do you want to go play with them?" Wang Yufeng asked, looking at Wan Jinbang. Wan Jinbang looked away and smiled at Lu Jingbua, who was nearby, then said to Huang Yufeng, "No, I'll play with Xiaobo." "That's good. Once you get to know each other better, you can play together." Wan Jinbang nodded at Huang Yufeng and then looked up. At that moment, the children's excited cheers came from upstairs, making Wan Jinbang glance up again. Wu Lichuan upstairs looked at Lu Zhongbai's room with envy. "Your room is so big." It really was large, bigger than the western bedroom where Su Huayu and Wu Lichuan slept. Lu Zhongbai's room also had a private bathroom and a small balcony. From the small balcony, you could see the vegetable garden, which was very relaxing. "Tonight, Xiaoyu will sleep in a bed and we'll sleep on the floor," Lu Zhongbai said simply, deciding how they would sleep that night. "I also have some comic books in my room. Feel free to pick whatever you want to read," he added. Actually, while Lu Zhongbai was speaking, Su Huayu had already picked up a copy of Journey to the West that Lu Zhongbai had casually placed on the bedside table and started reading. "Can you understand it? Do you want me to tell you the story?" Lu Zhongbai asked, leaning closer to Su Huayu. Su Huayu looked at the pictures, and Lu Zhongbai acted as her storyteller. Before long, everyone in Lu Zhongbai's room heard a knock on the door. Ji Huayang opened the door and saw Wan Jinbang outside. He smiled and said, "Uncle Jinbang, do you want to play with us?" Wan Jinbang was a bit curious and looked into the room. Seeing Lu Zhongbai and a very pretty girl reading together, he shook his head and said, "Lunch is ready, and Dad is back. I came to call you all to eat." Ji Huayang turned around and told everyone inside, "Dinner time. After eating, we'll change clothes and go swimming." "No, Xiu still needs to take a nap after lunch. We'll go swimming after she wakes up." Hearing his little uncle's refusal, Ji Huayang immediately said, "Right. We're going to take a nap. We'll go after we wake up." Wang Jinbang was actually looking forward to Ji Huayang inviting him, but in the end, Ji Huayang never said anything about inviting him. When Wang Jinbang finished speaking and went downstairs alone, he felt a little sad and disappointed. Before, when Lu Zhongbai hadn't come back, Ji Huayang got along well with him. But now, it seemed like his relationship with Lu Zhongbai had improved even more. Wang Jinbang didn't know how to get along better with Lu Zhongbai, and he wasn't even sure why Lu Zhongbai didn't like him. When Lu Zhongbai was not around, everyone liked him very much. But since Lu Zhongbai returned, Wang Jinbang felt that his parents and older siblings had become a bit strange. When the 6 people came down from upstairs, Wang Jinbang was already sitting next to his father, while Lu Zhongbai was sitting beside Qi Zhali. Lu Jianwei knew that Lu Zhongbai would sit with Su Huayu, so after arranging Su Huayu next to Lu Zhongbai, she placed Wu Lichuan and his brother beside him, then her eldest and youngest sons, and herself. Everyone sat around the table in a circle. I think Xiaobai has gained a little weight, Lu Hai said with a smile as he looked at his son. Has he grown taller too? Lu Jianwei quietly looked at her younger brother. She thought her brother wouldn't bother to talk to their father, but then Lu Zhongbai, after serving Su Huayu a piece of braised pork, said, "Yes, I've grown taller." Lu Hai was a bit stunned when he heard Lu Zhongbai talking to him, because, based on his son's usual temper, Lu Hai had prepared himself not to be acknowledged. But unexpectedly, his son was so lively and spoke to him. How much taller? Less than 2 centimeters. Just over 1 centimeter. But still less than 2. That's good. Eat more bones, and try to grow taller than your dad and brother in the future. Lu Zhongbai looked at Lu Hai, who was serving him ribs, and didn't refuse. After serving him, Lu Hai also served a piece to Wang Jinbang. They really tried hard to keep things fair during this lunch. Later, Lu Zhongbai found it a bit tiring and said proactively, "I can serve myself." He wasn't a 3-year-old child who needed to be fed. Their little Yu, who is 3 years old this year, can already eat very well on his own. After Lu Zhongbai spoke, Lu Hai didn't continue to serve. At such a young age, being so independent, he truly is his son, Lu Hai's son. Since you're back home, stay for a few more days. I heard your older sisters say you want to go to the pool. When the time comes, I'll have someone watch over you so you can play freely. When Lu Hai said this, he glanced at his younger son, Wang Jinbang, who was quietly eating. After hesitating a moment, he turned to his son and said, "Jinbang is free this afternoon. How about you all go play together?" Lu Hai's words made Lu Jianwei, who was sitting nearby, silently wonder if his father's good mood was because his younger brother suddenly gave him a nicer look. He almost forgot how much his father used to dislike Wang Jinbang. Qi Zhali also looked at her younger son quietly, worried he might get upset and leave. But Lu Zhongbai, after swallowing his bun and the braised meat, simply said, "Got it." This simple got it made all the adults present look at Lu Zhongbai in surprise. Even Lu Hai didn't expect his son to accept so easily. When he first said that, he was thinking about how to take it back, but his son agreed without hesitation. Lu Hai wanted to say more, but Lu Zhongbai interrupted him. "You're too young to eat fish by yourself. You might get a fishbone stuck in your throat. What if it gets stuck and you can't breathe or spit it out?" Lu Zhongbai said to Su Huayu, who was picking fish meat with his chopsticks. Everyone around, including Lu Hai, Qi Zhali, and Lu Jianwei, was silent. Such a young child shouldn't be using fish to make sarcastic jokes, right? But the timing of his words seemed too coincidental. Su Huayu looked at Lu Zhongbai, who had poked apart the fish in his bowl, checked that there were no bones, and then put the fish back into his bowl. She was speechless and said, "I won't eat anymore." Lu Zhongbai, after hearing this, directly picked up the broken fish meat with his chopsticks and ate it himself. Mom bought sea bass, which has fewer bones.
"It's okay," he said.
Maybe it was just her imagination, but Qi Zhali always felt that ever since her son and Su Huayu were kidnapped and rescued, he seemed to treat Su Huayu like his own daughter. Every time she visited Lu Zhongbai at the police station, Su Huayu was almost always nearby. No, it wasn't Su Huayu following Lu Zhongbai, It was Lu Zhongbai who was always with Su Huayu, taking her everywhere. Qi Zhaoli thought her son's behavior might be a result of trauma, and perhaps time would heal everything. After lunch, Lu Hai left with Lu Jianze. Qi Zhaoli looked at Su Huayu, who seemed a little sleepy, and said, "Xiaoyu, do you want to go back to the room and take a nap with Annie?" Before she finished speaking, Lu Zhongbai came over and said, "No need. We will all sleep in my room." "How will you sleep?" "Do you want me to help?" "Xiaoyu will sleep on the bed and we will sleep on the floor." Qi Zhaoli nodded and didn't insist on taking Su Huayu away from her son. She only said, "If you turn on the fan, remember to cover yourself with a blanket, okay?" "What time do you want to wake up?" Lu Zhongbai glanced at the time and said, "Around 1:30. "All right. When the time comes, I will call you. I will change Xiaoyu's clothes. You are not allowed to change her, understand?" Although her son was still young, some things needed to be explained clearly early on. Gender differences, even for 3-year-old Su Huayu. "I understand. Xiaoyu is a girl, and we are boys. I asked my older sister to help her change clothes before." Seeing her son so sensible, Qi Zhaoli smiled and said, "Mommy will help Xiaoyu put on her clothes too." Lu Zhongbai looked at Qi Zhaoli, who was gazing at him with gentle eyes, and softly said, "Thank you, I am your mother. It's what I should do." Because besides Qi Zhaoli and Lu Zhongbai, only Su Huayu was sitting on the sofa waiting for Lu Zhongbai. Lu Zhongbai took the initiative to say, after Qi Zhaoli finished speaking, "You don't have to keep watching me. I won't bully Wang Jinbang." Qi Zhaoli's smile froze on her face at his words. She instinctively explained, "Xiaobai, Mom, don't worry. I won't make things difficult for you." Lu Zhongbai reached out his hand to Su Huayu. Su Huayu sighed inwardly, but still took his hand. "Mommy, we're going for a nap. Auntie, goodbye." Qi Zhaoli's throat was dry. Many words she wanted to say were stuck in her throat after Lu Zhongbai finished speaking. "Take a rest too." Hearing her son's concern, Qi Zhaoli's eyes reddened. Her throat was tight with so many things she wanted to say, but in the end, she could only manage one word. "Okay." Su Huayu followed Lu Zhongbai back to his room. The door was wide open, but Ji Huayang and Wu Lichuan were not inside, even though they should have been. Instead, cheerful sounds of children playing came from the neighboring room of Wang Jinbang. Lu Zhongbai heard their happy noises but said nothing. His face showed no emotion. After leading Su Huayu into his room, he suddenly slammed the door shut and locked it, preventing anyone from entering again. Su Huayu looked at the locked door and wanted to say something, but she just heard Lu Zhongbai quietly say, full of suppressed anger, "Traitor, all traitors." She had lost count of how many times she had sighed silently today. She stepped forward and grabbed Lu Zhongbai's hand. "Lu Zhongbai, it's time to sleep. Don't you dare be like them, understand?" Lu Zhongbai didn't reply. Instead, he turned to face Su Huayu and looked at her carefully. He said each word clearly, "You can only play with me. Only be with me. I know, I only play with you, only stay with you. I'm tired now. Let's sleep." Su Huayu knew Lu Zhongbai lacked a sense of security. Before he could say more, she quickly promised him. Hearing her promise, Lu Zhongbai felt a bit better. Luckily, he had Yuer. It didn't matter if his parents, relatives, or friends were indifferent. As long as Su Huayu was devoted to him, that was enough. Su Huayu threw herself onto Lu Zhongbai's bed, her small face pressed close to the cool mat. Lu Zhongbai turned on the fan and looked at Su Huayu, who had kicked off her shoes and was lying on the bed. He said, "You need a bedsheet on the mat." "No," Su Huayu refused. A bedsheet on the mat? Could it still be called a cool mat? She wanted to be close to the cool surface. Andy said that girls sleeping directly on the cool mat might catch a cold. Before, Su Miaojuan would always put a bedsheet on the mat where Su Huayu slept. Lu Zhongbai had noticed this. "Adults' words aren't always right," Su Huayu said, her voice already a bit sticky. But Lu Zhongbai still heard her clearly. Yes, who says everything adults say or do is always correct. When Lu Zhongbai called Su Huayu again, she was already asleep. Today, she had walked too much and done too many things. She was really exhausted. When Su Huayu fell asleep, Lu Zhongbai took a set of sheets from his wardrobe and laid them on the other side of the bed, then moved Su Huayu over there. Just as he finished moving Su Huayu, the chatter of Ji Huayang and others came from outside. Worried they might wake Su Huayu, Lu Zhongbai directly unlocked the door, looked cold, and told the four of them, "Go sleep next door." Without waiting for their response, he closed and locked the door again. Ji Huayang and Wu Lichuan understood Lu Zhongbai's temper a little. They knew he was probably angry now, though they didn't know why he suddenly got upset. When they returned to Wanjinbong's room next door, Wanjinbong saw Ji Huayang and the others coming back to sleep and immediately warmly invited them to spread out mats on the floor. "Is Xiaobai coming over?" Wanjinbong asked Ji Huayang while lying on the ground. Ji Huayang yawned and said, "Little uncle has gone to sleep." Wanjinbong felt a bit disappointed but also strangely happy. Maybe he could take this time to get closer to Ji Huayang and the others, and they could become good friends. The children were asleep, but Qi Zhaoli was not. She was reflecting on what she and Lu Hai had done today. Their careful actions might have hurt not only Lu Zhongbai, but also Wanjinbong. She wanted to be cautious about both children's feelings, but it seemed she hadn't succeeded with either. Thinking of this, Qi Zhaoli sighed deeply, a bitter smile appearing on her face. How could she be such a failure as a mother? When Lu Zhongbai heard the knocking, he opened his eyes and saw that Su Huayu, who had been lying on the sheets, had somehow moved onto the cool mat. "Xiaoyu, wake up." Su Huayu heard Lu Zhongbai's voice and slowly lifted her little head. When Lu Zhongbai saw the faint marks from the cool mat on her fair little face, he couldn't help but smile. "Why are you smiling?" Hearing Su Huayu's soft, sleepy voice, Lu Zhongbai smiled and said, "It feels really good." Although everyone else could leave, she would stay by his side and always be with him. Su Huayu stretched lazily and said, "Yeah, it's really good. It would be even better if there was air conditioning." Qi Zhaoli was a bit surprised to find that Ji Huayang and the others were not sleeping with Lu Zhongbai. After waking up the five of them, she went to knock on her son's door. This time, when Qi Zhaoli knocked on Lu Zhongbai's door, it opened. She looked at Su Huayu, who was still yawning, and squatted down to ask, "How did you sleep, little you?" "Very well, auntie." Lu Zhongbai handed his swimsuit to his mother. "I'm going to wear this red one." Lu Zhongbai came out and Qi Zhaoli took Su Huayu into the bedroom. She looked at the bed with the cooling mat and asked, "Did your brother take out this sheet?" "Yes, he said it was cool and should be put on the mat." Hearing this, Qi Zhaoli looked surprised at the closed door, perhaps not expecting her son to be so thoughtful. Actually, Su Huayu didn't want others to help her change clothes, but the adults seemed to assume that a 3-year-old couldn't dress herself. When Qi Zhaoli saw Su Huayu dressing quickly and didn't need much help, she smiled and said, "Your mom taught you very well." Hearing Qi Zhaoli praise her mother, Su Huayu nodded seriously and said, "My mom is the best mom in the world." Hearing her love and admiration for her mother, Qi Zhaoli thought that if one day her own little son could say the same to her, she would be very happy. Su Huayu's red polka dot swimsuit was a one-piece with butterfly sleeves. She had fair skin, and wearing this red polka dot swimsuit made her skin look even whiter. Because of that, the bites from mosquitoes on her arms and legs were very noticeable. Before going out, Qi Zhaoli applied some insect repellent lotion on Su Huayu. It was cool and felt very comfortable on her skin. "Auntie prepared a towel for you. Use it when you come out of the water." Qi Zhaoli chose a light yellow towel that matched her little dress today. "Thank you, auntie." When Qi Zhaoli took Su Huayu, who had changed into her swimsuit, outside, Wanjinbong and Ji Huayang were in the next room changing into their swim trunks. Only Lu Zhongbai hadn't changed yet in the corridor. Seeing Su Huayu come out, Lu Zhongbai thought to himself that the clothes he picked for her looked really nice. "Your mom's swim trunks are on the bed. Go change yourself." "Little sister, your clothes are so pretty." Wu Lichuan was very proud. Such a beautiful little girl was actually his sister. "Xiaoyu, you are so pretty." Ji Huayang knew Su Huayu was attractive, but today she was dressed so beautifully, she looked like a little red flower on the roadside. Next to them, Wanjinbong silently nodded. The girl named Xiaoyu was the prettiest little girl he had ever seen. "Little sister, my name is Wanjinbong." He stepped forward, worried she might not know his name, and introduced himself. "You can also call me brother." Su Huayu looked at the polite Wan Jinbong and said, "My name is Su Huayu." As soon as she finished speaking, the door behind her opened, and Lu Zhongbai came out wearing swimming trunks. "This is my best friend," Su Huayu said, looking at Lu Zhongbai. She wasn't sure if Lu Zhongbai heard her earlier words, but before he spoke, she took his hand and said, "Let's go." Lu Zhongbai didn't say anything. He simply held her hand back, looked coldly at Wan Jinbong, who had just introduced himself, and then took the towel she was holding and went downstairs. Qi Zhali looked at her son and sighed softly. She turned around and smiled at Wan Jinbong and Ji Huayang, saying, "Go play, but be careful." "Okay, Mom." "Bye, Grandma." "Goodbye, Annie." Qi Zhali watched the children run downstairs, feeling for the first time how lively her home was. She actually liked this lively atmosphere. In the afternoon, Qi Zhali still had to go to the hospital. Lu Jianwei would take the children to the big courtyard swimming pool to play. When Su Huayu and Lu Zhongbai arrived, there were already 4 or 5 children playing in the pool. The youngest looked about 5 years old, and the oldest around 10. Suddenly, a group of children arrived, curious about the pool. Most of the children, except for Wan Jinbong, Lu Zhongbai, and the others, were new faces in the courtyard. Some curious children approached the pool and asked, "Wan Jinbong, who are they?" The children asking were about the same age as Wan Jinbong, around 7 years old. "They are my younger brother, my nephew, and their friends," Wan Jinbong explained, but already some children were swimming over to the sides of Lu Zhongbai and Su Huayu, curious. A slightly older boy, who looked about 8 or 9 years old, pointed at Su Huayu and said to Lu Zhongbai, "That's my sister." "The girl over there is my sister," said a small girl with a round face, wearing a green swimsuit, who was playing with a wooden float in the shallow water. "Girls play with girls, you should come join us." Lu Zhongbai didn't loosen his grip on Su Huayu because of the boy's words about girls playing with girls and boys with boys. He simply looked at the boy and said, "I only play with people I want to." Then he took Su Huayu and went to the shallow water area. Meanwhile, Wu Lichuan and a few others had already jumped into the pool under Ji Huayang's lead. Wu Lichuan and Wu Lijong used to play in the small river near the village. They couldn't swim properly, but they could dog paddle. Su Huayu couldn't swim. She only dared to stay in the shallow water, holding onto a wooden float under Lu Zhongbai's guidance. Summer is really the best time to play in the water, especially with a strong ginkgo tree nearby. Sitting under the shade in the pool, with sunlight filtering through the leaves and warming the water, feels so comfortable. Su Huayu looked at Lu Zhongbai and said, "You go ahead and play.
Don't worry about me.
I'll stay here by myself." Lu Zhongbai was tempted by Ji Huayang and the others splashing around in the deep water. "Go ahead," Su Huayu gently pushed him. Lu Zhongbai cared for her so much. As Wu Haifeng said, he looked more like her older brother than Wu Lichuan and Wu Lijiang. Looking at the lazy Su Huayu, Lu Zhongbai said, "If you need anything, just call me." He swam toward the deep water area and soon started competing with the boys, seeing who could make bigger waves, swim faster, or do more diving tricks. Compared to that, the shallow water area was much quieter. "What's your name, little sister?" asked one of the 2 young girls who had come over while Su Huayu was lying on the wooden float. One of them was the girl who had been pointed out earlier as her sister. "I'm Su Huayu." The boy's younger sister introduced herself. "My name is Gu Xiaoqi. I'm 6 years old. That bald boy is my brother, Gu Dai-san. He's 8. I'm Tao Lei, and I'm 7 years old." Little Tao Lei was wearing a black polka-dot one-piece swimsuit, just like the one Su Huayu is wearing now in a different color. "Little sister, you look so fair and pretty," Tao Lei said, looking at Su Huayu's pale arm. She couldn't help but reach out and touch it. "So soft, even softer than tofu. Tofu falls apart easily, but my sister won't." Gu Xiaoqi, lying beside Su Huayu, asked curiously, "Whose child are you?" "I've never seen you in the yard before." Su Huayu was very patient with children, even though she still felt like a child herself. "I'm from the police yard. I came here to play with my brothers." "Is that handsome boy over there your brother?" Gu Xiaoqi asked curiously. Su Huayu nodded and pointed to the boys who were almost indistinguishable from each other. Except for the youngest, they are all my brothers. Even normally, Su Huayu would call them by their names. Wow, you have so many brothers. You must be good at winning fights, Su Huayu. Why did that suddenly relate to fighting? There's only half an hour left until 2:30. After that, we can't play here anymore. Hearing Tao Lei's regretful words, Su Huayu asked, why? Isn't this pool public? At 2:30, Lei Jikai and the others will come to swim. They are very bossy and mean. Gu Xiaoqi nodded after Tao Lei finished speaking.
Tao Zi is right.
They will bully us. When that happens, we'll run away with you. We can go jump rope or play shuttlecock. Su Huayu was lying on a wooden float, thinking that if she really left, she wanted to go back and lie on a cool mat blowing a fan and reading comic books. Just as that thought crossed her mind, she saw 7 or 8 boys around 10 or 11 years old walking toward the pool, accompanied by 2 girls, looking fierce. Lu Jianwei, sitting in the shade under a tree and chatting with others nearby, glanced at the group of children but didn't pay much attention. It was normal for boys to gather and make noise. It wasn't until she heard a child shout, "Fight!" that Lu Jianwei quickly stood up and looked toward the pool. Could her children be involved? Su Huayu held the hand of the youngest, Su Huaijia, and walked over to Lu Jianwei. Lu Jianwei looked at the children fighting in the water, unable to tell which ones were hers and which belonged to other families. What's going on? How did they suddenly start fighting? Lu Jianwei asked, holding the dripping wet Su Huaijia, who had just stopped coughing. It's nothing, boys fight all the time. Jianwei, sit down and keep chatting. Lu Jianwei grew anxious. But my kids are still so young. I even saw children who look over 10 years old. If they were the same age, she wouldn't worry. But if the other kids were twice as old, wouldn't her children just get beaten up? Indeed, someone was being overpowered, but it wasn't Lu Zhongbai and his friends. It was Lei Jikai and the boys who had been bullying others. At first, Lu Zhongbai and his friends hadn't planned to fight. Even though they hadn't played enough, Lu Zhongbai was already thinking of taking Su Huayu home to rest when he saw her lying lazily on a wooden float. But one of Lei Jikai's friends acted out of line. Before Lu Zhongbai and the others could climb out of the pool, he suddenly flipped over the wooden floats of the younger kids and girls in the shallow area. Seeing Su Huayu flailing in the water in panic, Lu Zhongbai immediately swam over. After pulling her and Ji Huaijia to the shore, he also pushed a few other struggling children up to safety. Then, spotting the boy who had just flipped the floats and was now calling out to his friends, Lu Zhongbai kicked him straight into the pool without hesitation. That was how the fight began. The reason Lu Zhongbai side won was because he managed to push both the boy who had knocked Su Huayu into the water and their leader, Lei Jikai, under the surface. Even when they cried and begged, he didn't let go. Everyone was shocked by Lu Zhongbai's fierce and reckless behavior. In the end, a guard sent by Lu Hai to watch over the children realized something was wrong and jumped into the pool, pulling out the nearly unconscious Lei Jikai and the other boy who had already passed out. Lei Jikai lay on the poolside, coughing violently, while the guard gave emergency resuscitation to the other boy. All the children, whether they were with Lu Zhongbai or with Lei Jikai, stood silently by the pool, frightened and shaken, staring at Lu Zhongbai. Lu Zhongbai took a step into the swimming pool, and everyone instinctively took a step back. Lu Zhongbai didn't mind others being afraid of him. When he headed to the shallow area, he ignored the serious look on Lu Jianwei's face and walked towards Su Huayu, who silently handed him a towel. Lu Zhongbai stood on the steps, looked up at Su Huayu in front of him, and Su Huayu placed the towel directly on Lu Zhongbai's head. Lu Zhongbai, thank you for saving me. Although Su Huayu knew the shallow water wasn't deep, when the wooden float was flipped and fell into the water, she almost thought she would drown. Lu Zhongbai listened to Su Huayu and tightened his grip on her hand. After rubbing his hair a few times, Su Huayu shouted to Wu Lichuan and the others in the pool, "Brother, come up now." Wu Lichuan and the others seemed to realize what was happening. They swam over to Lu Zhongbai, climbed out of the pool, and the others also crawled out. Su Huayu looked at the little boy who had been rescued and woke up, feeling a little relieved. Then she said to Lu Zhongbai, "It's okay, he's saved." Lu Zhongbai took the towel off his head, walked to the edge of the pool, and then led Su Huayu toward Lei Jikai and the boy who had been rescued. When the two saw Lu Zhongbai approaching, they were so frightened they backed away until Lu Zhongbai stopped. Su Huayu quietly waved to Ji Huai and Gu Xiaoqi nearby. "Apologize," Lu Zhongbai said simply, looking at the boy. The boy didn't know why he needed to apologize. He was just so scared by Lu Zhongbai that he cried loudly. After Gu Xiaoqi and the others came over, they loudly said, "Ma Jipeng, apologize quickly. You were the one who flipped our float first." "Yes, you choked me and my brother," Su Huayu said, holding Ji Huai's small hand. "Do you know you almost drowned us?" Lu Zhongbai looked at Ma Jipeng, who was crying uncontrollably, and took another step forward. Ma Jipeng immediately cried out, I'm sorry. Wah wah wah. He only flipped their float, not intending to drown them, but just now Lu Zhongbai really wanted to drown him. Ma Jipeng felt like he was about to die. He was so scared. Panting, Lei Jikai saw Lu Zhongbai, who was younger than him, looking over and quickly said, "Sorry, we won't play anymore." As she spoke, Lei Jikai blushed and got up quickly to run outside. Behind him, all the children who had been with him earlier followed. As Lei Jikai ran, the remaining children by the pool cheered loudly. "Oh, great. We can keep playing in the pool. Zhenbang, come down and play with us. Are you guys still playing or not?" Wu Lichuan and the others didn't say anything. They just stood to the side watching Lu Zhongbai. Lu Zhongbai held Su Huayu's small hand and said to Wu Lichuan and the others nearby, "You guys play. I'll take Xiuyu home." "We're going back too." Wu Lichuan tightly held his younger brother's hand and followed his sister and Lu Zhongbai. The fight earlier, when Wu Lijiang choked on water, also scared him. "Let's go together." Ji Huayang ran to Lu Zhongbai's side. His fear from before was gone, and now he looked at his uncle with admiration. "Uncle, you were so amazing just now." "Yeah, those boys looked much older than us." "De Chuan, you're also great. I saw you climbing onto that boy." Hee hee, I practice boxing with Dad every day." Since Lu Zhongbai and the others had gone home, Wan Zhenbang followed behind them. While Ji Huayang and Wu Lichuan happily talked, Wan Zhenbang quietly said, "Fighting is not good. Adults won't be happy." When Lu Zhongbai and the others fought with Lei Jikai earlier, Wan Zhenbang slipped to the side and didn't join in, worried about getting hurt. But when he said this, no one else heard him. Only himself. Lu Jianwei carried her little son and followed the children, but her eyes never left her brother. When they got home, as the children went to take a bath, Lu Jianwei stopped Lu Zhongbai from taking Su Huayu back to his room. "Xiaobai, I have something to ask you." "Go ahead," Lu Zhongbai said, holding Su Huayu and speaking to Lu Jianwei.
"It's just."
Lu Jianwei thought about the scene she saw when she turned her head, and her throat felt dry as she said, "Did you hear me call you?" "Yes, I heard," Lu Zhongbai replied. "Then why didn't you let go?" Lu Jianwei asked anxiously. Whether in the police compound or the military yard, adults usually don't interfere when children fight. Especially for boys, as long as no one gets hurt or causes a big fuss, adults usually turn a blind eye. However, just now at the swimming pool, Lu Zhongbai's intense actions were obvious to everyone. He firmly held Lei Jikai and Ma Jipeng underwater until Ma Jipeng struggled no more and was rescued by the guard. His expression looked as if he truly wanted to drown them. "I let go now." That was Xiao Jiang. Before Lu Jianwei finished speaking, Lu Zhongbai, already annoyed, turned around and walked away. Lu Zhongbai, hearing his sister's call, Lu Zhongbai turned back with a hint of impatience and said, "You can't even watch your own son properly. You almost let that brat drown him in the water, and you're not angry? Why are you yelling at me for venting my anger?" After saying this, Lu Zhongbai looked at the stunned Lu Jianwei and coldly said, "Adults are not reliable at all." Then, Lu Zhongbai turned and took Su Huayu back to his room, leaving Lu Jianwei standing alone. "Jianwei, what's wrong?" Huang Yufeng, who was in the kitchen warming milk for her son, saw what just happened. Lu Jianwei swallowed hard and told Huang Yufeng everything about what had just occurred. "Did I really do something wrong?" Huang Yufeng frowned as she looked in the direction where Lu Zhongbai had just left and said, "Sister, do you think Xiaobai's personality is a bit extreme?" Hearing this, Lu Jianwei almost immediately retorted, "He's just a little fierce." Huang Yufeng shook her head.
It's not just that.
A child his age wouldn't normally do things like what Xiaobai did. When Dad and Mom come back, I think we should talk to them about it and maybe take Xiaobai to see a mental health professional. If there are truly mental or emotional problems, it is best to seek help and treatment quickly. Recently, Huang Yufeng has noticed Lu Zhongbai's attitude toward her parents-in-law and her husband. She fears that if Lu Zhongbai really has mental issues that worsen over time, only their family will suffer from the stress and hardship. It's easier for the adults, but her son is still young. If she accidentally angers Lu Zhongbai and he does something harmful to her son, the consequences could be terrible. Her thoughts are simply from a mother's point of view. I honestly think that since Xiaobai is still young, we should intervene early. If we wait until he grows up, what if I grow up? When Lu Zhongbai's voice came down from upstairs, Huang Yufeng, who was facing away from him, froze in place. Xiaobai. Lu Jianwei looked at Lu Zhongbai with a cold expression, wanting to say many things but not knowing how to start. Does my older sister also think I have mental or emotional problems? Lu Zhongbai turned his gaze from Huang Yufeng, who was facing away, to Lu Jianwei, who was looking at him. Hearing this, Lu Jianwei immediately shook her head and said, "No, not at all. My older sister has never thought that." Su Huayu held Lu Zhongbai's hand and looked at Huang Yufeng, who was slowly turning around at the bottom of the stairs, with a cold expression similar to Lu Zhongbai's. No matter why Huang Yufeng said those things, once she spoke them out, she seemed intent on hurting Lu Zhongbai. You know what kind of person my older sister is. My sister-in-law just said the wrong thing in the heat of the moment. Huang Yufeng nodded awkwardly. She didn't expect that Lu Zhongbai, who should have gone back to his room, would come out halfway and happen to hear her comments about him. Although Lu Zhongbai is just a child and shouldn't be feared, ever since he returned, the whole family seems eager to focus all their attention on him, which made Huang Yufeng feel uneasy. Moreover, Huang Yufeng thinks Lu Zhongbai is young but very vengeful. Xiaobai, my sister-in-law misspoke. Don't take it to heart. Lu Zhongbai looked at Huang Yufeng coldly, saying nothing, and once again took Su Huayu by the hand and went back to his room. Huang Yufeng's face showed even more embarrassment. Lu Jianwei beside him said, "Xiaobo is just a bit sensitive. Later, when you apologize properly, he'll be fine because he's quite soft-hearted." Huang Yufeng didn't know what to say after hearing this. She felt that her parents-in-law and her eldest sister-in-law were too indulgent toward Lu Zhongbai. Although her words earlier were a bit harsh, her intention was to help Lu Zhongbai and the Lu family. Isn't that right? They are adults, so why should they speak softly and humbly to a child? Although Huang Yufeng thought this, she nodded in agreement. The head of the family hadn't returned yet. When her parents-in-law and husband come back tonight, she really wanted to have a serious talk with them about Lu Zhongbai. If they insist on spoiling him, then this child will be ruined in the future. She planned to keep her son away from him. In future activities involving the Lu family and Lu Zhongbai, she and her son would avoid participating to prevent retaliation from Lu Zhongbai. After Lu Zhongbai held Su Huayu's hand and returned to the room, he instinctively wanted to throw something, but Su Huayu held his hand. "Lu Zhongbai, you're good. There's nothing wrong with you." Looking at the dark look in Lu Zhongbai's eyes, Su Huayu stood in front of him, holding his hand and said, "Don't listen to outsiders' nonsense. You're really good. You're brave and kind. I know when I was kidnapped, you risked everything to save me. You're smart and persistent. If you hadn't secretly taken me away, I might never have seen my mother again. You're brave and clear about right and wrong. Today you saved me and Jiayi and the others. You're not sick." Hearing Su Huayu's praise, Lu Zhongbai didn't say a word. His eyes turned red as he hugged Su Huayu. "I'm afraid they'll complain. When uncle and aunt ask, you'll feel wronged and cry." In short, Su Huayu hoped Lu Zhongbai would behave like a child his age. "Lu Zhongbai, don't be so harsh next time." Actually, Su Huayu only acted mature in front of Lu Zhongbai. Lu Zhongbai never doubted why Su Huayu was different from other children because he was indeed different. So Lu Zhongbai always felt that he and Su Huayu were alike. They will be afraid of you if they all think like your sister-in-law. Lu Zhongbai, being clever, was still just a child. Right now, he was no match for the grown-ups. I don't want you to go to the hospital, so it's better to act like a little kid. You are a little kid after all.
Lu Zhongbai hugged Su Huayu. Got it.
I actually understand. He just didn't want to show weakness. Su Huayu patted Lu Zhongbai's back and said, "It will be better when you grow up." Lu Zhongbai didn't hold Su Huayu for long. He looked at Su Huayu, who was wearing a swimsuit, then went out to find Lu Jianwei sitting in the lobby and asked her to help bathe and change clothes for Su Huayu. Actually, Su Huayu could bathe herself. Even though she was still a little kid now, she would feel shy about bathing in front of people she didn't know well, except her mother. Fortunately, her shyness only lasted a short while. Lu Jianwei wrapped the soft, white, tender Su Huayu in a towel and placed her on the bed. When she went to get her small underwear and dress, Su Huayu looked at Lu Jianwei and said, "Sister." Brother cried back then. Lu Jianwei turned to look at Su Huayu when she heard this. "Did you say Xiao Bai cried?" Su Huayu nodded and said to Lu Jianwei, "Brother said he was scared." Su Huayu looked at Lu Jianwei, who was staring blankly in front of her, and said, "Brother is afraid of the hospital." One sentence made Lu Jianwei tear up. Probably no one would understand better than them why Lu Zhongbai didn't like hospitals. "Sister, don't cry." Su Huayu felt a little guilty seeing Lu Jianwei suddenly crying. But Lu Zhongbai was too isolated and helpless in the Lu family. She hoped Lu Jianwei could stand with Lu Zhongbai. Brother didn't mean to be mean to you. He didn't expect to save Jia Jia and then get scolded by you. Lu Jianwei cried even harder. She clearly saw Lu Zhongbai jump into the water, grab Su Huayu with one hand, and save Jia Jia with the other. But later, for some reason, her mind only remembered the cruel scene of Lu Zhongbai pressing Lei Jikai and Ma Jipeng into the pool.
"Sister."
Su Huayu handed the tissue to Lu Jianwei and said, "Brother is very normal. Brother is not sick. Xiao Bai definitely isn't sick." Lu Jianwei took the tissue to wipe her tears and runny nose. She took a long time to calm down and suppress her guilty feelings. Xiao Bai isn't sick. He just got too anxious and lost control of his strength. Lu Jianwei took a deep breath and looked at Su Huayu with a sad smile. "We adults don't understand things as well as you little ones." Su Huayu smiled and said, "Big brother is a hero. He has saved Huayu many times. He's the best and strongest." Lu Jianwei listened quietly, nodding at her brother's admiration. Yes, even though Lu Zhongbai has done many good things, why does she only notice the few bad things he did? That's unfair to Lu Zhongbai. Yes, I also think Xiao Bai is very impressive. Lu Zhongbai was standing at the door of his room, listening to the conversation between Su Huayu and his older sister. He lowered his head, and as he saw Huang Yufeng teasing his son downstairs, he slowly curled his fingers. Since she was so afraid of him, he would make her even more scared. In the afternoon, Lu Zhongbai was reading with Su Huayu in his room. Ji Huayang and Wang Jinbang, along with Wu Lichuan, were playing a war game in the backyard. In the evening, Ji Huai's family was carried into Lu Zhongbai's room by their mother. Although Lu Zhongbai didn't speak to Lu Jianwei, he silently handed his toys to Ji Huai's family, letting them play quietly on the bed. Lu Jianwei saw this and smiled, saying to Lu Zhongbai and Su Huayu, "What do you want to eat tonight?" "Sister will cook for you. Cold noodles." Seeing Lu Zhongbai agree, Su Huayu also smiled and said, "Sister, I want to eat cold noodles." "Okay, I'll make cold noodles for you." Lu Jianwei was happy to see her brother finally willing to talk to her. When she turned to leave, she took a step forward but then turned back, squatting down to look at Lu Zhongbai reading and said, "Xiao Bai, today I was wrong. I was wrong to say and do things the way I did.
I'm sorry.
You saved Jai and I really appreciate you. If I ever say or do something wrong in the future, please tell me, okay?" Looking at Lu Jianwei, who apologized to him willingly, Lu Zhongbai put down his book and said, "I also got angry with you." "Sorry." Lu Jianwei smiled and said, "Kids are allowed to get upset. Big sister will go make cold noodles for you all. Talking happily with her younger brother, Lu Jianwei left feeling relaxed. The warm atmosphere didn't last long. When Lu Hai came home, his face was dark. He looked at the empty hall and, hearing sounds from the kitchen, went over and asked, "Where is Lu Zhongbai?" Hearing his father's restrained anger, Lu Jianwei guessed he might have heard about Lu Zhongbai almost drowning Lei Zikai and Ma Jiping on the way home. Lu Jianwei smiled and said, "Dad, do you know that Xiaobai wanted to do something brave today and wanted to be praised?" Huang Yufeng looked at Lu Jianwei in disbelief. She wasn't someone who would twist the truth before. Had she forgotten what she told him before? Lu Hai, hearing his daughter's words, calmed down slightly and asked, "How did your brother try to be brave?" Lu Jianwei sighed first, then her eyes reddened and said, "Maybe I haven't been back to our big yard for a long time. I didn't know that the swimming pool there had been divided among the kids." After briefly explaining what happened, Lu Jianwei looked at Lu Hai thoughtfully and continued, "At that time, Xiaobai and the others were trying to climb out of the pool. If he hadn't seen Jia Jia, Xiaoyu, and a few younger kids fall in, he wouldn't have gone back to save them. Xiaobai might have been upset because those kids bullied others and didn't apologize, so he acted. You know Xiaobai's hot temper, just like yours. He got angry and acted strongly." Lu Jianwei observed her father's expression and said, "I think after we finish eating, you and Mom should take Xiaobai to apologize." Although both of those kids are older than Xiaobai, and even together they couldn't beat him, Xiaobai did go too far. The kids were really scared. "You and Mom should go, and I've prepared a formal apology." Lu Hai looked at his daughter, clearly understanding her meaning. "Go where?" His tone was no longer angry like before. On his way back, he heard that his youngest son almost drowned 2 children while playing in the pool. Lu Hai was very upset when he heard this. He hurried back quickly to find out what really happened. But after listening to his daughter explain the situation, he felt a bit embarrassed. When Lu Hai first heard the rumors about his son, he believed them without question. Now, thinking about it, Lu Hai feels it was unfair and too harsh to judge his son without hearing his explanation. "Come to me." Actually, when Lu Hai called out Lu Zhongbai heard him. He was standing alone on the stairs looking at his father, and asked, "Are you going to hit me?" Lu Hai, feeling awkward and guilty, took off his hat and said, "Why would I hit you for no reason? Hurry up and tell your cousins to wash their hands. Dinner is almost ready." After Lu Zhongbai went downstairs to call Ji Huayang and Wu Lichuan, Lei Zikai was brought to the Lu family by his parents. Not only him, but also Ma Jiping's family came to visit. "Leader Lu, today you must stand up for us and do what's right." Lu Hai looked at Ma Jiping's mother, who was crying and upset. When Lu Zhongbai finished calling people and returned to the living room, Lu Hai waved to him. Lu Zhongbai hesitated for a moment, then walked over to his father. Ma Jiping's mother, seeing Lu Zhongbai, was so angry she wanted to go and ask him why he was so cruel. But before she could get close, Lu Hai blocked her way. Lu Hai protected his son behind him and told Ma Jiping's mother calmly, "Let's talk nicely. My son was so scared by your son that he wet his pants and got a high fever. Now he's in the hospital. How can I stay calm?" When Lu Hai heard Ma Jiping's mother call his son a little troublemaker, his eyes turned cold. "My son is a troublemaker?" Lu Hai asked back. At that moment, Ma Jiping's father quickly pulled his wife back. "Leader Lu, my wife is just worried and upset. Please don't take it to heart." Lu Hai did not say whether he cared or not. He simply said, "I understand the general situation, but to be safe, since I only have partial information, let's call all the children and adults who were at the pool today. But my son is in the hospital," Ma Jiping's mother cried. "So what?" Lu Hai looked at her and asked, "Is the truth not important?" "It's not as important as my son's life. My son's innocence is also very important." Lu Zhongbai looked up at his father's figure and for the first time felt that he could be reliable. "Jiping is fine, just scared." Qi Zhali returned home with her bag and saw a group of people coming to question her. She went to her husband and gently touched her son's small head, smiling softly. "I checked on him. He just needs to rest well for a while. I just heard you arguing at the door. I already asked Jianza to find everyone near the pool today. Let's have a good talk." Lei Jikai's parents quickly said, "Sir, Director Chi, we're not here to argue. We just want to apologize. Today, the real culprit is their son. If they only apologize after settling everything, it will be too late." Lei Jikai's father pushed his son's shoulder. Lei Jikai looked at Lu Zhongbai standing between his parents and said, "Sorry, I shouldn't have been so bossy and fought with the other kids at the big yard." His father then said to Lu Hai, "When we get home, I will teach him a lesson. He's grown up, yet he fights over the pool with younger kids." That's really shameful. After hearing this, Lu Zhongbai stepped forward and looked at Lei Jikai, saying, "Sorry." Lu Zhongbai's apology surprised everyone present. They never expected that someone as assertive as Lu Zhongbai would ever say sorry voluntarily. "Fighting is one thing, but I shouldn't have held you both underwater," Lu Zhongbai said, looking at Lei Jikai, who blushed and looked a little scared. "I didn't expect kids from the military compound to be so fragile." Lu Hai, Lei Jikai's father, Ma Jipeng's father, and others. "If I had known you were so fragile, I would have been gentler. I overestimated you. Everyone. You all." Lu Zhongbai looked at Qi Zhaoli, who suddenly covered her mouth. She awkwardly explained to the shocked and embarrassed parents across from her, "Kids tend to be a bit straightforward." Qi Zhaoli released her hand and said, "Jipeng and Jikai are in elementary school now, right? See, kids in elementary school are more sensible than those in our kindergarten. Everyone. You two, mother and son, really do share the same sharp tongue." Lu Hai patted his son's shoulder and said, "Next time, don't be so rough with your brothers, okay?" Lei Jikai's father and Ma Jipeng's father felt their faces burning with shame, almost unable to face others. Losing to a younger child in a one-on-two fight was one thing, but they even had the nerve to come here afterward. Of course, Lei Jikai's father felt he was slightly better because he was apologizing on behalf of his son. As for Ma Jipeng's father, he was now too ashamed to lift his head. Especially after Lu Zhongbai's first comment. He didn't expect children from the military compound to be so tough. It was incredibly humiliating. Fortunately, this moment of shame didn't last long because Lu Jianze and Xiao Jiang called everyone who had been at the pool today to come over. Whether it was the group of children with Lei Jikai or Gu Daishan and Gu Xiaoqi, along with their parents, they all came to Lu Zhongbai's house. Gu Xiaoqi's mother, upon arriving, loudly questioned Lei Jikai and Ma Jipeng's parents. "I haven't even gone to find you yet. Do you even know how to teach children? Did you just pull off her wooden float?" My Xiaoqi almost drowned and kept coughing when she got home. If Director Chi's son hadn't pulled her out in time, my daughter might have been in serious trouble. "I would have fought you." While her mother was shouting at Lei Jikai and Ma Jipeng's parents, Gu Xiaoqi emphasized, "It was Ma Jipeng who did it. He rushed over and pulled her off. Xiaoyu's older brother saved us and pulled us out of the pool," Gu Xiaoqi added. Nearby, Tao Lei and others nodded in agreement. "It was Xiaoyu's brother who rescued us. Ma Jipeng hasn't apologized to us yet." Ma Jipeng's father blushed and said, Uncle will apologize on behalf of Ma Jipeng. When he gets out of the hospital, I will take him to apologize. Actually, it's nothing serious, just kids playing around. But Jipeng should be more careful next time. If something really happens, won't we make enemies?" Yes. After understanding the full story, Lei Jikai's parents, Ma Jipeng's parents, and others left with mixed feelings. Lu Jianze thought about what his younger brother had said earlier and chuckled. "They're just a few kids. Why do you think kids from the military compound are better than those from the police station? They haven't even fought us." Ji Huayang loudly told his uncle, "We're younger than them, but we're stronger." Lu Jianze picked up Ji Huayang and said, Okay, you're the strongest. Especially Xiao Bai, he's pretty good with his hands." Lu Jianze was really surprised after seeing his younger brother defeat two older kids. Lu Zhongbai looked at Lu Jianze and then asked Lu Hai and Qi Zhaoli, "Dad, Mom, do I still need to see a mental health doctor at the hospital?" "What mental health doctor?" Qi Zhaoli and Lu Hai asked almost at the same time. When Lu Zhongbai said this, Lu Jianwei couldn't help but stare at Huang Yufeng at the kitchen door, who was frozen in place. Huang Yufeng was also stunned when Lu Zhongbai said this. Something she could talk to Lu Hai and Qi Zhaoli about because she could control her words and tone, but Lu Zhongbai's words put her in the spotlight. "Sister-in-law said I have mental and psychological problems. Lu Zhongbai said with teary eyes. But I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have been so harsh. Mom and Dad, please don't send me to the hospital. I don't want to go. I don't like hospitals. I don't have an illness. Qi Zhali felt her son's choked voice like a knife stabbing her heart. She held back tears and squatted down to hug him, saying, "You're not sick. You're fine. Mom and Dad won't send you to the hospital." Lu Hai frowned and asked, "Yufeng, are you really saying that?" Lu Jianze, upon hearing his younger brother's words, also looked at his wife with a stern, worried expression. How could she say such things to a child? Huang Yufeng, under the critical looks of her husband and father-in-law, hurriedly explained, "I was just talking. At the time, my older sister said. It was my fault for not explaining clearly," Lu Jianwei said. "But my younger brother is healthy, both physically and mentally. Some things are better left unsaid," Qi Zhali reassured her younger son, then coldly told Huang Yufeng standing at the kitchen door. "Rumors often start as casual talk, but it's hard to clear them up," Qi Zhali warned coldly. Then she turned to her eldest son. "You know your brother's situation better than anyone. I don't want to hear any strange stories about him outside. Do you understand?" Lu Jianze looked at Lu Zhongbai, who was sadly leaning on his mother, and nodded seriously. "I understand." After his wife finished speaking, Lu Hai said, "Tonight, you all should go home and eat." Huang Yufeng's emotions suddenly collapsed. Was she being asked to leave the house? But she hadn't done anything wrong. She only gave a suggestion. Wasn't she just trying to help Lu Zhongbai? Tears in her eyes, Huang Yufeng choked back her sobs and ran out of the Lu family home. Seeing his wife run away, Lu Jianze forgot about his son and said, "I'll go check on her." When Lu Jianze chased after her, he saw Huang Yufeng crouched by the roadside, crying. He sighed and said, "Stop crying. Can I not cry now? Listen to what your brother said. He's just trying to make me look bad in front of our parents, so they'll have a bad opinion of me. How can he be so sneaky?" Lu Jianze looked at Huang Yufeng, who was crying uncontrollably, and asked, "Did you say those things?" "I did, but I only said them for your brother's sake, for our family. No matter what, Ma Jipeng really ended up in the hospital because of your brother, who gets into a fight and ends up in the hospital. And since your brother came back, his attitude towards the family isn't even a little respectful. Besides, does he look like a normal kid? Even at such a young age, he is already scheming for the future." "Comrade Huang Yufeng," Lu Jianze said, listening to his wife's deep bias against his younger brother. "He is still just a child under 7 years old. What's wrong with a child? Just because he's young now, we should intervene properly. If he really becomes a troublemaker in the future, harming society, it will be too late then." Before Lu Zhongbai returned home, Huang Yufeng thought the Lu family was still normal. But after Lu Zhongbai came back, she felt that her father-in-law, mother-in-law, and even her husband were almost spoiling him completely. He's just a little kid. Does it really matter? Haven't they seen what they've done to spoil him? Today, he almost drowned 2 children in the pool because he was upset. Maybe tomorrow, he'll bully or even hurt Xiaobo if he's annoyed. Xiaobo is your biological brother, but Xiaobo is also your own son. While Huang Yufeng was angrily criticizing Lu Jianze, Lu Zhongbai's voice suddenly sounded from behind them. "I just have a bad temper, but I'm not a crazy person without reason." Huang Yufeng stiffened at his voice. Why is he always so unpredictable? How long has he been standing there listening? Is he going to complain to his parents again? "Big brother, I'm not that bad. I wouldn't bully Xiaobo." "I know." Lu Jianze sighed deeply inside. "Big brother knows you wouldn't. Big brother knows you are a good kid." "Sorry, big brother. On behalf of your wife, I apologize to you." Lu Zhongbai didn't accept the apology from Lu Jianze on Huang Yufeng's behalf. Instead, he took out the key in his hand and said to Lu Jianze, "Brother, you forgot your keys. I'm going back to eat now. Mom and Dad are still waiting for me." After watching Lu Zhongbai leave, Lu Jianze held the keys and said to his wife, "You have a bias against Xiaobo. You just heard what happened in the pool at home. It's not Xiaobo's fault. He only acted a little impulsively, but that doesn't mean he's sick. You're Xiaobo's sister-in-law. I don't expect you to always side with Xiaobo, but at least don't accuse him of everything. He has a reason for his bad attitude toward our parents. They and I, as well as my older sister, all owe Xiaobo. If you can't trust Zhongbai, that's okay. In the future, you can have less contact with Zhongbai and our family. Huang Yufeng looked at Lu Jianjia, who had never thought about her feelings, and said, "So, I am the only outsider in this family, right?" "No, I mean if you don't like Zhongbai, you don't have to interact with him. You don't need to judge how he or your parents get along." Huang Yufeng, with tears in her eyes, looked at Lu Jianjia and said, "I understand what you mean. You are a family and I am an outsider. I was too nosy today. I shouldn't have interfered." After shouting at Lu Jianjia in frustration, Huang Yufeng turned around and left. Lu Jianjia watched her walk away and thought for a moment before rushing forward to put the keys that Lu Zhongbai had brought for them into Huang Yufeng's hand. Huang Yufeng initially thought Lu Jianjia was coming to apologize to her, but he only handed her the keys. "Go home and decide what to eat. Xiaobo and I will come back later." Lu Jianjia's thoughts were simple. His wife was an adult and should be able to handle her emotions well. But his younger brother, Lu Zhongbai, was still a child. Even if he wasn't involved, he felt uncomfortable hearing what Huang Yufeng said, and it was even harder for Lu Zhongbai. It was impossible for Huang Yufeng to apologize to Lu Zhongbai, so Lu Jianjia wanted to have a good talk with his brother. Seeing Lu Jianjia walk away without hesitation after giving her the keys, Huang Yufeng finally couldn't hold back her feelings of hurt and broke down crying. When Lu Jianjia returned home, the children's chatter greeted him. Lu Hai and Qi Zhali saw him come back and asked, "Do you want us to serve you a bowl?" Maybe he was preoccupied, because during dinner, Lu Jianjia kept glancing at his younger brother, but Lu Zhongbai didn't look at him. He heard every word Huang Yufeng said clearly. So this is how others see him. After dinner, Lu Jianwei pulled Lu Jianjia to clear the table and wash the dishes, while Lu Hai and Qi Zhali took Lu Zhongbai to the study. As soon as Lu Zhongbai followed his parents into the study, he saw his mother take out a medical box. "I am not hurt." In Lu Zhongbai's eyes, not seeing blood meant there were no injuries. "Yes, they couldn't beat me." Lu Hai smiled and said, "Your brother is right. You have some skill, but you need to be more careful next time," Lu Hai emphasized. After the children finished talking, Lu Hai asked his guard, Xiao Jiang, about what happened. Xiao Jiang honestly told Lu Hai what he remembered. In Xiao Jiang's mind, Lu Zhongbai seemed pretty impressive. After all, not everyone can take on two older kids alone. At that moment, Lu Zhongbai had pushed Lei Jikai and Ma Jiping into the pool. Xiao Jiang thought Lu Zhongbai was just in the heat of a fight, which isn't a psychological problem. Usually, during their training fights, they were much more intense, just adrenaline rushing. As for what your wife said, Qi Zhali and Lu Hai looked seriously at Lu Zhongbai and said, "She was wrong. You're doing well. Your mind and spirit are fine. It's because your parents haven't done enough." Lu Zhongbai looked at them, without speaking. "Don't take her words to heart. If you find it hard to get along, you don't have to." Qi Zhali then changed the subject, seeing Lu Zhongbai silent. "Xiaobai, after summer vacation, you'll start elementary school. Do you want to go to the school near the military compound or the one near the police academy?" Qi Zhali and Lu Hai hoped Lu Zhongbai would choose to study at the military school, but they also noticed he was happy living at the police compound, so they wanted him to decide for himself. At first, Lu Zhongbai wanted to go to the police compound school. But after experiencing what happened recently, he told Qi Zhali and Lu Hai, "I want to go to the school at the military compound." When Lu Hai and Qi Zhali heard this, they immediately smiled happily. Good, good. Living at home is better. Studying here is even better. Having Lu Zhongbai close by meant they could better take care of him. When Lu Zhongbai left his parents' study, his older brother took him to the backyard. "Your wife is straightforward and speaks without thinking." "My brother is sorry for what she said." "No need," Lu Zhongbai told Lu Jianjia. "I know she has biases against me, but she's her."
"You're you. Xiaobo is Xiaobo."
"I won't distance myself from you and Xiaobo just because she has prejudices against me." "Brother," Lu Zhongbai looked at Lu Jianjia and said, "I'm not a crazy person." Lu Jianjia hugged Lu Zhongbai and said, "I know, Xiaobai. I'm sorry." Lu Zhongbai lowered his eyes. He really didn't want to hear the words, "I'm sorry," anymore. That night, Lu Zhongbai slept in his room with Su Huayu and the youngest, Ji Huai. Su Huayu slept on the bed, while Lu Zhongbai and Ji Huai slept on the floor. Maybe because so many things happened today, Lu Zhongbai couldn't fall asleep. Xiaoyu, are you asleep? Lu Zhongbai waited for a response from Su Huayu, but didn't get one. He sat up and looked at the bed. Su Huayu had pushed the sheet off the cool mat and was lying close to it, face down, very comfortably. Lu Zhongbai didn't wake Su Huayu. He just watched him quietly until he finished telling his feelings to Su Huayu's little face. Then, he looked at the sheet that Su Huayu had kicked aside and carefully covered him with it. The fan blowing on him wasn't enough. After covering Su Huayu with the sheet, Lu Zhongbai was satisfied and lay on the floor. He looked at Ji Huai, who had kicked off the blanket, and silently pulled a blanket over himself and Ji Huai to cover their stomachs. His grandma said that when sleeping, you should cover your belly button so it doesn't get cold. Once Lu Zhongbai was asleep, Qi Zhali opened her son's door with her medicine box. When she lifted his shirt and saw the bruises on his body, she fought back tears, holding back her emotions. This was what he called not being hurt. The next day at the military compound, they didn't go to the pool again. But yesterday, some friends they met at the pool, Gu Daishan and others, came to visit Lu's family and play with Lu Zhongbai and Su Huayu. Everyone gathered to eat watermelon and play games. Even lunch was cold noodles at Lu's house. In the afternoon, during hide-and-seek, Su Huayu was so tired she couldn't continue. She simply hid under Lu Zhongbai's bed and looked at picture books until she fell asleep. When she woke up again, she had moved from under the bed to the nearby mat. Lu Zhongbai was reading a book nearby. Seeing Su Huayu wake up, he said, "There's a movie tonight. Do you want to go see it?" Watching a movie was quite rare now. Su Huayu listened to the children outside laughing and playing, then looked at Lu Zhongbai beside her and asked, "Why aren't you playing with them? There's nothing fun to do." "Reading is good enough." Lan Zhongbai put down his book and said to Su Huayu, "After I start elementary school, I will go back to the military compound." "That's good. Then you can be with your parents," Su Huayu replied sincerely, happy for him. Even with family ties, feelings need time to grow and be nurtured. Lan Zhongbai is so smart. As long as he wants to, he can handle his relationship with his parents well. "Do you want to go to school in the military compound?" Su Huayu blinked and looked at Lan Zhongbai, suddenly recalling how he once wanted her mother to sell her to him. She smiled and said, "No, children can't leave their parents." "I can," he replied. "No, I can't. I want to stay with my mother," Su Huayu said firmly. Although she often went along with Lan Zhongbai, she had her limits when it came to her principles. Lan Zhongbai clearly knew her temper, so he just turned over and lay on the mat, saying, "Then I will come find you after school to play. By then, you'll have new friends." Su Huayu noticed that Lan Zhongbai seemed a bit too clingy. He twisted to look at her and said, "No, they won't always be with me. Today they play with me. Tomorrow they can play with others. My parents are the same. They prefer Wanjinbang." Lan Zhongbai looked into her eyes. "Only you stay with me." Only Su Huayu wouldn't abandon him, just like last time. "You and others are not the same," Lan Zhongbai emphasized. "You are different too." Su Huayu turned over and lay beside him, saying. Lan Zhongbai had saved her many times, so as long as it didn't involve his mother, Su Huayu thought she would always stand by his side. Qi Zhali originally wanted to call her son downstairs to eat watermelon but overheard what Lan Zhongbai said behind him. Qi Zhali wanted to open the door and tell her son that things weren't like that. She preferred him. But in the end, she didn't open the door. She looked at Wang Jinbang downstairs, enthusiastically inviting the children to eat watermelon, and suddenly thought of how, just last night, when she returned home, Xiaobai was playing happily with them. But in just one night, only Su Huayu remained by Xiaobai's side. Her son's life shouldn't be like this. They are the ones who ruined it. Qi Zhali leaned on the staircase railing, watching the children downstairs. She knew that Lu Hai had been right when he spoke to her before, but now she didn't want to be right. Her son is more important than being right. Since someone has to be the bad person, she is willing to do it. After staying at the Lu family for 3 days and 2 nights, Su Huayu couldn't help but look eagerly at the door after lunch on the third day. Maybe her mother would suddenly appear at the door to take them home. She missed her mother. Su Huayu kept waiting. When the weather was a little cooler in the afternoon, only Wu Haifeng appeared at the Liu family's door. Seeing Su Huayu looking visibly disappointed, Wu Haifeng patted her little head and said, "Mom will probably come back tomorrow. Tonight, Dad will take you to eat Quanjude." With a big wave of his hand, Wu Haifeng told the children, "Everyone, let's go together." In the end, not only the children went, but also Qi Zhali and Liu Jianwei's couple. Liu Jianwei originally thought Wu Haifeng was planning to spend a lot of money, but Wu Haifeng almost couldn't pay the bill. Su Miaojuan returned the next morning. As she carried her suitcase into the house, she saw Su Huayu lying on the cool mat in the main hall, enjoying the breeze from the fan. Seeing her daughter so relaxed, Su Miaojuan felt all her fatigue instantly disappear. She worked hard and aimed for promotions just to give her daughter a comfortable and good life. "Mom." Su Huayu heard footsteps and knew her mother had returned. She climbed up from the cool mat and threw herself into her mother's arms, eagerly saying, "Mom, I missed you so much. I missed you so much I couldn't even eat." Su Miaojuan smiled and pinched her chubby little face. "Really? Let's see your little belly." Su Huayu, full from eating watermelon, cuddled in her mother's arms, acting spoiled. Only in her mother's arms could Su Huayu be a carefree child. When Wu Lichuan and Wu Lijiang saw their mother return, they rushed inside. Su Miaojuan smiled and gently patted their little heads, saying, "You look hot. Rest for a while. Mom brought you some delicious food." When it comes to delicious food, Wu Lichuan immediately took Wu Lijiang to wash their hands. Meanwhile, Su Huayu took the opportunity to tell her mother about what happened at the military pool. After hearing this, Su Miaojuan looked at Su Huayu seriously and said, "Mom is off tomorrow. How about I take you swimming?" This time at the military compound, Lu Zhongbai was always watching, but Su Miaojuan couldn't guarantee that Su Huayu wouldn't always have someone around her. So, teaching her daughter to swim was very important. "We're going too." Wu Lichuan and the others came out and loudly said. "Okay, you can come too," Su Miaojuan replied. But since they were going, it was impossible for only the three of them to go. Everyone in the police compound knew that Wu Haifeng's 3 children and Ji Dehui's 3 children often played together. So, the next day, Su Miaojuan and Liu Jianwei took the kids to the swimming pool. There were 6 children, but only Ji Huai's family and Su Huayu needed adults nearby. Su Huayu was okay. Although she choked a few times at the military pool last time, she wasn't very afraid of water. However, when Liu Jianwei tried to put Ji Huai's family into the water, his heart-wrenching crying drew everyone's attention. Okay. Liu Jianwei looked at Ji Huai's family crying so hard he was out of breath and quickly comforted him on the shore. When Ji Huai's family was pulled out by Liu Zhongbai, he only coughed from choking and seemed fine afterward, but now he was waiting here. Liu Jianwei looked at his little son with pity and regret. Her brother was right. She hadn't paid enough attention to her son at that time. Otherwise, she would have noticed that her son had a fear of water. While her mother was comforting Ji Huai's family in her arms, Su Miaojuan was teaching Su Huayu to swim. But after a few splashes in the water following her mother's instructions, Su Huayu didn't want to move anymore. Kick your legs, kick. Keep kicking. Mom, do I look like a frog?" Su Huayu thought she really looked like a frog when she kicked her legs. Only frogs would kick like that. "Yes, keep kicking," her mother encouraged. Although Su Huayu wanted to give up at first, since she promised her mother she would learn to swim, she finally took about half a month to learn how to swim. One day, the adults went to work, and the children gathered in the pavilion to play marbles. Of course, Su Huayu was still lying on the stone table, not moving at all. "Next month is my birthday. What do you want to eat?" he asked. Su Huayu looked at Liu Zhongbai, who was lying beside him, and asked, "It's your birthday. What do you want to eat?" "I can have anything," Liu Zhongbai said with a sigh. "I wish my grandma and grandpa could come and celebrate with me. In the past, he always celebrated his birthday with his grandma and grandpa." "You can call or write to your grandma and grandpa," Su Huayu suggested. Lu Zhongbai thought for a moment and said, I'll call them. Come on, let's call now. Lu Zhongbai was the kind of person who acted quickly. While Ji Huayang and Wu Lichuan played marbles, he pulled Su Huayu, who didn't like to move much, to make the call. Qi Xuan from Shanghai looked at his grandson, who called him much earlier than usual. After answering the phone, he asked, What's wrong, Xiaobai? Is something the matter? Since Qi Xuan and his wife returned to Shanghai from the capital, Lu Zhongbai had been calling home almost every day. Usually he called in the afternoon, but this was the first time he called during noon. I'm going to have my birthday next month. Hearing this, Qi Xuan smiled and said, Your grandma and I remember. A few days before your birthday, your grandma and I will go to the capital to see you. Really? Lu Zhongbai was so happy, he almost wanted to jump up and down. Really? Your grandma wants to give you a surprise. Qi Xuan lowered his voice. Just don't let it slip when you call again, or your grandma will scold me. Lu Zhongbai smiled and said, That's great. Are you still staying at your older sister's house recently? Yes, I will go back to my parents' place when school starts. Qi Xuan nodded and said, That's right. Xiaobai, your grandpa knows you're a smart kid and understands you know what's best for yourself. Don't be stubborn. I know. I'm not a kid anymore. I know what to do. Good. After hanging up with his grandpa, Lu Jianwei suddenly appeared beside him. What's wrong? Lu Zhongbai asked, looking at Lu Jianwei standing behind him. Yesterday, we said we would go home for dinner tonight. I thought about it, and I don't want you to go back tonight. Lu Zhongbai looked confused at Lu Jianwei, who was speaking unclearly. Aren't they all at home tonight? No, my parents are hosting 2 old friends tonight. So what? He asked. Why can't I go back? Lu Jianwei explained, Tonight's dinner is arranged so that Wang Jinbong and his old friends can meet. If everything goes well, Wang Jinbong might live with them in the future. He is leaving, Lu Zhongbai said in surprise. He thought that if anyone was leaving this home, it would be himself, not Wang Jinbong. Yes, Lu Jianwei gently patted her brother's head. Mom has been looking for a good family to adopt him for the past 2 weeks. They need to know him well, and the family should be good, preferably without children. The couple coming tonight is the one Mom carefully chose for Jinbong. So, I think you should stay at home tonight. I'll go help Mom prepare. Lu Jianwei didn't want Lu Zhongbai to go because she was worried Wang Jinbong might hold a grudge. Some things can't be avoided. For example, after Qi Zhaoli made this decision, she would likely be criticized and Wang Jinbong might feel upset. But the adults made the decision, and they should bear the consequences. It has nothing to do with Lu Zhongbai. As the saying goes, it's better to face the pain quickly. Lu Jianwei supported her mother's decision when she learned about it. When Su Huayu heard this, she silently held Lu Zhongbai's hand. This surprised Su Huayu a bit. She didn't expect Qi Zhaoli and Lu Hai to be so heartless as to send Jinbong away. Is that okay? Lu Jianwei asked her brother. After they watched Lu Jianwei leave, everyone waved their hands and headed home. At noon, Wu Haifeng and Ji Dehui went to get food from the cafeteria. Su Miaojuan wasn't home, so the 2 men took the children to eat together. After eating, they went to work. The children either sleep at Wu's house or at Ji's house. When they wake up, they run around happily. Maybe because they were preoccupied, Lu Zhongbai was not very lively all afternoon. Usually, Su Huayu liked lying on a cool mat, listening to the radio and feeling the breeze. Usually active, Lu Zhongbai also lay beside Su Huayu this time. Do you think what my older sister said is true? Probably not. Lu Hai and the others care so much about Wang Jinbong, they wouldn't be willing to send him away. What if it is true? Do you think my mom loves me? Actually, it doesn't matter if she doesn't. I have grandma, grandpa, and you. Su Huayu looked at Lu Zhongbai, who only mumbled when he's with her. She turned her head and said, We'll know when sister comes back. Maybe it's not true. Lu Zhongbai kept telling himself not to believe it, in case his parents still didn't choose him this time. Maybe they were just talking. Adults are good at just talking. Like when he was 4, his parents said they would come to celebrate his birthday, but they didn't come. They also promised to go to the zoo together, but they didn't go. They let him down so many times. He knew this time might be the same, but Lu Zhongbai still couldn't help feeling happy that his parents might choose him. It might also be true, Su Huayu said. Who knows? Meanwhile, at the military compound, Lu Hai had a rare free afternoon. Lu Jianwei and Lu Jianjia, the couple, were busy in the kitchen. Lu Hai and Qi Zhali were thinking of talking to Wang Jinbong again, but after searching every corner of the house, they couldn't find him. I told you Jinbong couldn't accept this, Lu Hai sighed. Every beginning is hard. It's always difficult to accept at first, Qi Zhali said, clenching her fists, telling herself that she had come this far. Even if it doesn't succeed, Wang Jinbong will surely have some lingering worries in his heart, so she might as well go all the way. They couldn't balance the relationship between their son and adopted son. Qi Zhali couldn't ignore her son's loneliness either. If doing this would really bring consequences, Qi Zhali was ready to face them. It's still possible to regret now, Lu Hai told his wife. Qi Zhali looked at Lu Hai and said, I won't regret. I am willing to bear any consequences. Lu Hai looked at Qi Zhali, who was tightly clenched in fists, and sighed. It's not just your decision. I'm involved too. I should know where he is. Lu Hai truly knew where Wang Jinbong was. He was in an abandoned small house in the corner of the military yard. As Lu Hai and Qi Zhali looked at Wang Jinbong sitting inside that abandoned house, feelings of guilt and sadness flooded their minds. For a moment, Qi Zhali also thought about giving up. They had raised the child for over 3 years. How could they not have feelings for him? When Wang Jinbong saw Lu Hai and Qi Zhali approaching, he immediately buried his head between his knees. It was as if, by not facing them, he wouldn't be abandoned. Jinbong, we want to talk to you. Actually, the words they wanted to say had already been spoken to Wang Jinbong yesterday by Lu Hai and Qi Zhali. But seeing him like this, they sighed and said, Let's go home. Wang Jinbong cried and said, Mom and Dad, I don't want to leave. I won't fight with my brother. I can share everything I have with him. I will be obedient and get along well with him. I want to be with Mom and Dad. If I did something wrong, I can change. I really don't want to leave. Qi Zhali looked at Wang Jinbong with such sadness, about to speak, but Lu Hai held her wrist and said to Wang Jinbong, We know you are good. You haven't done anything wrong. It's us who didn't do our part. Zhongbai has been back for a while, and you've been watching our faces. We've noticed that Zhongbai has some issues with you. We couldn't balance things between you two, so, before Lu Hai finished, Wang Jinbong cried out, So you don't want me anymore?
Why don't you want me?
Why not him? He thought Lu Zhongbai was doing well at Lu Jianwei's house. They could grow up without interfering with each other. Why give him up? Why not keep him? He was obedient, never caused trouble, and was a better child than Lu Zhongbai. But why was he the one abandoned? Sorry. Qi Zhali could only say sorry, feeling helpless, because this was their fault. They hadn't taken the responsibility they should have. Or Wang Jinbong cried out, You can't abandon me. My dad entrusted me to you. You can't leave me. I'm sorry. Qi Zhali looked at Wang Jinbong with tears in her eyes. We're sorry for you, but we are even more sorry for our son. Back then, he didn't have to suffer that pain. It was all our fault. Qi Zhali choked with tears. Qi Zhali took a deep breath and wiped her tears. She said, Jinbong, Mom. Auntie can agree to 3 of your conditions, except for staying here. Wang Jinbong saw Qi Zhali's firm attitude and knew there was no hope left to stay, so he started crying loudly. When Wang Jinbong was tired of crying, Lu Hai carried him home. They are from Q City, with a good family background. They knew your father before. If you go there, you will be their only child, and they will treat you like their own. These words had already been told to Wang Jinbong by Qi Zhali and Lu Hai yesterday, but she repeated them again now. I've packed all your belongings, not missing a thing. We will give you 5,000 yuan separately, and they will give it to you later. Remember the home phone number. If anything happens, you can call us anytime. Qi Zhali kept giving instructions. These words were for Wang Jinbong, and also for herself. She had done her best to find the most suitable family for Wang Jinbong. In her eyes, Su Qidong's family was even more suitable than her own. When Lu Hai carried Wang Jinbong back to the door, he happened to meet Su Qidong and his wife, who had just arrived home. Seeing Lu Hai, Su Qidong and his wife greeted him with smiles and said, It's been a long time. Yes, it's been several years.
Don't just stand there.
Come in quickly. Su Qidong and Li Tsuejuan looked at Wang Jinbang, who was crying with red eyes in Lu Hai's arms, and gave him a kind smile. Wang Jinbang looked at the unfamiliar couple in front of him and buried his face in Lu Hai's shoulder. Su Qidong and his wife didn't mind. Since Wang Jinbang was not familiar with them now, they just smiled at each other and followed Lu Hai and Qi Zhali into the living room. Jinbang has been found. Lu Jianwei also breathed a sigh of relief when she saw her father holding Wang Jinbang. She was worried that the child might run away from home out of despair. Nowadays, there are many kidnappers, and if the child were truly taken away, her parents might never recover from the shock. Lu Hai carried Wang Jinbang to wash up briefly, while Qi Zhali took Su Qidong and his wife to sit and drink tea. Meanwhile, Lu Jianwei and Lu Jianze went into the kitchen. Huang Yufeng looked at Wang Jinbang's pitiful expression and said, "Why are the parents acting so suddenly? This child isn't a kitten or puppy. You can't just decide not to take care of him." Hearing Huang Yufeng's words, Lu Jianwei felt a bit upset. Lu Jianze said directly, "The parents have their reasons. Is it because of your younger brother? But your brother doesn't live at home, so why do the parents have to send Jinbang away just because of Zhongbai? Jinbang is so obedient and caring since he was little." Lu Jianwei saw Huang Yufeng's words becoming more and more unreasonable, so she put down her knife and looked at her, saying, "Jinbang is indeed a good boy. Since your sister-in-law likes Jinbang so much, I think we should just talk to the parents and the uncles and aunts directly. Jinbang won't go with them. From now on, he can stay and be raised by your sister-in-law, living with you." As Lu Jianwei spoke, she thought this idea was quite good. This plan is really not bad. If Jinbang stays with you, we're still a family. What do you think, sister-in-law? Huang Yufeng had been silent since Lu Jianwei first spoke. Staying with the parents is fine. My and Jianze's salaries are enough to support our small family. Besides, Jinbang isn't used to being at our place. What's there to not get used to? Didn't you say he's obedient, sensible, and caring? Such a good child. Lu Jianwei smiled and looked at Huang Yufeng, who looked embarrassed and said, "Why not just decide on this?" "No." Huang Yufeng quickly refused. She was genuinely afraid that Lu Jianwei would go out and tell her parents-in-law, then throw Jinbang into her home. Although she knew Jinbang was quite obedient, she wasn't free to take care of someone else's child just like that. "I was just saying. Besides, can our small family compare to theirs? Qi Zhali is the director, and Lu Hai is a senior official. Their salaries and benefits are almost top tier. Raising Jinbang would be easy for them. For us, it's just an extra burden." But Huang Yufeng didn't say this out loud. Actually, Huang Yufeng, apart from that day when she was angered by Lu Zhongbai and spoke without thinking, is a caring and gentle person both inside and out. Who would have thought that Lu Zhongbai, a boy, would secretly report others? Huang Yufeng feels that since that day, except for her own son, Lu Jingbo, the Lu family members have more or less started to have opinions about what she said before. Qi Zhali and Lu Jianwei, who used to be kind to her, have become much colder. What makes Huang Yufeng even more sad is that now, whenever something happens at home, they no longer call her. They used to send her things, but now they don't. If Huang Yufeng hadn't taken the initiative today, she wouldn't have known that something so big had happened in her in-laws' house. She had no news before, and Lu Jianze didn't mention anything when he came home. Huang Yufeng is upset with Lu Jianze because of this. She wonders if she is still his wife. She is also upset that he didn't tell her about Ruanzhenbang being adopted out. "Our family can support Jinbang," Lu Jianze said to Huang Yufeng. "As long as you agree, I will talk to my parents now." Huang Yufeng looked at Lu Jianze, who either didn't understand her meaning or was deliberately making things difficult. She held the celery leaves and lowered her head, saying no need. "My parents found a good family for Jinbang. Su Qidong's family is really nice. It's clear that Qi Zhali carefully chose the family for Ruanzhenbang. Huang Yufeng can't find any fault with it." When Lu Hai brought out Ruanzhenbang after washing up, Su Qidong and Li Tsuejin presented many gifts for him. Li Tsuejin held a small wooden boat made by Su Qidong and said to Ruanzhenbang, This is a model boat your uncle made for you himself. There's also a big ship model waiting for you at home. Li Suijin deliberately spread her arms wide and smiled as she gestured to Ruanzhenbang. Seeing his eyes light up with interest, she secretly nudged her husband. Su Qidong also smiled and said, I can make many, many boats. Whatever kind of model boat you want, I can make it. Cars are fine too. I just need a piece of wood. If you want a plane, that's okay too. Besides these models and toys, I can make anything for you. If you want to learn, I can teach you too. Seeing how kind Su Qidong and Li Suijin are to him, Ruanzhenbang, who was gradually accepting that he would leave, is no longer as resistant as before. Furthermore, Su Qidong seems to be even more impressive than Lu Hai. Lu Hai doesn't do these kinds of things. He only talks about training today and tomorrow. Compared to Su Qidong and Lu Hai, Ruanzhenbang tries hard to find Lu Hai's shortcomings, as if that makes him feel a little better. Lu Hai patted Ruanzhenbang's shoulder and said, Your Uncle Su is one of the best shipbuilders in the country, and Aunt Li is a high school foreign language teacher. Both are very talented. Li Suijin looked less resistant to Ruanzhenbang than before and continued, Our home is close to the sea. When we go back, we can take you to the beach to catch and collect shells. Su Qidong added, There's not only the sea but also mountains. When the weather gets cooler, I'll take you hiking. The mountains have all kinds of fruit. Maybe because Su Qidong and Li Suijin's stories about their home in Q City sound so wonderful. By dinner time that night, Ruanzhenbang seemed to have fully accepted the situation. That night, Su Qidong and his wife stayed at Lu's house. Before going to sleep, Li Suijin and Su Qidong spent some time alone with Ruanzhenbang. After he fell asleep, they quietly left his room. Lu Hai and Qi Zhali had been waiting outside. After Su Qidong and Li Suijin came out, the four of them went to the study. When Qi Zhali brought out 5,000 yuan, Li Suijin and Su Qidong kept refusing, saying, What's this for? Are you worried we can't take good care of Zhenbang? I doubt anyone would doubt you. This is just for Zhenbang. Keep it for him, Lu Hai said, sighing. We know we didn't handle this properly. After Lu Hai finished speaking, Su Qidong and Li Suijin also sighed quietly. They also knew about the incident when Lu Zhongbai was kidnapped. At that time, Lu Hai called Su Qidong to ask him to help make a wooden model ship for his son as a belated birthday gift. As for their current plan to send Ruanzhenbang away, the reasons and background had already been explained to them when Qi Zhali contacted them. In fact, Su Qidong and his wife understood Lu Hai and Qi Zhali's actions. You all have had a hard time too. If you hadn't taken the initiative to leave Zhenbang behind, he might have really gone back to the countryside to live with his uncle. We don't know what kind of life the child would have had then, and it's hard to imagine. Zhenbang's uncle can't even take care of his own children, so taking care of Zhenbang would be even more difficult. Zhenbang was young at the time, but he wasn't foolish. He knew who he could follow to have a better life. Li Suijin looked at Qi Zhali silently and held her hand, saying, Actually, we should thank you for calling us. She smiled at her husband and said to Qi Zhali, Even if you hadn't called us, we were planning to adopt a child this year. Li Suijin and Su Qidong had a daughter before, but she was lost during a war. Over the years, they tried many ways to find her but failed. If she were alive now, she would probably be about the same age as Lu Jianwei. Zhenbang is very good. I like him very much, Li Suijin said with a smile. Thank you all, Qi Zhali sighed, and said to Li Suijin, There's no need to thank us. This just shows that our connection with Zhenbang is even deeper, Li Suijin replied. Then she asked, Does Zhenbang have any hobbies or habits? Tell me about them, so I won't be completely in the dark when I go back. Qi Zhali shared everything about Zhenbang's likes and habits from the past 3 years at her home. Before they left for the guest room, she also slipped 5,000 yuan into Li Suijin's bag. Since they couldn't refuse, Li Suijin and her husband accepted it. The next morning, breakfast was prepared together by Qi Zhali and Li Suijin. This was the last time Zhenbang would have breakfast with the Lu family. Everyone knew about this, so they were especially warm and friendly to Zhenbang that morning. Zhenbang didn't like this kind of warmth. Since he knew he would leave sooner or later, He wished he could leave immediately with his new foster parents and didn't want to see the Liu family again. In fact, Zhenbong did exactly that. He even deliberately called Su Qidong and Li Cuijin, Dad and Mom, in front of Lu Hai and Qi Zhali to show his anger. Hearing this, Su Qidong and Li Cuijin felt very happy inside. Lu Hai and Qi Zhali also silently let out a breath of relief. After breakfast, Wang Zhenbong packed his full bag and left without saying goodbye to the Liu family. He was the first to leave on his own. Su Qidong and Li Cuijin hurriedly took the rest of Wang Zhenbong's luggage, said goodbye to the Liu family, and then followed his steps. Qi Zhali looked at Wang Zhenbong's stubborn back and tried hard to hold back her tears. Lu Hai sighed and hugged Qi Zhali. "Look forward." "I know," she replied. Lu Zhongbai waited at the police station from the afternoon until evening. He was so tired that he fell asleep, only to wake up early the next morning and find that his older sister still hadn't returned. At breakfast, Ji Dehui looked at Lu Zhongbai's distracted state and asked, "What's wrong?" "Lost your mind?" "Don't worry." Ji Dehui knew what Lu Zhongbai was thinking and said directly, "My mother-in-law, your real mother, made her decision. She won't change her mind, especially since Qi Zhali had spent half a month finding a suitable adoptive family for this matter. She wouldn't give up so easily." Lu Zhongbai looked at Ji Dehui and said, "They often change their minds." "This time they won't," Ji Dehui replied. Seeing that Lu Zhongbai still didn't believe, Ji Dehui challenged him. "Let's make a bet. If you lose, you help me clean shoes for 2 months. If I lose, I'll clean shoes for you for 2 months. Deal?" "Your shoes are big," Lu Zhongbai said. Ji Dehui looked at Lu Zhongbai, who was arguing over small things, and said, "Lu Zhongbai, my friend, is cleaning shoes really the point? The important thing is winning or losing. Fine, if I lose, I'll wash your clothes for 2 months. Lu Zhongbai agreed. Lu Zhanwei came back at noon and told Lu Zhongbai and others that Wang Zhenbong had left with his new foster parents. Although Lu Zhongbai had hoped for this, when it actually happened, he felt a bit unreal. His parents had really chosen him this time, not Wang Zhenbong. Ji Huayang, standing nearby, asked confusedly, "Why doesn't Zhenbong live with Grandma and Grandpa anymore? Is it because little uncle doesn't like him, so Grandma and Grandpa drove him away?" When Ji Huayang said this, Lu Zhanwei paused, and Lu Zhongbai also looked at Ji Huayang. Lu Jianwei looked at her son and asked, "Why do you say that? Who told you that your little uncle doesn't like him and wants to drive him away?" Big Aunt said it in front of us, and Zhenbong heard it too. He also said that the little uncle doesn't like him, but he said that Grandma and Grandpa wouldn't drive him away. They would just let the little uncle stay at our house. Why has it suddenly changed now? Ji Huayang found it very strange. Why were their stories different? Lu Jianwei didn't think her son would lie, so she believed that Huang Yufeng and Wang Zhenbong must have said these things. Recently, they only met when Lu Zhongbai took Su Huayu and others to swim at the military compound. Since that time, Lu Zhongbai hadn't gone back there. Her 2 children had been staying close to their little uncle, so they definitely didn't go with him. Lu Jianwei looked at Lu Zhongbai, who was silent beside her, and sighed quietly. When he lived in her house before, did he also think that their parents chose Wang Zhenbong over him? That's why they let Lu Zhongbai, their biological son, stay at his older sister's house. Even if this choice seemed to be made by Lu Zhongbai himself. Ji Huayang saw that his little uncle and mother weren't speaking and asked again, "Is Zhenbong not coming back?" Lu Zhongbai, hearing Ji Huayang's voice, took a step back and looked at him coldly. "If you want him, you can go find him." After saying that, Lu Zhongbai took Su Huayu's hand and left the pavilion directly. Lu Jianwei, feeling disappointed, gave her son a sharp look. "Ji Huayang, can't you see that your little uncle doesn't like Zhenbong? Do you have to seek attention in front of him? But my little uncle never said anything bad about Zhenbong, nor did he mention him negatively, so Ji Huayang truly didn't know that his little uncle didn't like Wang Zhenbong." Lu Jianwei could only sigh. She looked in the direction her brother had taken with Su Huayu and told Ji Huayang, "From now on, don't mention Wang Zhenbong's name in front of your little uncle, understand?" "Yes, Mom." Meanwhile, Su Huayu watched Lu Zhongbai, who was holding her hand and heading toward the state-run store. She gently shook his hand and asked, Lu Zhongbai, are you okay? Lu Zhongbai's parents chose him over Wang Jinbang. Shouldn't he feel happy? It's okay. Although he said that, after walking for a while, Lu Zhongbai stopped and looked at Su Huayu, asking, am I not as likable as Wang Jinbang? He was not naturally a likable person, so it was normal for people to prefer Wang Jinbang over him. Everyone is different. I just like you, Su Huayu replied. Seeing that Lu Zhongbai finally looked happy, he added, some people like certain things and others don't. Sometimes, what others like might be exactly what the people who dislike you care about. It's like I really like cilantro, but others find the smell disgusting. Lu Zhongbai looked at Su Huayu, who was talking confidently, and smiled, saying, so, that means I am cilantro. Hearing Lu Zhongbai's rare childish words, Su Huayu also smiled. After Wang Jinbang left, that evening Qi Zhaoli couldn't hold back and rode her bike to the police compound. When she arrived at the small vegetable garden, she saw her children sitting in the pavilion, eating cucumbers. Seeing her son, Qi Zhaoli finally felt a little more confident. Lu Zhongbai saw Qi Zhaoli with red eyes and took the unfinished cucumber in his hand and walked toward her. Qi Zhaoli smiled and said to Lu Zhongbai, let's go home tonight. Lu Zhongbai looked at her hopeful eyes and didn't say a word. He simply stepped forward and hugged her. At that moment, Qi Zhaoli's nose felt a little sore. She might have become a person of questionable morals, but at least her child trusted her a little, and that was enough. When Lu Zhongbai returned home, he visibly became happier. The gloom and anger that had been between his brows gradually disappeared. When Su Huayu noticed this change, she genuinely felt happy for him. After returning home, Lu Zhongbai preferred to stay at home in the evenings, but during the day, he still liked to go to the police compound. However, as he spent more time living in the military area, he started visiting less often. Maybe because Su Huayu and Lu Zhongbai had been inseparable, except at night, both Lu Jianwei and Wu Haifeng, and even Su Miaojuan, would occasionally ask her if she missed Lu Zhongbai. On days when Lu Zhongbai was not around, Su Huayu would sometimes think of him. But when she thought about Lu Zhongbai now being able to live like a normal child, she actually felt quite happy for him. Moreover, Su Huayu is not really a young child. She doesn't have a strong possessiveness over Lu Zhongbai. If Su Huayu has any strong possessiveness, it might be towards her mother. Su Miaojuan looked at her daughter, who was becoming more clingy after coming home, and said, if you want to play with Xiaobai, just ask Sister Wei to take you to the military compound. Su Huayu didn't know how her mother could tell she wanted to see Lu Zhongbai. She just held onto Su Miaojuan's arm and said, I didn't mean that. I just want to be with Mom. Su Miaojuan looked at her stubborn daughter. When Lu Zhongbai was still around, Su Huayu was also clingy, but she never followed her so closely as she does now. Are you bored at home? Su Miaojuan gently touched her daughter's fluffy hair and said. Even though it's very hot during summer vacation now, the brothers Wu Lichuan and Wu Lijiang can't stay at home. They go out every day to play with Ji Huayang and the other kids from the police yard. It's only been a short holiday, but the brothers Wu Lichuan and Wu Lijiang are already so tan they look black. Su Huayu doesn't like to play outside in the strong sun, so she can only lie on the cool mat at home and enjoy the fan. In the past, Lu Zhongbai would sit beside her or play nearby, but now, besides the fan, there's only her. Thinking about this, Su Huayu felt she might be a little bored. Su Miaojuan looked at her daughter's listless face and sighed softly. How about after I finish work and we have dinner, your dad and I take you to the big yard for a walk? She didn't mention bringing the brothers Wu Lichuan and Wu Lijiang because they usually go out to play with their friends after dinner. Su Huayu doesn't like to join them, so she can only stay with the adults. There are many little girls in the big yard. I'm sure our Yuer will find good friends who share her interests. Su Huayu nodded. Actually, she had been hanging out with Lu Zhongbai and that group because Wu Lichuan and Wu Lijiang are their family's children, and Ji Huayang is their neighbor. Over time, their relationships naturally grew closer. It seems she never really made any friends intentionally. Perhaps because she felt that playing with children of her own age was just playing with little kids. When she was with slightly older children, they also saw her as just a little kid. Therefore, Su Huayu preferred to stay alone. She should find something to do instead of lying here wasting time, even though she is only a little over 3 years old and has plenty of time to waste. Thinking this way, Su Huayu immediately sat up and said to her mother, "Mom, I know what I want to do now." Su Miaojun saw that her daughter was finally regaining some energy and asked with a smile, "What do you want to do?" "I want to visit the Youth Palace." In her previous life, Su Huayu had only heard of the Youth Palace and had never been there. Now that she had the chance in this life, she wanted to see it. The kindergarten teacher said the Youth Palace has many children of all ages. Kids can learn dance, musical instruments, painting, and calligraphy there. "I want to go see." Su Miaojun thought this was a good idea. Learning calligraphy and painting can really improve your character. It would be even better if there were lessons for piano or violin. Su Miaojun said this because when she was at the Hua family, her half-siblings, when they reached a certain age, had professional teachers come to teach them. Su Huayu's oldest sister, Hua Huaixiang, is 17 and skilled in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Su Miaojun always believed that Huyu could bring a good life to her daughter, just as she could herself, so going to the Youth Palace was definitely an option. However, Su Miaojun thought some talents and skills should be learned selectively, like dance and musical instruments. Maybe because her mother, Su Ziji, was once a famous performer known especially for her dancing, Su Miaojun was reluctant to let her daughter learn dance. In her past memories, she saw dance as a form of entertainment for others, which she disliked and didn't want her daughter to get involved in. But perhaps, the more afraid she was of something, the more likely it was to happen. On Saturday, when Su Miaojun took Wu Haifeng, Su Huayu, and Wu Lichuan's brothers to the Youth Palace, each child tried out their talents, and Su Huayu's talent in dance was astonishing. Professor Li, who teaches ethnic dance, smiled as he looked at Su Huayu standing beside him. He said to Su Miaojun, whose face looked a bit serious, "Xiaoyu has the best talent for dance I have seen since I started learning. Although she is only 3 years old now and her bones and joints are not fully developed, we can start with basic dance introduction games, rhythm training, and simple body coordination exercises." Li Xia noticed that Su Miaojun didn't seem very willing to let Su Huayu learn dance, but she didn't want to lose such a talented young dancer. She saw that professional terms didn't persuade Su Miaojun, so she changed her approach and said, "Of course, the most important thing is that learning dance can help children strengthen their bodies. Kids who practice dance regularly are usually strong and healthy, rarely getting sick. Many parents send their children here for this reason." She then asked, "Does Xiaoyu seem a bit dull or not very energetic lately?" When Su Miaojun heard this, she immediately nodded and said, "Yes, our child is different from other kids. Even when it's hot outside, other children like to go out and play, but Yor prefers to stay at home. We've taken her to the doctor, and the doctor said her health is fine." As for the doctor later mentioning that Su Huayu might just be lazy, Su Miaojun didn't say that out loud. In today's world, being hardworking is considered honorable. Calling someone lazy is not a good thing. That's good to hear. Dance can energize the body and mind, making children lively. Plus, the dance studio is full of girls around Xiaoyu's age, so she can make many friends here. Why not give it a try? Su Miaojun looked at Su Huayu, who was easily convinced by Li Xia's words and felt a bit moved. "Do you like dancing?" Su Miaojun asked her daughter. If her daughter truly liked it, she would let her learn. Times have changed. Her daughter would never be like her mother. Also, Su Miaojun felt she might not have inherited her mother's talent, but perhaps her daughter had inherited it from her. Su Huayu wasn't sure if she liked dancing or not. She just thought moving around was okay. So when her mother asked, she nodded. She looked at other children her age who didn't have much formal dance training and thought it would be good to play and practice here. Su Huayu learned to dance at the Youth Palace, and at the same time, Su Miaojun also asked her to learn piano. When Su Miaojun saw that there was a piano class, she was so excited she didn't ask for Su Huayu's opinion and signed her up immediately. Although Wu Lichuan and Wu Lijiang felt that there was no point in going to the Youth Palace, since Su Huayu was learning something there, Wu Lichuan decided to learn martial arts, and Wu Lijiang chose to learn painting. At first, only the 3 of them went to the Youth Palace. Later, Ji Huayang and many children from the public security compound also started attending. As the new school term approached and Lu Zhongbai began visiting the public security compound again, he noticed that many children were missing. He sat alone in the pavilion all afternoon, waiting until sunset for Su Huayu, Wu Lichuan, and the others to return from the youth palace. Little uncle, when Ji Huayang and Wu Lichuan saw Lu Zhongbai return, they were very happy. Lu Zhongbai went over and took the small backpack from Su Huayu, asking, "Where did you go?" "We went to the youth palace," Su Huayu replied, looking at Lu Zhongbai, who looked no different than before. "Why did you come here? Don't you miss me?" Lu Zhongbai asked, sounding a little sad. "But you just came a week ago." That was a week ago. He had been with Su Huayu and Wu Lichuan every day before. Su Huayu ignored Lu Zhongbai's little temper and walked over to sit on a stone bench in the pavilion, saying, "Once you start school, we will see each other even less." Lu Zhongbai felt that Su Huayu was a bit distant, so he silently sat beside her and just looked at her. Ji Huayang and Wu Lichuan looked at Lu Zhongbai and Su Huayu sitting quietly in the pavilion. After exchanging glances, they silently sat on nearby wooden benches, pulling marbles out of their bags. After a long while, Lu Zhongbai said to Su Huayu, who was leaning on the stone table, "Recently, I've been training with Gu Daishan and Lei Jikai at the compound. I haven't had time to come out." Not only did he lack time, but he also lacked strength. The coach, perhaps targeting him, always trained him extra hard. In the first few days, he was either carried home by Lu Jianze or carried back by Lu Hai. However, Lu Zhongbai also feels that he has become much stronger than before, and all his efforts are worth it. When Lu Zhongbai saw that Su Huayu was not paying attention to him, he lifted his shirt to show her the bruises on his arms, legs, and even his back. Su Huayu originally didn't want to look, but unconsciously, her eyes were drawn to the injuries. "How did you get hurt like this?" Hearing Su Huayu's worried tone, Lu Zhongbai suddenly smiled happily and said, "It's okay. It doesn't hurt at all. Lei Jikai is a few years older than me, but now I can beat him easily in a few moves and make him unable to move." Lu Zhongbai took a red butterfly hairpin from his pocket and handed it to Su Huayu. "This is for you. When I get even better at training, no one will dare to bully you." Su Huayu took the hairpin from Lu Zhongbai and quietly said, "No one dares to bully me now. Isn't it training?" "Why are you so badly hurt?" Lu Zhongbai smiled and said, "Falling and getting hurt during training is normal. Some of my injuries are already healing. My dad said that they think the children in the military compound are too idle, so they often cause trouble and play around. If we train together, there will be less time for mischief. In fact, Lu Hai's method has worked very well. Before, children in the military compound would often gather to fight. But now, more than 2 weeks have passed, and no fights have happened. Any conflicts are now resolved during group training sessions. After school starts, besides morning runs and military exercises, there won't be many other training activities. When school ends, I'll come to play with you. Maybe on Saturdays and Sundays, I won't be able to because of additional training." Su Huayu listened and felt that, as a young student, Lu Zhongbai's days ahead would be quite tough. That evening, when both families were having dinner together, Wu Haifeng and Ji Dehui silently exchanged glances after hearing about Lu Zhongbai's upcoming schedule. Wu Lichuan and Ji Huayang, who often spent their time idly at the youth palace, thought that instead of wasting weekends there, it would be better to send the children to the youth training camp at the military compound. Therefore, after Wu Lichuan, Ji Huayang, and Lu Zhongbai boasted about how fun the youth palace was, they went to the training camp the next day with Lu Zhongbai. After the day's training, neither of them went home because it was Lu Zhongbai's birthday. Su Miaojuan and Wu Haifeng took Su Huayu and Wu Lijiang and followed Lu Jianwei's family to the military compound. When they arrived at Lu's house, Wu Lichuan and Ji Huayang sat slumped on stone benches, looking very tired. Seeing their parents arrive, both of them wanted to cry. Wu Lichuan even cried out to Su Huayu, "Xiaoyu, do you know why that instructor trained Lu Zhongbai so hard?" Su Huayu shook his head. Could it be because Lu Zhongbai is Lu Hai's son, so they paid special attention to him? Because Lu Zhongbai once said that the kids in the military compound couldn't handle tough training, so the instructor wanted to test how strong he really was. If they wanted to test Lu Zhongbai's strength, they should have tested him themselves. Why did those from the police yard have to suffer along with him? Lu Zhongbai still has strength to test. Wu Lichuan and Ji Huayang are too weak and don't need testing. Wu Lichuan exercises every morning with Wu Haifeng and has been learning martial arts at the Youth Palace recently, so he can resist a little. Ji Huayang, on the other hand, is really miserable. Lu Jianwei almost cried when he saw his son's miserable state. What are they doing? Look at how they're tormenting the kids. Lu Jianwei couldn't say much to his own father-in-law because the training camp was something Ji Dehui insisted on sending Ji Huayang to, so Ji Dehui was scolded thoroughly by his wife. Seeing his mother so angry, Ji Huayang thought that after she finished scolding his father, he wouldn't have to go through training at the military compound anymore. But in the end, Lu Jianwei, with red eyes, told her son, "Don't worry, Mom will have Grandma prepare the best ointment for you. Once you're better, you'll get fewer beatings." Ji Huayang. Lu Zhongbai was very happy to see Su Huayu and the others arrive. After hearing his older sister's words, he said, "It's okay. Once Xiao Yang learns how to endure the beatings, he'll be better." Just like him, after being hit so many times, his instructor might not even be able to hit him anymore. Yes, ever since Lu Zhongbai's instructor realized that this group of kids couldn't beat Lu Zhongbai, he started fighting himself or directly found children around 14 or 15 years old to fight Lu Zhongbai. After all, potential is something that can be increased with effort. Lu Zhongbai finished speaking without looking at Ji Huayang's unhappy face. Instead, he turned to Su Huayu, who was wearing a bright red dress, and said, "My mom bought a huge cake at the Moscow restaurant. Later, when it's cut, it will be the best place for you to enjoy the cream." After Lu Zhongbai said this, Ji Huayang and Wu Lichuan, who had been crying loudly just moments before, suddenly became excited. "I saw that cake. It looks so nice. It should taste really good." Wu Lijiang saw his older brother and others so excited, so he quickly stepped forward and asked, "What kind of cake is it? I want to eat too." Later, this was the first time Lu Zhongbai celebrated his birthday at home. Besides his grandparents from Shanghai, who came over, all the Lu family members were there. The only outsiders might have been Wu Haifeng's family, but because they had a good relationship and Lu Zhongbai had once fought alongside Su Huayu, the family fit in very smoothly. Qi Zhali originally asked Lu Zhongbai if he wanted to invite friends from the military compound, but Lu Zhongbai refused. He didn't want too many people. Before dinner, Lu Zhongbai held Su Huayu's hand and went to find his grandparents. Qi Xuan and Bai Hui watched Lu Zhongbai and Su Huayu holding hands and smiled as they gently patted their little heads. "You two are really a good match." "Yes, indeed. I haven't seen Xiao Bai like any other kid before." "Xiaoyu, Grandma brought you a gift when she came from Shanghai." Bai Hui took a small wooden bracelet from her pocket and handed it to Su Huayu. "This purple sandalwood bracelet is for you." "Lu Bai has one too." Bai Hui put the bracelet on Su Huayu's wrist. "Grandma specially ordered these after hearing about what happened to you and Xiao Bai. She also offered prayers at a temple for a month, hoping they can keep you safe and free from suffering." When Bai Hui and Qi Xuan learned that Lu Zhongbai had been kidnapped again, even though they knew he had been rescued, Bai Hui was so frightened she almost had to go to the hospital. They couldn't bear to go through what happened 3 years ago again. No one could. "Thank you, Grandma." Because of Bai Hui's words, Su Huayu couldn't refuse anymore. The sandalwood bracelet was precious, but more valuable was Bai Hui's kind heart.
"Thank you, Grandma.
I like it very much." Su Huayu and Lu Zhongbai spent time chatting with Bai Hui and Qi Xuan until dinner. Afterward, they went downstairs together. When everyone was about to eat cake, Lu Jianwei said to Qi Zhali before Lu Zhongbai cut the cake, "I remember there's a saying abroad that if you put a candle on a cake, make a wish, and it out, your wish might come true. Since we've bought the cake, let's join in the fun." "Sounds good, but these candles are so big. Can you reach to put them in?" "I can reach." "I can reach." Lu Jianwei quickly found a proper red candle from home, stuck it into the cake, and lit it. "Hurry up, Xiao Bai, close your eyes, make 3 wishes, and out the candles. If you wait too long, the wax might drip on the cake." Lu Zhongbai didn't really want to make a wish, but seeing everyone's eyes on him, he clenched his fists, closed his eyes for 3 seconds, then calmly blew out the candles. When Lu Jianwei took the candles away, Ji Huayang asked curiously, "Little uncle, what did you wish for? I hope." Lu Zhongbai was about to answer, but Lu Jianwei stopped him. "I heard that if you tell your wish, it won't come true. It's better if only you know." Lu Zhongbai thought for a moment and nodded. His 3 wishes were simple. First, for his grandparents to be healthy and live long. Second, to stay with Su Huayu forever. Third, that he would be even more amazing than his own father, Lu Hai. Time to cut the cake. Lu Zhongbai made the first cut, and the rest was handed over to Qi Zhali. The sweet, soft cake immediately delighted the children, especially Wu Lichuan and Wu Lijiang, who were eating cake for the first time. When they tasted how delicious it was, cake replaced peach cookies as their favorite food. If they hadn't already eaten enough at dinner, Wu Lichuan and Wu Lijiang could have eaten a 3rd piece. After finishing her cake, Su Huayu took out a birthday gift from her small bag for Lu Zhongbai, a bracelet she had woven herself, with a gold peace charm in the middle. She fastened the bracelet on Lu Zhongbai's right wrist and said, "Lu Zhongbai, I wish you a safe, healthy, and smooth year ahead." Lu Zhongbai looked at the red string tied next to his rosewood bracelet and smiled as he gently patted Su Huayu's small head, saying, "Thank you, little Jade. I like it very much." Perhaps Su Huayu's good wishes really worked. By the end of August 1959, 11-year-old Lu Zhongbai's life was going smoothly. 7-year-old Su Huayu had already started 1st grade last year when Wu Lijiang went to elementary school. By the new semester in autumn, she would be in 2nd grade. Su Huayu was the youngest in her class, but she always ranked 1st. Her good grades put a lot of pressure on Wu Lijiang, who was struggling at the bottom, and he worked hard to catch up to the top 10 students. Summer vacation for elementary students felt much harder than the one in kindergarten. After returning from the youth palace, Su Huayu, wearing a white short-sleeved dress, hurried home when she saw the homemade steel furnace smoking in the yard. Now, with the nationwide steelmaking movement, small blast furnaces and homemade steel furnaces could be seen everywhere, at offices, schools, and factories. The hot summer days and rising steam made the temperature seem even higher. Before reaching the small vegetable garden, Su Huayu met Wu Lichuan and 3 others at the corner, holding a soccer ball. Now, Wu Lichuan and his friends had grown into young boys. "Little Jade, why are you so late today?" Usually, Su Huayu left the youth palace right on time, but today she was half an hour late. Teacher Li said the children's training class at the Central Song and Dance Troupe is recruiting students. "She signed me up, and I need to prepare for the interview," Su Huayu said. She took the ice cream from Wu Lijiang, opened it, and took a bite, feeling the heat inside her body dissipate a little. Su Huayu had been learning dance and piano at the youth palace since she signed up, and she was one of the few children in the public compound who kept at it and improved over time. Besides that, she also learned calligraphy and painting from the famous artist Jing Shaojia, who was well known across the country. Su Huayu felt that just being near her teacher and learning from him was like tasting the fragrance of books and art. "Oh my, little Jade, do you have to be so competitive?" Ji Huayang said, holding the soccer ball and looking overwhelmed. The word, competitive, was something they learned from Su Huayu. "Can't you just relax, enjoy your summer at home, eat, drink, and play?" "I liked you better before," he added. Actually, Ji Huayang doesn't remember much about Su Huayu's childhood, but the adults kept talking about it every day. They said that when Su Huayu was a little over 3 years old, he loved lying at home and enjoying the breeze from the fan or sitting on a stone table in the pavilion, daydreaming. No one knew that after turning 5, Su Huayu became much more lively and energetic. However, in Ji Huayang's eyes, Su Huayu now seems a bit too lively. Ji Huayang, Su Huayu, and Wu Lijiang are in the same class. They are almost inseparable, except when sleeping at night. With Su Huayu as a role model standing among them, Ji Huayang and Wu Lijiang find it hard to slack off in their studies. "I like myself just the way I am," Su Huayu said while eating an ice pop. "What are we eating tonight?" The food in the cafeteria is getting worse, Wu Lijiang said gloomily, following behind Su Huayu and the others, sounding tired. He was used to his sister being excellent. Wu Lijiang just wanted to know what they ate in the morning, noon, and evening. Be content. We're eating pretty well, Wu Lichuan said to his younger brother, speechless. Ji Huai's family moved close to Wu Lijiang and said, Brother Jiang, why don't we go catch some sparrows?
We can roast and eat them.
Last time, the roasted ones were so delicious. Good idea. Su Huayu looked at the 4 people who seemed eager to go and sighed, saying, there probably aren't any sparrows left. They've probably all been caught already. Now, they had just entered a difficult period, and more hardships were ahead. Let's go see. Maybe we can find some, Ji Huayang said regretfully. The small river in the east of the city has become shallow. We can't find any fish anymore. If we could catch some, we could secretly cook and eat them, but that was only possible for a few kids like them. Since Lu Zhongbai moved back to the big courtyard 4 years ago, Su Miaojuan's family hadn't eaten with Lu Jianwei's family anymore, only gathering occasionally. Although Su Miaojuan and Su Huayu hadn't used much of the space in recent years, they tightly controlled the kitchen and storage rooms for future plans spanning decades. If only we still had a pot at home, we could stew fish in an iron pot, add some noodles, and top it with pancakes. It would taste so good, Wu Lichuan said, almost drooling. Stop talking, stop talking. If you keep going, it'll be dark when we get back. Ji Huayang handed a soccer ball to Su Huayu and smiled, saying, Hey, little you, wait at home. We'll bring you some good food. Wu Lichuan also handed something to Su Huayu, saying, Wait for your brother to come back, so he can roast some big sparrows for you. And you, me too. Su Huayu stood still, holding many things from Wu Lichuan and Ji Huayang. As they ran away, he shouted, Don't take the little ones to the river. For years later, 6-year-old Ji Huayang can swim, but maybe because of his mind, he tends to cramp when there are no adults around or when there are many children in the water. It's too dangerous for Ji Huayang to go into the water like that. Got it, Ji Huayang and the others' voices called from afar. Su Huayu sighed slightly and turned back home. The weather is really too hot. Su Huayu wishes it could be early winter right now. The first thing Su Huayu did when he got home was wash his hands and face. After washing, he poured the water from the basin onto the vegetable garden. Currently, there's a drought across the country. The fact that the garden inside and outside the house is still growing well is thanks to Wu Haifeng. After turning 5, Wu Haifeng divided the west bedroom into 2 rooms, opening a new door. Su Huayu's room is where he used to sleep, near the front yard. Behind it are Wu Lichuan and his brother's rooms, and outside the back window is the Ji family. Besides Su Huayu and Su Miaojuan, Wu Haifeng and Wu Lichuan's brothers rarely enter Su Huayu's room. Even if they want to find him, they knock on the door first. This was a rule set by Su Miaojuan after the rooms were divided. All 3 bedrooms require knocking and permission before entering. However, the doors of Wu Lichuan and his brother's rooms are rarely closed, so this rule doesn't matter much to them. Su Huayu hung his bag on a wooden hanger made by Wu Haifeng, then took out a piece of watermelon from his space to cool off. Sometimes, it's not Su Huayu's fault for eating alone. It's mainly because many things don't have a good excuse to be taken out. After feeling the summer heat lessen a bit, Su Huayu went to the vegetable garden to pick cucumbers. For dinner, Wu Haifeng and Su Miaojuan usually bring food from the canteen, but they also cook some themselves. Wu Haifeng holds a high position, and 6 months ago, Su Miaojuan successfully became the head of the finance department at their winery, with her salary rising to 100 yuan. It can be said that their family's income is very high within the entire police compound. After improving the efficiency of her office, Su Miaojuan can leave work on time every day. Because of this, her children have dinner with her at home. Wu Haifeng's work hours are often unpredictable. Recently, Su Huayu often feels like a storm is coming when walking through the compound, so it's best to stay low-key. When Su Miaojuan was riding her bike home, she was suddenly stopped by a staff member at the guardhouse. Sister-in-law, Director Wu's family called. They said it's urgent and want to talk to Director Wu. The guard was worried that Wu Haifeng might come home late, so he told Su Miaojuan to pass the message to him. I understand. Thank you. Su Miaojuan found this a bit unusual. In the past 4 years, the only time they received a call from her family was the first year when Wu Haifeng didn't send much money home and his family questioned him once. Later, for reasons unknown, Wu Haifeng told his family something and his mother accepted the 10 yuan pension he sent each year. That was the final agreed amount. Because of the negotiations over this, Wu Haifeng was quite hurt at the time. They seemed to forget that before Wu Haifeng married Su Miaojuan, he sent almost all his earnings back home. It was also because Wu Haifeng refused to send money to his family after marrying Su Miaojuan that even though she and Wu Haifeng hadn't visited his hometown together for over 4 years, her reputation remained well known there. Su Miaojuan thought that recently, East China had been hit hard by disasters, and perhaps Wu Haifeng's family was affected too. The phone call might be to ask for help. As for what kind of help, Su Miaojuan would know after Wu Haifeng finished his call with his family, since all the money at home was now in her hands. When Su Miaojuan pushed her bike home and saw only her daughter was there, she wasn't surprised. Su Huayu has never liked to follow the other children, like Wu Lichuan, outside. Usually, she does her own things and stays at home alone. Standing at the kitchen door, Su Huayu heard Su Miaojuan's voice and smiled, saying, "Mom, you're back." Yes, today the cafeteria has braised pork and scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Do you want to eat it with rice or noodles? Noodles, please. Since only they two were at home, Su Huayu took out a 1-jin piece of pork from the space and said to Su Miaojuan, "Use this to make fried meat sauce." The welfare at the alcohol factory was among the best in the whole capital. Plus, Su Miaojuan had a very good relationship with the factory's logistics staff, and she was also friends with Wang Fingji, who worked at the supply and marketing cooperative. So, it was no surprise that Wu Haifeng and Wu Lichuan brothers often brought back things from outside. Wu Haifeng trusted Su Miaojuan completely, while Wu Lichuan and his brother just cared about having enough food. They didn't care where the items came from. Su Huayu sliced cucumbers and Su Miaojuan cooked the meat sauce in a clay pot. The clay pot wasn't as good as an iron pot, but to avoid problems, they didn't take the iron pot out of the space. When Wu Lichuan and his brother carried back 5 sparrows, the water in the clay pot was just boiling. "Mom, what are we having tonight?" "I brought back braised pork and scrambled eggs with tomatoes from the cafeteria. I also bought some pork to make fried sauce, and we'll have cold noodles with fried sauce tonight." "Wow. Great." Hearing the excited shouts of Wu Lichuan and his brother, Su Miaojuan smiled and told them to wash their hands quickly. That's why Wu Lichuan and Wu Lijong always came home to eat, no matter how wild they played outside. They had really good food at home. Fortunately, both brothers were very discreet with their words. Plus, Wu Haifeng, Su Miaojuan, and even Su Huayu often gave them gentle reminders, so they never talked about what was eaten, drunk, or used at home outside. Especially Wu Lijiang, who was very clever and couldn't be tricked into revealing anything. Wu Lichuan simply stayed silent and said nothing. "Mom, will Dad come home tonight?" "I don't know. If he doesn't come back by 7, we'll eat first." Before washing his hands, Wu Lichuan cleaned the 5 sparrows and threw them into the stove hole, thinking they could be snacks after dinner. The 5 sparrows were just enough for each of the 5 family members to have one. Wu Haifeng came back carrying a lunchbox while Su Miaojuan was halfway through eating with the children. As soon as he entered, he said, "The smell of this fried sauce is really tempting." Su Miaojuan looked at Wu Haifeng holding the grapes and smiled, saying, "Wait for a moment, I'll cook some noodles for you." "No need, I bought 5 steamed buns." Wu Haifeng placed his lunchbox on the table in the yard, then went to wash his hands at the water tap behind the persimmon tree. "Oh, by the way, when I returned, the reception desk said there was a call for you. It was from our hometown." "I know," Wu Haifeng said, wiping his hands with a towel. "I called back." Seeing that Wu Haifeng sat down beside her after saying this and didn't continue talking, Su Miaojuan didn't ask further. But after Wu Lichuan and his brother finished eating and went out to play, he held his steamed bun and said to Su Miaojuan, "My older brother called and said they need to borrow money and ration tickets." "Ration tickets too?" "Yes, he said the brigade might run out of food, and there's not much at home. Wu Haifeng knew that, although there was some exaggeration, the situation back home was definitely worse than in previous years. Although Su Miaojuan didn't know much about farming. I remember they just harvested the wheat in early June, and next month the corn will be ripe. It's hard to buy extra grain in the city. They usually buy in fixed amounts at designated places. The countryside should be better than the city, but now Wu Haifeng and Wu Haishan are borrowing from Wu Haifeng. Su Miaojuan thought he probably mainly wanted to borrow money. Wu Haifeng sighed and said, "Yes, but his idea is that the brigade has given everything they can, just to compete for higher yield." Su Miaojuan thought about the news in the newspapers now, and fell silent. "There's one more thing." "What is it?" Su Miaojuan had a feeling that this matter might be related to Wu Lichuan and his brother, otherwise Wu Haifeng wouldn't mention it only after they left. "Just now, when my older brother called me, his mother was nearby. She wants the Wu brothers to call her back." After Wu Haifeng finished speaking, Su Huayu's hand, which was secretly picking grapes, froze. "Is it so sudden?" They had been living together for over 4 years, and Wu Lichuan and his brother's biological mother had never contacted them, so much so that Su Huayu almost forgot she existed. "Are you sure she's looking for the 2 kids?" Su Miaojuan asked Wu Haifeng. Su Miaojuan felt that Kai Maywan's words were probably meant to find Wu Haifeng. Although 4 years have passed, Su Miaojuan still remembers when Lu Jianwei said that Kai Maywan thought Wu Haifeng might not be happy in his new home after sacrificing himself and remarrying. Later, when she found out Wu Haifeng had returned, she wanted to go back to Wu's family, but was rejected. Su Miaojuan genuinely believes that Kai Maywan's intentions are not sincere. If she truly only wanted to be with brothers Wu Lichuan and Wu Lixiang, Su Miaojuan does not believe her at all. Not only does Su Miaojuan doubt her, but probably their entire family, including Wu Lichuan and Wu Lixiang, also do. If she really wanted to, she wouldn't ignore Wu Lichuan and Wu Lixiang when they were still at their old home, nor would she have had no contact with them over these 4 years. Her husband got drunk and wanted to go to the reservoir to fish and drown himself. Their family lost a lot of money because of it. Now she says there are no workers at home, they can't farm, can't earn work points, and they even go hungry in the cafeteria. Su Miaojuan put down her chopsticks and looked at Wu Haifeng, waiting for him to finish. She probably wants to borrow money and grain. Su Miaojuan didn't directly say no, but she looked at Wu Haifeng and asked, "What do you think?" If he truly intended to unconditionally help those people back home, even Wu Lichuan and Wu Lixiang's mother, Su Miaojuan would completely separate her family's finances after he finished speaking. She wouldn't take her daughter to be a blood donor for Wu Haifeng's family, even though their family is relatively well off, not counting the things in the space. But no matter how wealthy a family is, they can't keep being pushed around like this. To be selfish, Su Miaojuan believes that if she can cut ties with her father, Wu Haifeng can do the same. Even though she knows Wu Haifeng wouldn't do that, and his current position wouldn't allow him to act so freely. "I told them the city is short of grain. If they don't believe it, they can go into the city and see for themselves. I said there's no money at home. We've lent it to comrades." Wu Haifeng's 2 statements are not lies. The city indeed lacks grain, but because he and Su Miaojuan hold high positions, they have enough food to support their 3 growing children. For an ordinary family, even in the capital, they would have to tighten their belts. As for lending money to comrades, Su Miaojuan knows about it and understands the situation. Wu Haifeng's comrade, who borrowed money, had lost a leg. The child was waiting for help at the hospital. Desperate, he reached out to Wu Haifeng. After talking to Su Miaojuan, she didn't hesitate and gave him 500 yuan. That family also believed in helping others. After the child was saved, they returned 378.95 yuan and also gave a clean pack of dried persimmons and a promissory note. When Su Miaojuan received the money Wu Haifeng brought back, she didn't say much. She quietly stored it away and the next day bought 3 cans of malted milk powder to send to Wu Haifeng's comrade. Since the child just survived, they definitely needed good nutrition. These 3 cans of milk powder would be very useful. Su Miaojuan was willing to lend money to Wu Haifeng's comrade, but that didn't mean she was willing to lend money to Wu Haifeng's older brother or his mother. However, she was very pleased with Wu Haifeng's answer. She hoped that since they had formed a small family, he should focus on his own family and take responsibility, being clear about what matters. It's very important for an adult in a family to be clear about priorities. Did they say anything else? Wu Haifeng asked Su Miaojun with a smile. He explained, I told them I had other things to do, so I just hung up. He then explained to Su Miaojun, I know my mother well. She used to be hungry before, so I'm sure the 2 cellars at home aren't empty. They still have money, but I think it's in my mother's hands. My mother is usually relaxed, but when something serious happens, she holds on tight. She's quite wise inside, Wu Haifeng said, taking a deep breath. My older brother called me, probably my sister-in-law, and my mother was probably there too, just trying to see if they could get a little more from me. In the past, they asked for money, very easily. Now, even after 4 years, old habits are hard to change. But he would make them get used to it. Su Miaojun listened carefully after Wu Haifeng finished and said sincerely, I don't mean I don't want to help your family. Like you said, I suspect they have more food stored than we do. Our factory has reduced production, so the grain isn't as much as the newspapers say. Plus, there are disasters everywhere now. Wu Haifeng, I'm worried. Su Miaojun is sometimes assertive, but mostly gentle in front of Wu Haifeng. She rarely shows weakness intentionally, but her words always work on him. Looking at Wu Haifeng, she said, I went hungry when I was a child. The feeling of hunger is terrible. I don't want our children to suffer like I did. We are a family now. I don't know if things will get worse in the future, but we must find a way to keep our family of 5 alive first. Do you agree? Wu Haifeng didn't think what Su Miaojun said was too serious. Not long ago, a government officer had to support his whole family, but ended up starving his young daughter to death. Everyone found that unbelievable at the time. Even now, people notice the supplies are getting tight and the situation is tense, but a story about a government family starving their child still shocks everyone. I understand, Wu Haifeng said. He knew Su Miaojun was secretly bringing food home. As long as the sources were safe, he would turn a blind eye and even help her secretly bring food back. We got 4 bags of 50 pounds of flour from my old comrade, who ground it himself. We trade it for sugar, wine, and malted milk. You find a chance to buy some, and I'll bring it back at midnight. Wu Haifeng knows well how much he and his 2 sons eat. Although he earns a lot, they eat a lot too. Taking care of the whole family is already very hard for Su Miaojun. Wu Haifeng would never do anything to make her struggle more. He was lucky to marry such a beautiful, hardworking, and life-loving wife. Naturally, he listens to her in everything. When Su Miaojun heard Wu Haifeng was thoughtful, she smiled and said, Okay, I'll bring it back tomorrow. As for Kai Maywan wanting Wu Lichuan and Wu Lijiang to call them, Su Miaojun and Wu Haifeng discussed it and decided to tell the brothers when they returned. Wu Lijiang had no real memory of his biological mother. He thought she didn't care about them when she was in the village. They hadn't contacted her in 4 years since moving to the capital. Now, calling her probably wouldn't bring good news. After all, their lives are getting better and better. After listening to his father, Wu Lichuan's smile gradually froze on his face. He looked at his brothers in different expression and finally asked Wu Haifeng, what does she want to do by calling? Her current husband got drunk and fell into the reservoir, drowning. Maybe she's asking for money or grain. A flicker of disappointment crossed Wu Lichuan's eyes, and he said, But our family doesn't have extra money or grain. I heard that the countryside has more grain than us. Why don't they give us some, instead of asking us for theirs? Since Wu Haifeng brought the 2 children to stay with him, this was the first time they talked about their biological mother. Su Miaojun simply didn't get involved in this matter. I knew she was up to no good when she contacted us, Wu Lijiang said, showing no emotional connection to his own mother. Although Wu Lichuan didn't speak, he couldn't hide his disappointment inside. When they went out to play, they overheard their friends saying that their hometowns sent some grain, though not much, it was still something. But their family couldn't get any grain from their hometown, and was even borrowing money and grain from them. We won't lend it. If we do, we won't have enough to eat. Wu Lijiang thought that family members or relatives weren't as important as their own home. In Wu Lijiang's heart, Su Miaojun was like their real mother, even better than their biological mother. Wu Lijiang only recognized Su Miaojuan as his mother. Wu Lichuan didn't say anything but nodded in agreement. Then we will make the call. Wu Lijiang nodded and said casually, I need to check on the sparrows I hid in the stove hole earlier. After running out of the house, Wu Lichuan also told their father, no more calls. Even if he had called, Wu Lichuan wouldn't have much to say to Kai Maywan. He might not remember what happened back in their hometown, but Wu Lichuan remembered clearly. It was Kai Maywan who told them to stay away from her. She said they weren't family anymore. She even forbade them from calling her mom. She was the one who said all that. So, even if she regrets now, it was no use. Wu Lijiang was unaffected by this, but Wu Lichuan was deeply troubled and felt down all night. The next day, Wu Lijiang was full of energy, ready to go out and play with Ji Huayang and the others. Meanwhile, Wu Lichuan stayed at home, looking tired and listless. Su Huayu looked at Wu Lichuan and said, If you want to fight, just tell Dad. He'll take you. Wu Lichuan shook his head and said, I don't want to fight. I don't want to hear her voice. I'm just feeling a bit tired. As soon as Wu Lichuan finished speaking, Wu Lijiang, who had just gone out earlier, rushed in and said, The supply and marketing cooperative has watermelons. Brother, let's hurry and line up. Xiaoyu, bring the money and tickets. If we're late, we won't get any. Wu Lijiang's words instantly cheered up Wu Lichuan. Nothing was more important than eating a piece of watermelon in summer. Wu Lichuan, who had been sitting lazily in a chair, immediately jumped up and ran out after hearing Wu Lijiang. Everyone had already run off, but their voices still echoed in the air. Xiaoyu, hurry up. Got it. Although Su Huayu knew that Wu Lichuan and the others, who had already run far away, probably couldn't hear her, she still responded. It was good to see that, for now, the watermelon seemed more important than their own mother. But watermelons were rare, so after getting the money and tickets, Su Huayu locked the door and ran toward the supply and marketing cooperative. When she arrived at the shop, she saw a lively group of children from the police station area, chattering happily. Xiaoyu, over here. Wu Lijiang and Ji Huayang called out when they saw Su Huayu. Su Huayu ran over, and Ji Huayang looked at her eagerly and asked, Did you bring the money and tickets? Yes, I did. Su Huayu kept one set of money and tickets for buying watermelons and gave another set to Ji Huayang. If watermelons weren't limited, all 5 of them would have each carried one home. Su Huayu and her friends were near the front, and when it was their turn, there were still plenty of watermelons left. They picked 2 big, round watermelons and carried them home. We'll put them in the water tank under the tree to cool, and then eat them at noon. My mom isn't back yet, so we'll eat them tonight. Wu Lijiang looked longingly at the big green watermelon. But I want to eat now, Ji Huayang sighed, just as she saw her little uncle sitting in the pavilion with a crispy, large watermelon. Little uncle, without holding a watermelon, Ji Huai's family member rushed forward excitedly and asked, Is this watermelon for us to eat? Now grown into a handsome young boy, Lu Zhongbai patted the watermelon and said, Yes, I brought it for you to eat. After saying that, Lu Zhongbai walked over to Su Huayu and asked, Aren't you going to the youth palace today? Not in the morning, but I will practice dancing in the afternoon. While they were talking, Wu Lichuan had already gone home to get a kitchen knife. The big round watermelon was cut into 2, then sliced into smaller pieces. Lu Zhongbai and Su Huayu sat facing each other, using spoons to eat the watermelon, while the others, Wu Lichuan and his friends, cut slices and ate them. Aren't you in training camp? Is it over? Since moving back to the big courtyard 4 years ago, Lu Zhongbai and his friends had been in training every weekend and during summer and winter vacations without exception. Wu Lichuan and Ji Huayang couldn't stand the hardship anymore. Plus, traveling to the military compound every day was quite troublesome, so they only attended once and never went again. Yes, it's over. Lu Zhongbai looked at Su Huayu, who was happily eating watermelon, and continued, Starting today, I will stay at my older sister's house for a week. Hearing this, Ji Huayang and his brother cheered happily, and Wu Lichuan and his brother did the same. But after their cheers, Ji Huayang asked suspiciously, But the school starts the day after tomorrow. Isn't it inconvenient for you, little brother-in-law, to go to school here? No, I won't go. After saying this, Lu Zhongbai looked directly at Su Huayu. The others, Ji Huayang and Wu Lichuan, exclaimed in disbelief. Really? That's great. Little brother-in-law, can you talk to your older sister and ask her to get a leave for me too? Ji Huayang looked at Lu Zhongbai eagerly. It's so hot, school really isn't suitable. Wu Lichuan nodded in agreement, saying, I agree, Su Huayu. No, I can't. Lu Zhongbai put down his spoon and said, I'm not going to school because I am transferring. I won't be in the capital anymore after a week. He looked at Su Huayu and sighed softly. My dad is being transferred to the Northeast Military Region, and my mom has arranged her transfer too. I will leave with them. Su Huayu stared blankly at Lu Zhongbai in front of her. She never thought that one day Lu Zhongbai would leave the capital. Lu Zhongbai looked at Su Huayu, who was lost in thought, and smiled as he patted her head. He said, Once I settle down in Shinshur, I will write to you. We can keep in touch by mail and phone. That's so sudden. Su Huayu felt a strange, hard-to-explain feeling inside. During these 4 years, although Lu Zhongbai spent most of his time in the military compound, he always came to the police station whenever he had free time. This group of friends had grown up together since childhood. But now Lu Zhongbai was leaving. After this departure, they might never see each other again. Lu Zhongbai was still young and might remember the friendship they shared, writing letters to Ji Huayang and others. But as he grew older, became more mature, made new friends, and entered new circles, their relationship would inevitably become distant until they lost contact altogether. Yeah. When did this happen? How come we didn't know? Ji Huayang also looked confused. Normally, if his grandparents were leaving, his mother should have known long ago, but she didn't. His mother never mentioned it at home, so Ji Huayang found it hard to believe when Lu Zhongbai said this. He wondered if Lu Zhongbai was just trying to scare them or tease him. I only found out last night, Lu Zhongbai replied. Ji Huayang looked at his little uncle and asked, Is your older uncle and Xiaobo also going to the Northeast? Lu Zhongbai shook his head. They're still in the capital. Only I and your grandparents are moving. Can't you stay? My mom and my older uncle are both in the capital, Ji Huayang said eagerly. You can stay at my house. We still live together. Why do you have to go to the Northeast? Ji Huayang felt that the capital was better everywhere. Why couldn't he stay there? Yeah, why not let Grandpa go alone? Let Grandma stay in the capital too, Ji Huayang's family suggested. He was quite afraid of his grandpa. Every time he saw him, he didn't dare to speak. So, Ji Huayang's family thought that since Grandpa was being transferred, he could go alone to the Northeast. Why should Grandma and his little uncle go too? Lu Zhongbai pinched Ji Huayang's face and deliberately said, Why don't you talk to your grandpa about it? Let him go on his own. When the time comes, he won't have to live in the big courtyard anymore. He can just sleep in the army office. That would be so good. Ji Huaijia, hearing this, hid behind his older brother and said, Forget it, he didn't dare to say more. He was just speaking casually. All right, stop talking about this. Are you still going to eat the watermelon? Lu Zhongbai didn't want to explain much to Ji Huayang. He looked at the sliced watermelon and said, If you don't want to eat, put it away. When Big Sister and the others come back, they can eat it. Eat, eat, eat. We still have some uncut watermelon. Lu Zhongbai's plans to leave the capital seemed like just a small interruption, but this interruption kept echoing in Su Huayu's mind. After taking a nap at noon, Su Huayu packed her school bag and was about to go to the youth palace when she found Lu Zhongbai already sitting in her family's main hall. Lu Zhongbai looked at Su Huayu, who was wearing a straw hat, and stood up to take her school bag. He said, I'll take you. What have you been doing lately? Studying, learning, dancing, practicing the piano, and writing. Su Huayu remembered what Teacher Li said yesterday and added, Teacher Li said the children's training class at the Central Dance Troupe is starting to recruit students. She signed me up. This afternoon, I'll rehearse a dance, and tomorrow I have an interview. Lu Zhongbai looked at her big straw hat and said, You'll definitely pass. Sometimes Lu Zhongbai felt that Su Huayu was very much like himself. Once she set a goal, she would never give up. He clearly remembered that since Su Huayu started learning dance and practicing the piano, over the past 4 years, she hadn't taken a single day off. She practiced at least 3 hours every day. Even adults might not be able to stick with it that long, but Su Huayu persisted. Hearing Lu Zhongbai's encouragement, Su Huayu smiled and said, I think I can do it too. In her past life, Su Huayu was someone who habitually felt inferior and doubted herself. This life, perhaps because Su Miaojun, Lu Zhongbai, and even Wu Haifeng kept praising her, she learned to see herself with appreciation. Because of this, sometimes Su Huayu really felt sorry for her past self. In her previous life, she stood on the opposite side with outsiders, judging herself. Now, thinking back, she truly regrets it. She believed that even when everyone criticized, judged, or pointed fingers at her, she should always stand by herself.
Fortunately, sunnuntai Huayu reflects on herself.
Now, she will always love herself and support herself. From now on, if I write you a letter, you must reply, or I will take the train back to find you, Lu Zhongbai said with a hint of warning as he placed his hand on Su Huayu's straw hat. Right. Su Huayu pushed away Lu Zhongbai's hand. Don't put your hand on my head, it's already hot. When she asked if they wouldn't come back for many years after leaving this time, Lu Zhongbai held her hand and replied, Lu Hai said we have to go. Su Huayu originally wanted to pull her hand away. It was so hot in summer, but Lu Zhongbai always liked holding her hand. However, after hearing Lu Zhongbai say this, Su Huayu gave up struggling and asked, why? Whenever Su Huayu asked, Lu Zhongbai usually wouldn't hide anything because he knew she was very straightforward. The situation above is not good. Lu Hai volunteered to go to the Northeast this time. Now, since our relations with the Russians are not good, the Northeast is especially important. Lu Hai thinks going there is better than staying in the capital. To avoid trouble, Lu Zhongbai looked at Su Huayu, who summarized the situation accurately and smiled. That's about right. Uncle Wu is being watched by many people. It's better to keep a low profile. If it really can't be helped, going somewhere else might be good too. Su Huayu thought about the next few decades in history books and couldn't help but sigh. Why are you sighing? I think Uncle Wu and your mother are very clear-headed people. They definitely know what to do, Lu Zhongbai said while swinging her hand. You're just a kid. Kids just need to do their own thing well. The rest is up to the adults. Aren't you a kid too? Lu Zhongbai smiled. I'm not. He had grown up a long time ago. When Su Huayu went to practice piano and dance, Lu Zhongbai sat at the back of the classroom. This wasn't the first time Lu Zhongbai followed Su Huayu here, so both the teachers and classmates at the youth palace knew that Su Huayu had a very caring older brother. While Lu Zhongbai watched Su Huayu practice and dance, he suddenly regretted not bringing his camera. If he had brought it, he could have taken photos of Su Huayu. When he leaves for the Northeast, at least he would have some pictures of her. As he looked at Su Huayu dancing gracefully in her dance dress in the studio, he felt like he saw butterflies in his backyard garden. The butterflies were more beautiful than Su Huayu dancing. When they left the youth palace around 6 o'clock, it was still daylight. Lu Zhongbai took Su Huayu directly to the military compound. As soon as they entered, they met Gu Daishan and his sister. Gu Xiaoqi came over and said to Su Huayu, Xiaoyu, you haven't come to play in the compound much this summer. I heard from Zhongbai that you spend every day at the youth palace, Gu Daishan said. It's holiday time, so you should rest well. Su Huayu smiled and asked, I'm resting now. Where are you guys going? I heard they're showing movies in the evening at the compound. My brother and I are going to buy some snacks. Do you want to stay in the compound tonight?
Come stay with me.
We can sleep together, Gu Xiaoqi said excitedly, eager to sleep with Su Huayu. Lu Zhongbai looked at Gu Xiaoqi, who was almost clinging to him, and said flatly, Don't get so close in this hot weather. You guys are going to buy snacks, right? Hurry up and go. We have other things to do. After saying that, Lu Zhongbai called Gu Daishan to pull his sister away, then quickly ran with Su Huayu toward his home. Gu Xiaoqi watched Lu Zhongbai's back and said unhappily, Lu Zhongbai is so annoying. I don't understand what girls at school see in him. Maybe because he's good-looking and his parents are impressive, Gu Daishan said, watching his sister touch her face. Actually, I look just as good as Lu Zhongbai. Gu Xiaoqi silently took her arm away from Gu Daishan and said, Brother, You should look in the mirror more often. Although she didn't like Lu Zhongbai's bossy and domineering personality, there was no denying that he was handsome. As for her brother, he looked more like a boy. When Su Huayu followed Lu Zhongbai back home, Qi Zhaoli had just finished work and arrived home a few minutes earlier. She saw Su Huayu walking behind Lu Zhongbai and smiled, saying, "Xiaoyu is here. Hello, Auntie. Aunt bought a cake. We'll come down to eat it soon." "Okay, Aunt. Mom, we're going upstairs first. All right, have fun." Qi Zhaoli smiled and waved to her son. She originally planned to take the cake to the public security compound later for the children to eat, but now it seems unnecessary. She can see how much her son likes Su Huayu. Not only Lu Zhongbai, but Qi Zhaoli herself also likes her. Even Qi Yixuan and Bai Hui, who are far away in Shanghai, send a special gift to Su Huayu every year when they send things to the capital. Qi Zhaoli heard from her younger son that Su Huayu and her mother have been exchanging letters for over 4 years, keeping in touch as pen pals. The children are still too young now, but if they grew up together as childhood sweethearts, they might get married someday. It's a pity that after they move away, their feelings will probably fade over time. Lu Zhongbai took Su Huayu back to his room and directly grabbed his suitcase to leave the house. "Why didn't you take it earlier? My older sister said she would come after work to pick it up." As Lu Zhongbai carried his suitcase downstairs, he called to his mother, "Mom, find my camera and the film. I want to take them to my sister's house." "Okay, you eat the cake first. I'll get them for you." "Forget it, you eat. Tell me where it is, and I'll get it myself." Lu Zhongbai pushed Qi Zhaoli, who was carrying the cake, to the table and told her to sit down. "It's in the first drawer of the study." After Lu Zhongbai left, Qi Zhaoli handed a piece of cake to Su Huayu. "Xiaoyu, are you about to start school?" "Yes, the day after tomorrow. She has an interview tomorrow and school starts the day after." "The timing is just right. Come to Northeast to play during winter break. Stay at home then and let Xiaobai take you around." "Okay, Aunt." They didn't chat for long before Lu Zhongbai ran downstairs with his camera. Lu Jianwei also finished work and came to her parents' house. Seeing Lu Zhongbai and Su Huayu both there, she was a bit surprised. While everyone was eating cake, Lu Jianwei looked at Lu Zhongbai and Su Huayu sitting opposite her and said, "Mom, Xiaobai really wants to go with you." Yes, Qi Zhaoli wouldn't keep her younger son in the capital. They finally lived together for a few years and their relationship was quite good. If only Lu Zhongbai was left alone, Qi Zhaoli and Lu Hai wouldn't agree. Especially Lu Hai. He used to think his eldest son could carry on his legacy, but now he sees that he has higher hopes for his younger son. So, he must keep Lu Zhongbai close to teach him. The Northeast has many local products. I'll send you some specialties later, okay? After saying this, Lu Jianwei hesitated and added, "Maybe I should ask Lao Ji to help us move to the Northeast." Lu Jianwei felt anxious about his parents being away, especially given the current tense atmosphere around them. Qi Zhaoli held her daughter's hand and said, "Don't worry. You and Dehui should discuss things carefully. Family matters can't be decided by you alone. I understand." After everyone finished the cake, Lu Jianwei took Lu Zhongbai and Su Huayu back to the public security compound. After eating such a big piece of cake at the Lu family, Su Huayu wasn't hungry. When she saw Wu Haifeng outside holding a small pumpkin and asking if she wanted porridge, she declined. Su Miaojuan only returned home at dusk, pushing her bicycle. Wu Haifeng, who had already finished dinner, had been waiting outside for his wife. When he saw her pushing her bike with a basket behind it, he quickly went over and took the basket off her bike. "Be careful." Wu Lichuan's brothers had already gone out to play after dinner, so only Su Huayu and Lu Zhongbai were at home. Su Miaojuan and Wu Haifeng didn't hide anything from Lu Zhongbai. Especially when Lu Jianwei and Ji Dehui arrived carrying suitcases, there was nothing left to hide. Lu Jianwei and Ji Dehui's suitcases contained candies and cigarettes. Su Miaojuan's basket was filled with alcohol. All these are defective domestic wines. "I bought several bottles for colleagues. It should be enough, right?" Wu Haifeng and Ji Dehui looked at the wine silently and nodded. Not just enough, it was way too much. "I'll get some malted milk tomorrow, but not many. With Fengji, we can only get about 12 barrels. Forget it. The night is long, and dreams are many." These things are enough. Wu Haifeng finished speaking, and Ji Dehui nodded as well. I've already contacted Lao Yao. We'll go to deliver tomorrow early morning. You stay at home and wait. Are you sure everything's okay? Lu Jianwei asked. It's just a small gift exchange among relatives and friends. That night, Su Huayu initially thought she would feel very anxious and restless because she was worried about sleeping. However, she fell asleep shortly after Su Miaojuan left. The light in the east bedroom remained on for a long time. Su Miaojuan also told Wu Haifeng, let's just have this be the only time. My heart is really pounding. How is your unit doing now? Thinking about her work and what Lu Hai and Ji Dehui had told him, Wu Haifeng said, danger also brings opportunity. Don't worry, I have a plan. Although Su Miaojuan said this, she couldn't sleep until Wu Haifeng left her house early in the morning. Her rational mind told her it was okay. In the police compound, and even in their factory, everyone was secretly storing grain. Everyone was afraid of running out at home. But knowing something is one thing, actually doing it is another. Fortunately, at 5 o'clock, Su Miaojuan saw Wu Haifeng and his group approaching the door. About 5 or 6 young men came over. When they saw Su Miaojuan waiting at the door, they quietly called her sister-in-law, then helped Wu Haifeng and Ji Dehui put the grain in the yard before leaving. Su Miaojuan looked and saw there were 10 bags of grain in total. Each person had 5 bags. She originally wanted to go help Wu Haifeng carry the grain, but he stopped her and said, go wait in the main room. I'll be back soon. In less than 5 minutes, Wu Haifeng had moved all 5 full bags of grain into the storage room next to the kitchen. He looked at the full storage room and felt very secure. After closing the yard gate again, Wu Haifeng said, actually, there were originally 7 bags, but 2 were shared. It's okay. 5 bags are enough for us to eat for a long time. Wu Haifeng, a grown man with 3 children still growing, couldn't rely only on their monthly ration to eat well. Su Miaojuan stepped forward and hugged Wu Haifeng, saying, let's leave it at that. It's not worth making me so worried. Hearing this, Wu Haifeng hugged her and said, okay. During these 4 years, Hu Yuhui used his past experience and memory. Even though he was initially suppressed by some old wealthy families in Gangqing, he quickly rose to prominence there. Now, Hu Yuhui's business in Gangqing is almost 3 times what it was in his previous life. Although this life is much better than the last, Hu Yu is still not satisfied. He feels this life is better mainly because his daughter survived. His dissatisfaction comes from the belief that if Yu were with him, his business would be 10 or even dozens of times bigger than in the past. Even if the Hua family dominates Port City, it's not impossible. Huiyu stands on the terrace of the 3rd floor at Wanhai Villa, gazing at the distant sea and the cruise ships, lost in thought until footsteps break his concentration. Mr. Hua, news from the mainland has almost stopped. Huiyu isn't surprised by this news. Having experienced it once before, he's somewhat prepared. Where is Huai Xiang? Miss Huai Xiang said she wanted to relax before her wedding, so she went abroad to travel. Ask her when she will return. Currently, the Hua family in Port City is considered a rising power with strong influence. The Li, Zheng, and Lin families have held sway there for many years, with deep connections and strength, making it impossible for the Hua family to overthrow them. Since they can't be defeated, he will make them his allies. Over the past 4 years, Huiyu first arranged for his eldest daughter, Huai Xiang, to marry Li Hengji's 3rd son, Li Jixuan. Then he betrothed his 2nd son, Hua Qingze, to Zheng's granddaughter, Zheng Ruoi. Now, only the Lin family remains. Initially, Huiyu wanted to marry off his oldest remaining son, Hua Qingrui, but at only 14, he's not a good match for Lin Jinxin, who is 7 years older. He also isn't suitable for Lin Shihan, who is only 7. In the end, Huiyu focused on Lin Yanshu, the youngest son of Lin Zheng, who is also his favorite and most valued. Lin Yanshu is only 10 years old. Yanshu is 10. Huiyu, his daughter, is 7, an ideal match. Just then, Fang Yuanshan, who came to see Huiyu, heard him ask about his eldest daughter and replied, Xiang will probably be back in about half a month. Sir, are you looking for Xiang for something? I heard Xiang has a good relationship with Lin Jinxin from the Lin family. Fang Yuanshan nodded. They went abroad together. Fang Yuanshan knew that Huiyu had always wanted to marry into the Lin family. So when Huiyu mentioned the Lin family, Fang Yuanshan instinctively said, "Actually, I think Jin Xian is too old. Maybe we should consider Shirhan instead. Although Shirhan is still young now, our Cheng Rui isn't very old either. In 10 years, when Cheng Rui is 24 and Shirhan is 17, they will be just right for marriage." Fang Yuanshan was a bit dismissive of Lin Jin Xian. Her own daughter could travel freely and spend money happily, but her daughter-in-law could not. Lin Jin Xian was too old to teach easily, but Shirhan, being younger, was easier to guide. Thinking about her eldest son marrying into the Zheng family and her younger son marrying into the Lin family, Fang Yuanshan's heart grew excited. Huiyu still cared about their main family, and the future, her family was destined to belong to their main branch. Who said, "I want Cheng Rui to marry into the Lin family"? Fang Yuanshan's daydream was interrupted by Huiyu. "I think Lin Zheng's youngest son is just right for my Yuer," Huiyu said with a smile. "He's only 10 now, but he should grow up to be the kind of son-in-law I like." So, this marriage alliance was settled. The next morning, when Su Huiyu finished tidying up and came out of her bedroom, Wu Haifeng had already bought breakfast from the canteen. Besides, Su Miaojuan had prepared a bowl of scallion oil noodles. Wu Lichuan and Wu Lijiang brothers had no idea that their father had gone out in the middle of the night. When they saw so much breakfast on the table, they were surprised and asked, "Mom, are we skipping today?" Since this year, although they had been eating well, they hadn't eaten so freely before. Because everyone was saving money and eating frugally, just not going hungry was already good enough. So Wu Lichuan and Wu Lijiang didn't think much of it. But today's feast made them feel like they had gone back to 3 years ago. Back then, they could eat whatever they wanted. Every meal was enough to fill them up. It took a long time to get used to eating normally again. This morning's lavish breakfast really surprised them. "Who said we're skipping
Today.
This is because your school is about to start, and I thought I'd give you a good meal these days." It was a clumsy excuse, but Wu Lichuan and Wu Lijiang didn't doubt it at all. Each person had a small bowl of scallion oil noodles, and the rest belonged to Wu Haifeng. After dinner, Su Miaojuan and Wu Haifeng, who were resting today, planned to take brothers Wu Lichuan and Wu Lichuan to accompany Su Huiyu for an interview. Besides them, Lu Zhongbai was also there. Lu Zhongbai arrived at Su Huiyu's house early in the morning after breakfast and casually placed money and tickets on their dining table. The money and tickets for buying the watermelon yesterday. Because their families had a good relationship, they often borrowed money and tickets from each other, promising to pay back later. Come over together at noon to eat watermelon. They still hadn't eaten the watermelon they bought yesterday. Su Huiyu changed her clothes and looked at her lively group of friends around her, feeling a little nervous. She thought this interview was a small matter, but both Su Miaojuan and Wu Haifeng dressed very neatly and appropriately, making it seem like they were going to a very important event. Although Su Huiyu felt a bit shy and thought it wasn't a big deal, she had to admit that being treated with importance felt really good. The interview was held in a small auditorium that wasn't very big. About a dozen children were participating today, and Su Huiyu was the fifth to perform. She prepared a modified fan dance, wearing a pink turret dress specially made for her by Teacher Li, and confidently walked onto the stage under everyone's watchful eyes. Lu Zhongbai sat in the audience, watching Su Huiyu dance gracefully on stage like a butterfly, and for a moment, he forgot to raise his camera. He had always thought Su Huiyu was more beautiful than butterflies in the garden, and now she looked like a flower, with her fan transforming into a butterfly fluttering around the flower. The theme of Butterfly Loves Flower was vividly brought to life by her performance. When Lu Zhongbai came back to his senses, he took about a dozen photos of Su Huiyu with his camera. If he didn't think the camera couldn't capture the beauty scene with his eyes, he might have used up all the film on his camera. Su Huiyu was confident in herself, but when the final results were announced, she still felt a little nervous. Fortunately, her efforts over the past 4 years paid off, and she was successfully accepted. Because Su Huiyu was accepted, Su Miaojuan waved her hand, and everyone went to Quanju to enjoy roast duck. Today, she deliberately brought enough money and tickets. Regardless of whether her daughter was accepted or not, she wanted to celebrate her daughter. Teacher Lee was also pulled along by Su Miaojuan. After eating and drinking enough, she let her go. After returning home from Quanjude, Su Miaojuan called over the brothers Ji Huayang. Everyone gathered to eat watermelon. Because one watermelon wasn't enough, Wu Haifeng specially found an old comrade and bought another, just so the children at home could enjoy themselves. Summer vacation passed quickly. On the first day of school, Wu Lichuan, who usually wanted to get up early and go out to play, and Wu Lijiang dragged themselves out of the bedroom. They were scolded by their father, and then quickly went for morning exercise. After that, they ate and went to school smoothly. Summer vacation is still too short. School lasts so long, and summer break should be longer too, Wu Lichuan sighed. Ji Huayang didn't hear Wu Lichuan sigh at all. He was looking at his little uncle with a confused face. He really didn't understand. Since Lu Zhongbai had the chance to stay home and play instead of going to school, why didn't he cherish that chance? Instead, he followed them to attend classes as an auditor. If it weren't for the fact that Lu Zhongbai was much taller than him now and he couldn't beat his little uncle, Ji Huayang would definitely stand on tiptoe and put his hand on Lu Zhongbai's forehead to see if he was confused from the heat. Lu Jianwei probably sensed Ji Huayang's intention, so he didn't stand beside him at all. Lu Jianwei had already informed Ji Huayang's teacher in advance. So even if the teacher didn't understand why a senior student was coming to a lower grade, she still accepted it. Anyway, during the days Lu Zhongbai was studying here, he mostly sat quietly, didn't cause trouble, and didn't speak. Of course, this was just what the teacher thought. In fact, on the first day, Lu Zhongbai had already scolded 3 older students who came to pick a fight, which is why he was so peaceful in the following days. The last day Lu Zhongbai stayed at Lu Jianwei's house was a Saturday. That noon, Lu Hai invited some familiar and good friends to a state-run restaurant for a meal. When the meal was over, Lu Hai wanted Lu Zhongbai to go home since they were leaving the next morning. However, Lu Zhongbai still followed his older sister back to the public security compound. It shouldn't be said that he followed Lu Jianwei, because he went straight to Su Huayu's house after returning to the police compound. He was lying on a chair under the persimmon tree in the yard, talking to Su Huayu, who was busy in his bedroom. "I'm about to leave. Won't you look at me one last time?" Even though Lu Zhongbai had taken many photos and had them washed, pictures are not the same as the person. While rummaging through his own room, Su Huayu listened to the constant murmuring from the yard and didn't know what to say. Since Lu Zhongbai was about to leave, he had been talking more and more each day, as if he wanted to pour all his words for the next 10 years into Su Huayu's ears. If he didn't know that their time together might only be these few days, Su Huayu would really want him to be quiet. "All right, I'm coming." Su Huayu carried a box and came out, speaking to Lu Zhongbai, who had just sat up from the rocking chair. "This is a farewell gift for you." Lu Zhongbai looked at the large box with confusion. Did a farewell gift need to be so big? Could it be that inside is just a quilt? Curious, Lu Zhongbai opened the box and found 13 wrapped gifts inside. He looked at the numbers marked on the gifts and asked, "Why are there so many? Why are 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11 missing?" "Because I've already given you those." Su Huayu squatted down, patting the box, and said, "These are gifts I prepared for you from when you were 1 to 18. You can open the gifts before 11 or after 11, now or on your birthday." Su Huayu earnestly suggested, "Of course, I recommend you open them now because I'm afraid you'll forget if you leave them sitting for too long." Lu Zhongbai looked at her seriously after she finished speaking and said, "I won't forget. I will. Keep it in my heart." For some reason, Lu Zhongbai didn't know why, but Su Huayu always seemed to think that after they parted, he would forget her. But he wouldn't. He said he wouldn't, and he wouldn't. Okay, Su Huayu didn't argue, only smiling. She hoped Lu Zhongbai would remember, but if he didn't, it didn't matter. After he left, he would have a new life and new friends. She was just a passing guest in his life. When Lu Zhongbai was taken away by his older brother from the police compound that evening, he looked at Su Huayu by the moon gate. He thought for a moment, then hugged each person in turn, finally embracing Su Huayu. I will never forget you, Lu Zhongbai said seriously. He would never forget them in his life. He whispered to Su Huayu, you must not forget me either. Su Huayu smiled and replied, okay, if you forget me, I will. Lu Zhongbai hesitated for a moment then said, I will keep you locked up, and when you remember me, I will let you go. Su Huayu didn't take it seriously at all. She smiled and said, all right, I understand. Lu Zhongbai released Su Huayu, took a step back and said to everyone, I'm leaving now. Safe travels. Remember to call us or write letters. Lu Zhongbai watched Su Huayu, who was waving at him with a carefree smile. He secretly cursed her as ungrateful, then turned around and left with his brother. After Lu Zhongbai's figure disappeared, Su Huayu couldn't help but let out a big sigh. Don't sigh, little you. Have some grapes. Wu Lijiang pulled Su Huayu's arm and ran home. Wu Lichuan followed behind. And the roasted sparrows. Are they ready? I smell something delicious. Su Miaojuan watched the three children, who went from being sad one second to only caring about food the next, and couldn't help but laugh. Even when brothers Ji Huayang and Ji Dehui heard Wu Lichuan say the sparrows were ready, they rushed over. One of the sparrows belongs to my uncle's keepsake. Only his nephew can eat it. I want to eat too, Ji Huai's older brother shouted. The two children didn't notice their own mother's speechless face when she heard the word, keepsake, and wanted to scold. These two naughty kids, do they even know what a keepsake is? Pa. Lu Jianwei looked at Ji Dehui, who was laughing carefree, and said, and you're still laughing. This is your family style. Ji Dehui silently retracted his wide smile. Yes, you're right. It's not your family style, it's ours. Ji Dehui, do you want a beating? Wu Haifeng watched the playful fight between Ji Dehui and his wife, quietly holding Su Miaojuan's hand in the shadows. When Su Miaojuan looked up at Wu Haifeng and saw the smile on his face, her lips couldn't help but curl up too. Yes, I'm going home. After Lu Zhongbai left, Su Huayu thought he wouldn't hear from him for a while. However, on the evening of the next day, he called. Did you remember the phone number and address I told you? Yes, I did. Did you write it down on paper? From now on, you need to send me at least 4 letters each month. Every letter I send you, you must reply, Su Huayu. Okay. Although only 2 days had passed, Lu Zhongbai talked so much that he couldn't finish. Seeing the slightly impatient expression on the face of the person waiting to make a call behind him, Su Huayu quickly said to Lu Zhongbai on the phone, all right, others are waiting to call too. Good night. Rest early. All right, Lu Zhongbai replied reluctantly. When will your family install a phone? He thought if Su Huayu's family had a phone, they could call whenever they wanted. I don't know. I'm hanging up. Bye. As soon as Su Huayu finished speaking, she hung up the phone. Lu Zhongbai watched her hang up, then put down his phone and grab his bag to go back to his room to write a letter. Anyway, when writing letters, he could write as much as he wanted. When Su Huayu received Lu Zhongbai's first letter, she looked at the thick envelope with some helplessness. The postal worker saw the envelope and couldn't help but say, this person really can write. What did he write about? I don't know. Su Huayu took the letter back and looked at it. She even suspected that Lu Zhongbai was using their correspondence as a diary. Lu Zhongbai wrote 16 pages freely, and Su Huayu replied with 3 pages. They kept exchanging letters until the winter holiday at the end of the year. Then, Lu Zhongbai called directly to ask if Su Huayu wanted to visit the Northeast. Su Huayu didn't ask for the opinions of Su Miaojuan and Wu Haifeng and simply refused Lu Zhongbai's invitation. First, she had many performances during the winter break. Second, Wu Haifeng had recently gone to the suburbs to handle a case and fell into a rocky ditch while saving someone, breaking his leg. Now he was at home in a cast, resting and recovering. After telling Lu Zhongbai about her family situation, Lu Zhongbai was a bit unhappy, but not long after, he sent 2 ginseng roots to Su Huayu from the Northeast. These 2 ginseng roots were bought by him personally, specifically to give to Wu Haifeng to help improve his health. He hopes Wu Haifeng recovers soon so that Su Huayu can go to the Northeast to visit him. When Su Miaojuan saw the ginseng sent by Lu Zhongbai, she silently glanced at her daughter.
So why you innocently smiled at Su Miaojuan?
She only casually mentioned that Wu Haifeng was injured, nothing more. What should I do? Su Huayu looked at Su Miaojuan, puzzled. Su Miaojuan didn't explain to her daughter because, in her eyes, her daughter was just a little girl over 7 years old. However, Lu Zhongbai was almost in middle school. When he was younger, Su Miaojuan thought of him simply as a good friend of her daughter. But as Lu Zhongbai grew older, she started to worry that he might develop other feelings for her daughter. Su Miaojuan hoped that wouldn't happen. Wu Haifeng's left leg was broken, and he rested at home for only a week before going to work with a cane. Since he didn't need to go out on duty, sitting in the office all day was enough to work. Despite his brave injury, Su Miaojuan bought a lot of bones and pig's trotters at the supply and marketing cooperative, so much so that the staff there recognized her. Director Su, coming to buy large bones and pig's trotters again. When people around looked over, Su Miaojuan helplessly smiled and said, "No choice. I just think that eating to strengthen the body helps. I want to give old Wu some good nourishment. Don't worry, I've kept the pig's trotters and large bones for you." Moreover, when Su Miaojuan paid and carried the meat home, she found an extra large leg bone with lots of meat on it. "Thanks, Xiao Su," Su Miaojuan said with a smile. "You're welcome." Everyone else hurried to buy the fattiest meat they could find, but only Su Miaojuan came nearly half a month ago, buying large bones and pig's trotters every other day. The first thing Su Miaojuan did when she got home was to put the pig's trotters into a snow-filled water tank to freeze, then clean the bones and put them in a clay pot to stew. The clay pot she used now was bought specially in autumn. Since her family had a big appetite, she chose the largest one, about the size of a wash basin. Now, the most used pot in their house was the clay pot in front of her. After boiling the water, Su Miaojuan skimmed off the foam and covered the pot to simmer slowly. At this moment, the north wind howled outside, cold and sharp, making it hurt. Su Miaojuan sat by the stove, feeling the rare warmth. Wu Haifeng was the second to return home. Since he injured his leg and started working again, he hadn't worked overtime. Su Miaojuan listened to Wu Haifeng's voice, thanked the colleague who brought him back, and carefully accompanied Wu Haifeng as they returned to the house. Now, with the cold weather and slippery roads, if Wu Haifeng fell, it could worsen his already injured leg. So, Su Miaojuan was very careful. "Look what I brought." Su Miaojuan noticed a bag in Wu Haifeng's hand when he returned. "What is it?" "Kelp, sent by a comrade. Lately, they had been drinking bone soup every day, potato with bones, cabbage with bones, radish with bones, winter melon with bones. Today, with the kelp, they could make kelp and bone soup. Then let's make kelp and pork rib soup." Wu Haifeng smiled and said, "That's exactly what I was thinking." He looked around but didn't hear the children. "It's late. Why haven't Did Chuan and the others come back yet? They went to the youth palace to pick up Yuer." Normally, by this time, Wu Lichuan and the others would have picked up Su Huayu and gone home, but something unexpected had happened. After finishing her piano lesson at the youth palace, Su Huayu saw teacher Zheng, who was teaching her calligraphy and painting, suddenly fall to the ground. The fall scared Su Huayu so much that even Wu Lichuan and the others waiting in the corridor ran over. When Wu Haifeng returned home, Su Huayu and the others had just helped the conscious Zheng Xiaojie back home. Zheng Xiaojie lived in Dangui Alley. When they took him home, Zheng Xiaojie's wife was adding coal to the stove. There was a small pot on the stove, and faintly, a rice aroma could be smelled. Seeing Su Huayu's 3 children bringing her husband back, Zheng Xiaojie's wife immediately worried. She wondered if these 3 young children would eat at her house, as they had no extra food. Zheng Xiaojie only glanced at his wife, understanding her worries. He instinctively sighed but then said to her, "I fainted from low blood sugar. Xiaoyu and her brothers found me. Otherwise, I don't know if I could have made it home alive." Hearing this, Chao Mishue quickly invited Su Huayu and the others inside. Su Huayu noticed her mother-in-law's awkwardness and thought it was getting late, so she decided to go home quickly. If she stayed any longer, it might seem like she was just there to eat for free. Since everyone was saving money now, visits to others' homes for free meals were rare. Before she could speak, Wu Lijiang had already rushed to the stove to warm himself. "I'm freezing, Su Huayu." "Old Zheng, how are you feeling now?" Zheng Xiaojie waved his hand and said, Xiaoyu gave me a piece of candy. I feel much better now that I've eaten it. Chao Mishue sighed softly after hearing this, then turned around with a smile and said to Su Huayu, "Classmate, why don't you come over to our house for dinner tonight?" No need, madam," Su Huayu interrupted. "My parents are waiting for us to go home. We were just worried that the teacher might faint again on the way, so we brought him back. We should head home now." When Su Huayu entered the main hall, she saw Chao Mishue boiling a small pot on the stove. The rice inside was almost invisible, and there weren't many sweet potatoes either. She didn't expect Zheng Xiaojia's family to be so poor. After hearing Su Huayu speak, Wu Lijiang hurried over to his sister and said, "Goodbye, teacher." "Goodbye, teacher. Take care on the way, go home early, and don't play outside too long." Zheng Xiaojia, feeling too tired to stand, sat on a chair and warned Su Huayu and the others. "Got it, teacher." "Goodbye." Su Huayu handed Zheng Xiaojia's bag back to him, then grabbed the hands of Wu Lijiang and Wu Lijiang's brother and ran outside. After Su Huayu and the others left, Zheng Xiaojia let out a deep sigh. Chao Mishue, hearing her husband's sigh, came out and said, "This girl has a really kind heart. From how they look, they don't seem to be worried about food or clothing." Zheng Xiaojia nodded but pretended not to hear Chao Mishue's probing tone. He took his bag to hang on the nearby coat rack, but he noticed something was off. His bag was flat and light, holding only books, a few sheets of paper, and nothing else. However, when Zheng Xiaojia lifted his now bulging and heavier bag and opened it, he found a whole unopened bag of peach cookies and about 20 or 30 white rabbit candies scattered inside. Seeing these two things, Zheng Xiaojia, who always prided himself on not being happy because of material things or sad because of himself, suddenly had tears in his eyes. Chao Mishue saw Zheng Xiaojia staring at her bag without moving and stepped forward in surprise. Where did this come from? Zheng Xiaojia had no money, and Chao Mishue didn't think he bought it himself. "It was given by a student," Zheng Xiaojia said, trying to hold back the warmth in his eyes and exhaling a long, tired breath. "That little girl just now? What does her family do? She looks well-dressed." Chao Mishue noticed Zheng Xiaojia was silent and reached for his bag. "These cookies and candies are not cheap. Bing Yan and the others haven't had them in a while. I'll take them to them." When Chao Mishue first tried to take the bag, Zheng Xiaojia didn't let go. "Old Zheng," Zheng Xiaojia looked at the candies and cookies inside the bag, took out a big white rabbit candy, and then loosened his grip. Chao Mishue looked at Zheng Xiaojia's actions and said helplessly, "You're so old, still eating sweets." Zheng Xiaojia didn't reply, just silently clenched the candy in his palm. Meanwhile, on the other side, Su Huayu and Wu Lichuan, the brothers, returned to the gate of the police compound. They saw a raggedly dressed person holding a thin, weak-looking girl at the entrance. Su Huayu and Wu Lichuan only glanced and ran toward the police compound. Before they even entered, they heard a woman shout, "Chuan or de Chuan?" Wu Lichuan stopped and turned to look at the woman when he heard the familiar voice. The woman, seeing Wu Lichuan turn, happily said, "Is that de Chuan?
Are you Wu Lichuan?"
"I'm your mother, your real mother." Kai Maywan arrived at the police compound entrance at noon. She saw a child around Wu Lichuan's age and called out, "De Chuan," but no one paid attention to her before. In the meantime, Kai Maywan kept trying to talk to the children at the gate and was driven away twice by the guards. But soon after, she came back again. Fortunately, her persistence paid off, and she finally saw her chance. When Wu Lichuan stopped, Kai Maywan loosened her grip on the child and tried to rush to the gate, but a guard on duty stopped her in time. Kai Maywan pointed at Wu Lichuan and said to the guard, "Comrade, this is my son. My own son. The son I gave birth to." While speaking, Kai Maywan pulled down her scarf and shouted at Wu Lichuan, "De Chuan, you must tell them. I am your mother." Wu Lichuan was stunned and stood still. He looked at her familiar yet strange face, and after a long time, he recognized her as the woman from his memories. "I am Kai Maywan from Wu Family Village. Don't you remember me?" Wu Lichuan had grown a lot. Kai Maywan wasn't completely sure he was her son, but she decided to take a chance. She couldn't just freeze to death in the capital. "Brother, Wu Lijiang frowned as he looked at the woman. It seems like it's really her. Hearing Wu Lichuan, Wu Lijiang's brow furrowed even more. Because Wu Lichuan hadn't moved, Kai Maywan became more certain that he was her son. She shouted loudly at the gate of the police compound, "I am the ex-wife of Wu Haifeng. I gave birth to 2 sons for him. These 2 boys are mine." I am not lying. Although it was already dark and there weren't many people at the gate, a few passers-by were still around. Wu Lichuan saw the curious looks from others. He stepped forward to stand beside Kai Maywan. She looked at Wu Lichuan, who was taller and stronger than in her memory, and suddenly hugged him excitedly, saying, "Dechuan, I am really your mother. I finally found you." Her voice choked with emotion as she spoke. Kai Maywan hugged Wu Lichuan too tightly. He felt uncomfortable, but when he gently pushed her away, she sat down on the ground suddenly. Wu Lichuan was stunned, and the little girl next to them started crying loudly. Su Huayu and Wu Lijiang didn't plan to step forward, but seeing this scene, they ran over. More people gathered around to watch. When Wu Lichuan bent down to help Kai Maywan up, she slapped his hand away. "Good for nothing. I traveled thousands of miles to find you, and this is how you treat me? I risked my life to give birth to you, and now that you're living a good life with your real father, you refuse to acknowledge me as your mother? You ungrateful little wolf. How could you be so heartless?" Wu Lijiang, who had never liked his mother for abandoning him as a child, looked even more displeased when he heard her scolding his older brother. His usually cheerful face turned sour. He had no intention of talking to his own mother at all, since they were not close. Anyway, Wu Lijiang grabbed his older brother's hand and said, "Let's go home. Mom and Dad are waiting for us." Su Huayu didn't speak. He just stood quietly beside Wu Lichuan. When Kai Maywan saw Wu Lijiang, she hurriedly got up from the ground and said, "Xiao Jiang, I am your mother. Don't you recognize me?" As more people gathered around, Wu Lijiang loudly said, "I don't recognize you. My biological mother remarried shortly after I was born. My father was still alive on the battlefield at that time, but she abandoned us. How could I know who she is?" Wu Lijiang's simple words immediately tore a layer off Kai Maywan's face. Her face was already not looking good, and hearing Wu Lijiang say such unkind words made her look even worse. "You are the one who carried me for 10 months. You are my flesh and blood. Did I ask you to give birth to me? If you don't want to raise your children, why did you give birth?" Wu Lijiang refused to listen to her nonsense. He pulled his brother harder and said, "It's freezing. Let's go home." As Wu Lichuan turned around, Kai Maywan grabbed his other arm. Now Kai Maywan realized that although both her sons were ungrateful, at least the older one had some feelings for her because she had raised him for a few years. The younger one was a pure ungrateful brat with no conscience at all. "Dechuan, do you really want to watch me and your sister sleep on the street? It's so cold now and your sister is dressed so lightly. We haven't eaten for almost 2 days. If we can't find a place to stay tonight, you'll have to come and collect our bodies tomorrow." Su Huayu looked at the eloquent Kai Maywan and felt that their days might not be peaceful anymore. "Dechuan, please have mercy on me and your sister. We just want to stay at your house for a few days. You don't need to give us a room. We can sleep in the kitchen. Just give us some food so we can survive." Wu Lichuan turned to look at Wu Lijiang and Su Huayu. Su Huayu didn't say anything, but Wu Lijiang tightened his grip on his older brother even more. He didn't believe her at all. "Is it because your stepmother doesn't want us? Kai Maywan only has this one son to rely on, so she can't blame him. She can only blame outsiders. Is it your stepmother who won't let you talk to me? She doesn't want us to visit your home. Why is your stepmother so mean?" Su Huayu didn't want to get involved at first, but now Kai Maywan is starting to slander her mother. She stepped forward and said to Kai Maywan, "My mother doesn't even know you came to the capital. And why do you want to stay at her house? Since you have money to come to the capital, can't you afford a guest house?" "Exactly. You cover yourself up so tightly. Your daughter is almost freezing to death," Wu Lijiang said, looking at the girl nearby whose toes were exposed and frozen. She really didn't have a good opinion of her own mother. She didn't care about her own children at all. She only cared about herself. Wu Chuiying, hearing Wu Lijiang mention her, waved her swollen hands like carrots and said, "I'm not cold. If you care about your sister, take off your coat and give it to her. You all are living a good life in the capital, but you don't care that your own mother and sister are suffering." Kai Maywan pointed at Su Huayu and Wu Lijiang and said, "Look at what you're wearing. Those who don't know better might think you're the young lady and young master of a rich family." When Kai Maywan said this, even Wu Lichuan, who hadn't spoken much before, looked upset. He suddenly pulled his hand away and said to Kai Maywan, "Please watch your words. We are children of the working class. The clothes we wear are normal. If you don't believe it, look around." The clothing on Su Huayu and Wu Lijiang was indeed ordinary. They even had 2 patches on Wu Lijiang and Wu Lichuan's clothes. "Handle your own problems. We are just kids and can't help you. Goodbye." Wu Lichuan, before Kai Maywan could grab him again, pulled Su Huayu and Wu Lijiang and rushed into the police compound. Kai Maywan wanted to follow, but was stopped outside by security guards. All that was left was her loud, angry shouting. Seeing there was no more entertainment, the people in the police yard started to leave. Kai Maywan ran over and asked if she could go in with them. She wanted to find Wu Haifeng, but unsurprisingly, she was refused. No one wants to be the bad person, and no one wants to offend Wu Haifeng and Su Miaojuan. In the end, only Kai Maywan and her daughter remained at the gate of the police yard. Kai Maywan looked at the gloomy yard gate and angrily pushed Wu Chuiying beside her. "Why are you so useless and blind? Why didn't you go up and cry on your brother's leg just now? They treat the stepmother's daughters so well, but you are their real sister." Wu Chuiying sat on the ground in a huff and couldn't get up. Kai Maywan didn't help her and continued to squat nearby, showing no intention of leaving. When Su Huayu and the others ran home, Wu Lijiang, not afraid of talking nonsense, said to Wu Lichuan nearby, "Big brother, why are you wasting words on her? If you ignore her, she won't recognize us. She called my name. How do you know she's not just calling everyone? Even if she calls the wrong person, everyone in the yard will know tomorrow that her real mother came to find you." Wu Lijiang said she was looking for you instead of looking for us because Kai Maywan didn't call his name earlier. "I don't believe she has no money. I don't know why she brought her here to the capital instead of staying in her hometown." Wu Lijiang muttered all the way, and Wu Lichuan didn't say anything more. When the 3 of them returned home, the smell of bone soup was already filling the yard. Although they had been drinking bone soup every day recently, Wu Lijiang and the others didn't get tired of it. After all, bones are still meat. Because of the rich aroma of the bone soup, Wu Lijiang's impatience and frustration instantly disappeared. He happily ran into the main room. "Smells so good. What kind of bone soup is this today?" Su Miaojuan smiled and said, "Seaweed and pork ribs. Yes, let's taste it later and see if it's delicious." After saying this, Su Miaojuan noticed that her daughter and Wu Lichuan looked a bit strange. Su Miaojuan glanced at Wu Haifeng and said to her son when Wu Haifeng looked at her, "Go wash your hands first, it's time to eat." "Okay." Wu Lijiang, always full of energy and enthusiasm. After the 3 children washed their hands and sat down, each had a bowl in front of them filled with the bones and seaweed with the most meat. "Why are you back so late today?" Wu Haifeng asked the 3 children while drinking the bone soup. Su Huayu looked at Wu Lijiang, who was busy eating, and Wu Lichuan, who seemed lost in thought, and said, "When I finished my piano lesson, I saw Teacher Zheng fall and faint on the ground. After he woke up, we were worried he might faint again, so we took him home." After saying this, Wu Lijiang remembered the pot and dinner he saw at Zheng Xiaoji's house while warming himself by the fire. Thinking of this, Wu Lijiang quietly hugged his bowl tighter, feeling that the bones in front of him smelled even more delicious. "Dechuan, what are you thinking about?" Su Miaojuan asked as she added noodles to the pot, which now only had bone soup, while looking at Wu Lichuan, who was lost in thought. Hearing his mother call him, Wu Lichuan snapped back to reality, but didn't know what to say to Su Miaojuan. He always believed that Su Miaojuan was more like their real mother than their biological mother. Wu Lichuan didn't want to hurt Su Miaojuan's feelings or make her think he saw her as unkind. But Kai Maywan was indeed his real mother and had given birth to him. Seeing her freezing outside made Wu Lichuan feel upset. While hesitating, Wu Lijiang spoke directly. We met Kai Maywan at the gate of the big yard. She's my brother's biological mother. Hearing this, Wu Lichuan looked at his brother. His brother's words made it seem like he wasn't Kai Maychuan's child at all. She probably didn't recognize us, but she called Dechuan my brother and looked at her. Then she wanted my brother to take her home. When he refused, she said my mom was bad. But my mom is the best mom in the world. Su Miaojuan, who was frowning from listening, couldn't help but laugh when she heard Wu Lijiang's words. Wu Lijiang chuckled and continued. She even said we are the young lady and young master of a landlord family. When my brother heard that, he immediately retorted, she's not even a real mother. Who would treat their own children so badly? This was the only reason Wu Lichuan and Wu Lijiang didn't have any problems. If there had been any issues, Kai Mayjuan's words could have been deadly for them. Wu Lijiang wasn't sure if Kai Mayjuan's words were intentional. If they were, then her heart was truly cruel. If not, then she was both foolish and mean, and being around her would only bring trouble. When Wu Lijiang said this, Wu Lichuan kept his head down, gnawing on a bone and not speaking. Wu Haifeng's expression also grew serious. He didn't expect Kai Maywan to come directly from her hometown to the capital. Wu Haifeng looked at his two sons and said, I don't care what she says. You can't bring her into our house. Actually, Wu Haifeng didn't remember much about Kai Maywan, but he thought she was quite talkative. I know, Dad. Big brother didn't either. Wu Lichuan didn't speak, and Wu Lijiang took the initiative to reply for him. After saying this, Wu Lichuan silently nodded. Now, every family has limited food. My wife and I have just enough to raise you three. We can't support others. Of course, even if we could, we wouldn't. Kai Maywan is an adult. She should be responsible for her own actions. It has nothing to do with you. You're children, and you don't need to pay for her decisions, understand? Wu Haifeng said this directly to Wu Lichuan. He could see that among these two children, only Wu Lichuan still had feelings for his biological mother. Wu Haifeng didn't oppose his children being filial to their mother, but only if they were grown up, working and earning their own money, not using the grain they earned with him and Su Miaojuan to support Kai Maywan. We understand, Dad. Seeing Wu Lichuan nod, Wu Haifeng didn't say anything more. Sometimes, saying too much can backfire. But that night, after Wu Haifeng and Su Miaojuan went to bed and turned off the lights, they couldn't help but talk about Kai Maywan. Su Miaojuan wasn't worried that Wu Haifeng would soften toward Kai Maywan because Wu Haifeng no longer had any feelings for her. As he had told Su Miaojuan before, to Wu Haifeng, Kai Maywan was just the biological mother of Wu Lichuan and his brother. Listening to Xiao Jiang, she keeps causing trouble at the gate of the courtyard. It's not good, especially now that it's so cold outside. What if something happens to her? No matter how much Kai Maywan caused trouble, it would probably have less impact on her than on Wu Haifeng and Wu Lichuan. If something did happen, they would be the ones to be blamed. In the dark night, Wu Haifeng held Su Miaojuan and said, Don't worry. She's clever. She won't stay outside freezing for long. As soon as Wu Haifeng finished speaking, he heard the door to the main hall open. Not long after, sounds of footsteps on the snow came from the yard. Wu Haifeng instinctively started to stand up, but Su Miaojuan pulled him back, and then the sound of the yard door opening reached their ears. When the yard door was gently closed, Su Miaojuan couldn't help but sigh. Wu Haifeng simply sat up straight. It's normal for Dachuan to worry. Su Miaojuan sat up and looked out the window at Wu Haifeng, saying, It's so cold outside now. If Kai Maywan really took the children out and they got frostbite, that would be a serious problem. Do you believe it? I think Kai Maywan definitely left, Wu Haifeng said. He didn't believe Kai Maywan would foolishly wait outside. She's not the patient type. Su Miaojuan shook her head at Wu Haifeng's words. It's only after 9 o'clock. It's not certain yet. Maybe she knows Dachuan will be soft-hearted. When Su Miaojuan said this, she sighed again. Being kind and gentle is Dachuan's good trait, but it's also his weakness. It seems Kai Maywan has taken advantage of this. Go to sleep. You have to work tomorrow. But tonight was destined to be restless. Less than 20 minutes after Wu Lichuan sneaked out, he returned home and knocked on Su Miaojuan and Wu Haifeng's door. Su Miaojuan, who was still awake, heard the knocking. She held her foot, hesitated, then got up. She put on her cotton-padded jacket and opened the door. She saw Wu Lichuan, looking anxious, shouting to Su Miaojuan, "Mom, where is Dad? He's inside." Su Miaojuan moved aside. After rushing in, Wu Lichuan said to Wu Haifeng, "Dad, the sister that my mom brought is running a high fever and has fainted. Can you help save her?" Wu Lichuan was sweating in the cold winter. When Wu Haifeng heard this, he looked at Su Miaojuan and said, "Take her to the hospital first." Even though he suspected Kai Maywan might be doing this on purpose, saving a life was more important, so they should go to the hospital first. "I'll call Lao Ji for help," Wu Haifeng said. Su Miaojuan looked at Wu Haifeng, who was about to go downstairs, and said, "Your leg isn't fully healed. Don't move. I'll go." After saying that, Su Miaojuan dressed quickly and went out the back door. As Su Miaojuan left, Wu Haifeng stopped Wu Lichuan and said, "You can't help much, so don't follow." Wu Lichuan stopped and nervously stood in place, lowering his head. Wu Haifeng had many things he wanted to say to his son, but didn't know how to start. He looked at Wu Lichuan, who was sweating and nervous, and said, "You and your mother have been together for so many years. You should know her character. Your Uncle Ji is also here. Don't worry. Go back to your room and sleep. We adults will handle these matters." As Wu Lichuan turned to leave, Wu Haifeng added, "Dechuan, don't let your mother feel sad." Hearing this, Wu Lichuan silently clenched his fists, his voice hoarse as he replied, "I know." Su Huayu and Wu Lijong only learned what had happened the next morning. After finding out what his brother had done, Wu Lijong said to Wu Lichuan, "Brother, when you went, was that child unconscious or not?" "He was unconscious." Wu Lichuan didn't realize what his brother was about to say. "Then what was your mother doing at that time?" Wu Lichuan was tired of hearing about his mother, using the phrase, "your mother," repeatedly. "She was holding her." Wu Lijong looked at Wu Lichuan with frustration and said, "She was unconscious. If she had asked the guards for help, they wouldn't ignore her. But she did nothing. Does she not want that sister to survive?" Wu Lijong truly believed this. If Kai Maywan really cared about that sister, she wouldn't have let her stand outside in such cold weather wearing so little. She wouldn't have remained indifferent after discovering her fever and fainting. Impossible. Wu Lichuan knew his mother could be selfish, but he didn't believe Wu Lijong's words, that she would watch her daughter die without doing anything. Wu Lijong didn't have a good impression of his own mother, so he used the worst guesses to think about her. "I'm just afraid she really wants to watch that sister die, so she can blame it on Dad and Mom, or even on you and me. After all, we didn't let them come home with us yesterday." Wu Lijong looked at his brother and said, "What if she really wants to do that?" Wu Lichuan, who was sitting by the stove, suddenly broke out in cold sweat after hearing Wu Lijong's words. But deep inside, he was unwilling to admit that his own mother could be so cold-hearted and ruthless. "Let's eat breakfast first." Wu Haifeng reheated the leftover bone soup from last night, adding water and simmering it for another half-hour. Su Miaojuan also bought food from the cafeteria. Wu Lijong looked at Su Miaojuan, noticing she had almost half of her breakfast missing, and asked, "Mom, isn't there much left at the cafeteria today?" "No, I sent some to Comrade Kai Maywan. Let's eat this for now. We still have some dried noodles at home, which we can cook later." Wu Lijong frowned in displeasure at this, while Wu Lichuan kept his head down and said nothing. Just yesterday, Wu Haifeng's words were still fresh in their minds. Their family's food supply was limited, so they would have less if they shared with others. In just one day, this had already happened to them. "Then I'll eat noodles," Wu Lijong immediately said. In early winter, Su Miaojuan had preserved a small jar of salted duck eggs, a jar of pickled cucumbers and peppers, and a jar of pickled radishes. Any of these paired with noodles tasted especially good. When Su Miaojuan was about to serve Wu Lichuan some noodles, he said, "Mom, I'm not hungry." "That's good. You should still eat well," Su Miaojuan replied, filling a big bowl of noodles for him. He probably felt guilty after hearing what he just said. He had been hungry all night. Normally, he would want to eat 2 bowls. After breakfast, Su Huayu cleared the table. Wu Lijiang and Wu Lichuan were responsible for washing the dishes, while Su Miaojuan and Wu Haifeng went to work. Today, on their way to work, they clearly felt that people around them were looking at them differently. But Su Miaojuan didn't care much. As long as she did her job well and made no mistakes, she didn't mind how others looked at her. However, some people not only looked but also approached Wu Haifeng after he left, asking, "Director Su, was that woman yesterday really the ex-wife of Director Wu? This morning I didn't see her at the door. Last night her child had a fever and we took him to the hospital," Su Miaojuan said openly, not hiding the good deed they did. One person who had seen Kai Maywan yesterday commented, "I've never seen a mother wrap her child so tightly and dress him so lightly. If you didn't know better, you'd think she's the stepmother." But even stepmothers wouldn't treat children like that. The child's fever is entirely her fault. The woman suddenly realized that Su Miaojuan was her stepmother and felt a bit embarrassed. "Yes, nothing is more important than children," Su Miaojuan said as if she hadn't heard the woman call her stepmother. "If it weren't for Dakian taking food out last night to see her, I wouldn't have known the child had a fever." She sighed and said, "I hope the child gets better soon." Last night, when Ji Dehui took people to send Kai Maywan and the children to the hospital, Su Miaojuan didn't show up. She just gave money to Ji Dehui. Now they were staying at the hospital, and Su Miaojuan didn't plan to visit. She felt she had done enough. The breakfast had been bought and sent over, but they would handle lunch themselves. Su Miaojuan didn't believe Kai Maywan had no money at all. She probably just didn't want to spend her own. After tidying up the table, Su Huayu put on a beige cotton coat hanging on the rack, covered her head with a hat, wrapped a scarf around her neck, packed her bag, put on gloves, and went outside to the yard. She called out to Wu Lichuan and the others who had just finished washing dishes, "Dachuan Xiaojiang, I'm going to the youth palace." "Got it. We'll pick you up at noon," Wu Lijiang replied. Su Huayu left the house and went to the gate of the police compound to take a bus to the youth palace with her friends. If Zhong Jiao, who was with Su Huayu, wasn't picked up by her mother at noon, the two could have gone home together. Zhong Jiao is 10 years old, 3 years older than Su Huayu. She also studies dance at the youth palace and learns the violin. She is one of the few children at the police compound who stays at the youth palace like Su Huayu. "Xiaoyu, I heard that Dakian's biological mother came from the countryside?" Zhong Jiao and Wu Lichuan are classmates. "Yes, she came. Is she here to bring food for Dakian and the others?" Su Huayu looked at the innocent face of Zhong Jiao and sighed slightly. "No, it seems she's here to visit Dakian and Xiaojiang." "Huh." Zhong Jiao looked at Su Huayu in disbelief. "But Dakian and Xiaojiang are kids. How can an adult come to visit children? I don't know either. What can be said?" "They say she's here to visit Wu Lichuan and Wu Lijiang, but in reality, she just wants to see Wu Haifeng, who is behind them." "Wow, Dechuan and Xiaojiang really have it tough." Su Huayu nodded silently. She thought Wu Lichuan might be in a worse situation because Wu Lijiang simply didn't care about Kai Maywan. "Brother, do you want to go outside and play in the snow?" Wu Lijiang asked after washing the dishes, hearing Jing Huayang calling them from outside. Wu Lichuan looked at the falling snow outside and asked back, "Do you want to go to the hospital?" "No, I don't want to go. I'm not a doctor or a patient. So, what's the point of going?" Wu Lijiang actually understood what his brother meant, but he just didn't want to see Kai Maywan. Seeing his hesitant brother, Wu Lichuan took his deep blue cotton jacket and put it on, saying, "If you want to go, then go." "I'm really amazed. What does she have that makes you think about her so much?" "It's not that. I just feel that my sister was running a fever and fainted yesterday. I don't know how she's doing now, so I thought about checking on her." "Isn't that normal?" Wu Lichuan explained to his younger brother. "I don't care what is normal for others. It's not normal for me," Wu Lijiang said, no longer wanting to talk to his brother. "If you're not going out to play, I will go. If you go to the hospital, Huayang and I will pick you up at noon." "I didn't say I wouldn't go," Wu Lichuan replied, putting on his army green cotton jacket. Before leaving, he took 3 white rabbit candies from his drawer and put them in his pocket. While he was thinking about Kai Maywan was also talking about Wu Lichuan. She looked at Wu Chuiying, who was waking up in bed, and said with resentment, "I don't know what I did in my past life to have given birth to you 3 troublemakers." Big brother is clingy and useless. Second brother is a pure ingrate. And you're just a fool who can't even speak properly. It would have been better if I had just given birth to a bunch of simpletons. Wu Haifeng is willing to raise other women's daughters. Why can't he raise mine? After all, I am still the biological mother of his 2 children. And your older brother, he just left us and disappeared last night, leaving us with someone else to bring breakfast. If he brings lunch today, I will definitely have a serious talk with him. Unfortunately, at noon, Wu Lichuan neither went to the hospital nor sent her lunch. The nurse saw the young girl lying on the bed with a high fever that had just gone down. She had only eaten half a bowl of porridge in the morning and nothing at noon. She told Kai Maywan, "The child is weak now. You should buy her some food to help her regain strength." When the child was brought in, she not only had a high fever, but was also severely malnourished. In contrast, Kai Maywan, the mother, was thin but still looked relatively healthy. At that time, the nurse and others in the ward doubted whether Kai Maywan was really Wu Chuiying's biological mother. Otherwise, how could she be so indifferent to her daughter's life? Do I look like I have money? I'm almost starving myself, and I still have to take care of her. If you think I'm neglecting her, then you should bring us some food. If you don't, what are you complaining about? The nurse was surprised that Kai Maywan suddenly started scolding her directly. She froze in place for a moment. When Kai Maywan finished speaking and started insulting her in dialect, the nurse didn't understand everything she said, but she could catch some of the harsh words. The nurse felt her kindness was being taken for granted and decided not to interfere again. Kai Maywan looked at Wu Chuiying, who was sleeping with her eyes closed, and said bitterly, "You're lying here being taken care of, but I've worked hard to bring you to the capital for a better life. Yet, you're so ungrateful. I want to see if Wu Haifeng will take care of me. If he doesn't, my son Dechuan and the others have to. I am their real mother. If they don't bring us food tonight, I will starve to death here." Hearing Kai Maywan talking to herself nearby, the other patient on the next bed gradually understood what was going on. Their eyes grew more and more helpless as they watched her. They had seen shameless people before, but never someone this shameless. To prove her point, Kai Maywan waited until 8 p.m. without anyone bringing food. She was so hungry she couldn't sit still and finally went out to find the nurse, asking them to contact Wu Haifeng. If they couldn't reach Wu Haifeng, they could contact the person who brought them to the hospital yesterday. Since it was their responsibility to bring her and her daughter here, they should take full responsibility. The nurse said she couldn't reach him and didn't want to cause trouble. But before she could leave, Kai Maywan grabbed her by the hair, pushed her to the ground, and started fighting. When Wu Haifeng and the others learned about this matter, it was already 9 p.m., and it was the security guard who specifically came to inform them. At that time, the family was gathered in the main hall, preparing to go to bed. They looked upset when they heard Kai Maywan causing trouble at the hospital and loudly claiming that her husband was the director of the Public Security Bureau. Especially Wu Haifeng, whose face darkened visibly when he heard this statement. Is she really talking nonsense like that? She already divorced my dad a long time ago. She has nothing to do with our family. After the security guard left, Wu Lijiang couldn't hold back his anger and spoke loudly. Su Huayu didn't say anything. She and her mother shared the same view. Regarding Wu Lichuan and Wu Lijiang's biological mother, they tried not to get involved. Su Miaojuan looked at Wu Haifeng, who was grim-faced and silent. Before the security personnel left, Wu Haifeng only said to handle the matter fairly. He had no relationship with Kai Maywan. Wu Lichuan lowered his head, lost in thought, but his clenched fists showed he was upset. At the hospital, Kai Maywan originally thought Wu Haifeng would appear like a hero to stand by her and give a harsh lesson to the snobbish hospital staff. But Wu Haifeng didn't show up, and she was taken away by the police instead. When Kai Maywan was taken away, she shouted and cursed. Eventually, the officers who arrested her had to cover her mouth to stop her. Now, there was a problem. After Kai Maywan was detained, only Wu Chuiying was left at the hospital. Although Wu Haifeng and Su Miaojuan had paid her medical bills, they didn't cover her 3 daily meals. Wu Lichuan thought for a long time and then asked Su Miaojuan and Wu Haifeng, "Mom, Dad, can I use my food ration to send meals to Chuang in the hospital? Su Miaojuan and Wu Haifeng exchanged glances. They had initially planned to contact the hospital's aid organization to donate some money for Wu Chuang, but since Wu Lichuan said this, Su Miaojuan looked at Wu Haifeng. As before, Su Miaojuan didn't want to get involved. Wu Haifeng told his son, "You can, but you need to know that if you give food to Wu Chuang, your own meals will be reduced every day. Mom, Dad, and your younger siblings won't give you their food, do you understand?" Wu Lichuan nodded. Wu Huaiyu was the first to notice that Wu Lichuan was eating less, followed by Wu Lijiang. The two of them directly asked Wu Lichuan at the dining table, and he explained everything to Wu Huaiyu and Wu Lijiang. Although he had been feeling very hungry these days, Wu Lichuan did not complain. His father had said that everyone, even children, must take responsibility for their actions and face the consequences. Being hungry was the result of him trying to help his sister. Wu Lijiang understood and said nothing, simply breaking his bun in half and giving it to Wu Lichuan. Wu Huaiyu also split her bun and gave half to him. Wu Haifeng and Su Miaojuan did not stop Wu Huaiyu and Wu Lijiang. They knew that the children's actions were just because they cared about each other. Wu Lichuan wanted to refuse, but Wu Lijiang and Wu Huaiyu didn't give him a chance. In the end, Wu Lichuan ate the two buns almost crying. Being hungry was really uncomfortable. This was the first time Wu Lichuan experienced it since coming to the capital, especially now that he was growing and needed more food and drink. But Wu Chuang, who was used to being hungry, cherished the food in front of her. She had never eaten such good things before, nor had she ever been so full. Wu Chuang felt that these 3 days in the hospital were the happiest days of her memory. Especially when Wu Lichuan occasionally came to visit her and secretly brought her milk candies. White rabbit milk candies were really delicious, and the packaging was pretty. Every time Wu Chuang finished the candy reluctantly, she carefully smoothed out the wrapper and pressed it under her pillow. It was as if doing so would let her dream of eating white rabbit candies at night. But happy days always come to an end. On the 5th day in the hospital, her mother was released from detention and returned. When Wu Chuang saw her mother, she instinctively stuffed the half-eaten bun into her mouth. This action angered Kai Maywan, who saw it. "Ungrateful girl! Ungrateful girl!" Kai Maywan shouted angrily as she tore at Wu Chuang's yellowed hair and hit her, shouting, "I was in jail, and you're here enjoying yourself. You little brat, I'll beat you to death." Chuang Wu held her head and silently endured the beating. In the end, the adults from the neighboring bed couldn't stand it anymore and stepped in to pull Kai Maywan away forcefully. "She's just a child. You can't hit her like that." "Exactly. She's still not fully recovered. What if she develops some problems because of this? She's part of your own flesh and blood. How can you be so harsh?" Kai Maywan struggled to break free from the other's hold, pointing at her mother on the bed and shouting, "This is my own child. I can hit her however I want. Do you have the right to interfere?" As she spoke, Kai Maywan started crying. Seeing her like this, the surrounding people loosened their grip. Kai Maywan sat on the ground, crying painfully. "Why is my life so hard? Men are unfaithful. I have 3 children, and they all look at me with hatred." She pounded her chest fiercely. "I shouldn't be living like this. I used to have good days, but that mean woman took them away. My life is so bitter." Kai Maywan's cries were heart-wrenching. The people around silently returned to their own beds, not one of them offering comfort. Wu Chuang watched her mother collapse on the ground, crying uncontrollably. She wanted to say something but finally just sat quietly on the bed, watching her mother. She felt so much pain, her whole body hurt. Kai Maywan cried for nearly an hour. When she realized no one cared about her life or death, she wiped her tears and snot, then went to her daughter's bed, staring intently and asking, "Where's the food?" Wu Chuang pursed her lips tightly. Her instinct told her she shouldn't say that her brother gave it to her. But under her mother's intense gaze, she was afraid and whispered, "My brother gave it." "Oh, so that little brat still remembers he has a mother and sister suffering outside." Kai Maywan, full of resentment, pinched Wu Chuang's thigh and cursed as she struggled. "You little, Why are you so greedy? Didn't the hospital give you that grape candy or something? I heard that once you get that, you don't need to eat anymore. Why are you still so greedy? Eating, eating, eating. Are you a pig reborn? Wu Chuang was used to her mother's insults and beatings. She cried softly, begging for mercy. She knew that raising her voice would only lead to harsher punishment, and asking outsiders for help would also make things worse. Besides, no one would always be there to save her. After learning that Kai Maywan was released, Wu Haifeng immediately stopped funding the hospital. On the day Kai Maywan returned, she and her mother were asked to leave the hospital. Wu Chuang, who had stayed in the hospital for about 5 days, recovered well. However, because her cotton coat was too thin, she shivered as soon as she stepped outside. People in this capital city are not that great. Isn't it said that folks here are rich? Yet look at us, so miserable, and no one offers us money or clothes. Everyone just keeps their distance. It's really hard to live like this. Wu Chuang listened silently to her mother's complaints. She knew that whatever she said would only make things worse. When a slap landed on her face, Wu Chuang almost knelt down. How did I give birth to a mute like you?
Go.
You said your brother has been bringing you food these days, right? Go find him at the police station. Kai Maywan also realized that, as an adult, it was difficult for her to enter the police station, but Wu Chuang could do it. She was so young. If she went in with the children, she might be able to pass unnoticed. In the evening, the police station was busy with people coming and going. Wu Lijiang, Wu Lichuan, and Ji Huayong stood beside Su Huayu and Zhong Jiao, saying, "Your peacock dance practice today was amazing." Exactly. I think my sister looks like a real peacock now,
Wu Lijiang proudly said. Suwaiju. Yeah, gaha, Yehuayang chakel strainoili.
When Su Yu came out, I thought a peacock from the zoo had escaped. Su Huayu. Thank you for the compliment. That showed she had practiced well. If it were the old Su Huayu, she wouldn't have believed she could learn dance so well one day. Wu Lichuan was pulled by a small hand on his sleeve. When he turned around and saw it was Wu Chuang, he asked in surprise, "How are you here at the station?" Wu Chuang looked at the children around her, who were dressed neatly and about her brother's age. She lowered her head in shame. "I snuck in," she said quietly. "Are you here alone?"
Wu Lichuan asked.
Wu Chuang nodded her small head. She is actually 5 months older than Su Huayu, but in front of Su Huayu and others, she looks like a 5-year-old child because she is very thin. "Are you cold?" Zhong Jiao asked as she looked at Wu Chuang's thin clothes. Wu Chuang shyly shrank her body and shook her head. But how could she not be cold? Her clothes were letting the wind in. Wu Lichuan slowly sighed and said, "Go wait for me at that pavilion." Just as Wu Lichuan was about to leave, Wu Chuang grabbed his arm. Although Wu Lichuan and Wu Lijiang are her brothers, and Wu Lijiang is closer in age, Wu Chuang is afraid to talk to Wu Lijiang. She only recognizes Wu Lichuan. "I'll go home and get you some clothes. I have a cotton-padded coat that's too small for me. I'll give it to you." Wu Lijiang heard Wu Lichuan's voice, pouted, and said, "I also have a pair of cotton pants." Wu Lijiang felt sorry for Wu Chuang. Even though she is older than her sister, she looks several years younger. "Brother, I want to go home with you." Wu Chuang looked at Wu Lichuan sadly, knowing that only Wu Lichuan cared about her. Wu Lichuan remembered what his father had told him before and looked at Wu Chuang with a troubled expression. "No, you wait here for me. It really can't be." Wu Lichuan took Wu Chuang's hand off his arm and said, "Wait a little at that pavilion." After saying that, he took Su Huayu's hand and told his younger brother and sister, "Let's go." Wu Chuang, standing still, watched the backs of Wu Lichuan and the others for a long time without speaking. Zhong Jiao did not leave. She looked at Wu Chuang with curiosity. "What's your name? How old are you?" "My name is Wu Chuang. I am 8 years old, but you look so small and you even share the same surname as Uncle Wu. Are you also Uncle Wu's daughter?" Hearing this, Wu Chuang's heart moved slightly. She also wished she was Wu Haifeng's daughter, but unfortunately, she was not. Her biological father was just a farmer who liked to drink and hit people. But Wu Chuiying didn't say she wasn't his daughter, because she felt that even if she could only enjoy this moment as Wu Haifeng's daughter, it would still be very happy. It probably isn't true. If it were, Uncle Wu definitely wouldn't ignore you. Wu Chuiying's eyes darkened, and she looked down without speaking. How many grades are you in? Are you here to visit Dechuan and Xiaojiang? I thought that since you came from the countryside, you might bring food for them. Wu Chuiying looked at her torn shoes and stayed silent. She never went to school. Since she can remember, she's been taking care of her younger brother. If her grandparents hadn't forbidden her mother from taking him away, she wouldn't be here with just herself and her brother on this trip to the capital. I heard that your countryside has a good harvest, unlike us, where we have to be careful about what we eat. When Wu Chuiying heard Zhong Jiao say this, she quietly said, "We also don't eat enough in the countryside. Your voice is interesting. Is that your local dialect?" Hearing this, Wu Chuiying silently closed her mouth. Although she didn't sense any malice in Zhong Jiao's tone, she felt like she was being made fun of because of her accent. "Where is your mother? Isn't she with you?"
You.
Zhong Jiao saw that Wu Chuiying was ignoring her and turned to walk toward the pavilion. Wu Chuiying followed her.
Why don't you talk to me?
My name is Zhong Jiao. I am 10 years old. I am in the same class as Dechuan. I also learned dance with Xiaoyu at the youth center.
But Xiaoyu is better than me.
She is part of the children's group at the Central Song and Dance Troupe. Wu Chuiying didn't understand what Zhong Jiao was saying. Do you know Xiaoyu? She is Dechuan and Xiaozhong's sister, the girl who just went home with them. I am actually their sister, Wu Chuiying said softly, but very firmly. This is what her mother had told her countless times. I am their real sister.
She isn't.
She is the child her stepmother brought home. I am their biological sister. That's why Wu Chuiying couldn't understand why Wu Lichuan and Wu Lijiang liked Su Huayu more than her. They are all born from the same mother. What are you saying? Zhong Jiao asked, looking at Wu Chuiying, who seemed to be muttering to herself. Yes, Wu Chuiying finally managed to say a few words, but her voice was too soft. Probably no one else could hear what she was saying. Chuiying Wu looked up at the clean and beautiful Zhong Jiao and asked, Sister, do you know where my brother's house is? Yes, I do. Can you take me there? Zhong Jiao looked at Chuiying Wu, who was eagerly staring at her, and hesitated. But Dechuan told you to wait here. Sister, it's so cold here. Seeing Chuiying Wu shivering from the cold and looking so pitiful, Zhong Jiao hesitated for a moment and said, All right, let's go find them. Chuiying Wu nodded. She followed Zhong Jiao towards the Wu family. Throughout the journey, Zhong Jiao kept talking non-stop. However, no matter what she asked, Chuiying Wu either remained silent or just nodded briefly. Although Zhong Jiao thought Chuiying Wu was a bit rude for ignoring her, seeing her shivering and looking so helpless, she decided to let it go. Before they reached Wu Lichuan's house, Wu Lichuan and Wu Lijiang had already left with clothes prepared for Chuiying Wu. The four of them met at the Moon Gate. Wu Lichuan frowned when he saw Chuiying Wu, who wasn't waiting for them at the pavilion. Why are you here? Brother, I'm cold. Zhong Jiao also spoke. She said she was freezing and asked me to bring her to find you. After saying this, Chuiying Wu silently looked up at her. Zhong Jiao didn't think her words were wrong. Chuiying Wu had asked her to bring her here, so she was just telling the truth. Put on these clothes first and change these shoes too. Zhong Jiao looked at the shoes in Wu Lichuan's hand and asked, Are these Xiaoyu's shoes? Yes, Wu Lijiang admitted openly. Our shoes are all worn out. These are my sister's, made of pure cotton, very warm. She gave them to you. Chuiying Wu looked at the deep red cotton shoes with small flowers and reached out her swollen, red hands to take them. She could wear her padded coat and pants, but the shoes were a bit small. Her swollen, cold feet couldn't fit into them. She looked at the small red shoes and tried to force her feet inside, her eyes turning red from effort. She thought, I must look very embarrassing now. No way. You look even smaller than our Xiaoyu. How could you not fit into her shoes? Wu Lijiang was a bit stubborn about believing in superstitions. Zhong Jiao, hearing this, was speechless and said, Of course, she can't wear them. Look at her feet. They've turned into pig's trotters. There's no way she can fit into Suyu's shoes. Upon hearing this, Wu Chuiying's eyes suddenly filled with tears, and her strength to kick off her shoes faded. Forget it, I'll give you mine, Wu Lijiang sighed. Seeing Wu Lijiang stand up without taking Su Huayu's shoes, Zhong Xiao asked, what about Suyu's pair? Wu Chuiying took her swollen feet out of a pretty pair of small red shoes and said, I'll give them to my sister. Although she hadn't seen Suyu's full face, Wu Chuiying knew that the girl, who was a little younger than her, must be very pretty and charming. Wu Lijiang looked at Wu Chuiying's swollen, dirt-covered feet and couldn't help but frown. Wu Lichuan directly said, no need. My sister is a bit particular about cleanliness. Wu Chuiying didn't quite understand what cleanliness obsession meant, but Wu Lijiang simply said, they're all dirty now. My sister wouldn't want them. The words, dirty, instantly shattered Wu Chuiying's fragile self-esteem. Tears burst from her eyes and she choked out, I'm sorry. She covered her swollen, muddy, and dark feet with her swollen fingers, feeling utterly ashamed and wishing she could find a hole to hide in. Wu Lijiang didn't understand why Wu Chuiying was crying, but Wu Lichuan understood and said, don't cry. It has nothing to do with you. We'll go get another pair for you, Wu Lichuan said, and ran back home. Wu Lijiang then said to Wu Chuiying, there's no need to cry. Just wash them if they're dirty. Yeah, you're really dirty. Doesn't your mom give you a bath? Zhong Xiao and Wu Lijiang's words had no other meaning. They were just stating facts. But, to Wu Chuiying, it felt like an insult. After Zhong Xiao finished speaking, she didn't even put on her shoes and ran off on the road. Hey, don't run away. You haven't even put on your shoes. Zhong Xiao and Wu Lijiang truly didn't understand why Wu Chuiying was running. Zhong Xiao picked up her small red shoes, and Wu Lijiang, somewhat annoyed, casually picked up a stick and poked at the nearly empty pair of shoes. The two of them then chased after Wu Chuiying in the direction she ran. While preparing to cook at home, Su Huayu saw Wu Lichuan run back and ask, what's wrong? What queen can't fit into your shoes? I'm going to get mine for her to wear. Su Huayu watched Wu Lichuan rush in and then hurriedly run away again. When she saw he was holding the new shoes her mother recently made for him, Su Huayu didn't say anything. After all, those were Wu Lichuan's shoes, and he could give them to whoever he wanted. Su Huayu went into the kitchen, took out the pig's trotters her mother had bought earlier, and cleaned off the pig hair from the already chopped trotters given by Wu Haifeng. She planned to stew them with kelp and kidney beans. She cut the 3 pigs' trotters into 12 pieces. After simmering for about an hour, Su Miaojuan and Wu Haifeng came home from work, accompanied by Wu Lichuan and his brother. At that time, Wu Lijiang and Zhong Xiao caught up with Wu Chuiying and told her to put on the red cotton shoes first. Although they were a bit small, she could slip into them. It was better than running around barefoot in the cold winter. However, Wu Chuiying lost her temper. When Zhong Xiao put the shoes on the ground, she kicked them away directly. Seeing Wu Chuiying's disbelief, Wu Chuiying suddenly felt a little better inside. But when she saw Wu Lijiang's angry look, she immediately squatted down, hugged her knees, and started crying. Zhong Xiao looked at Wu Chuiying, who was crying on the ground, pouted and said nothing. She picked up the shoes Wu Chuiying had kicked away and handed them to Wu Lijiang. I don't care anymore. People are so kind, but they treat us like fools. Just as Zhong Xiao left, Wu Lichuan ran over. He looked at Wu Chuiying crying on the ground and asked instinctively, Xiao Jiang, did you bully her? Bully her? No way. Zhong Xiao was just being kind to. Brother didn't bully me. I did something wrong. Wu Chuiying, afraid Wu Lichuan would get angry, cried and explained to him. Wu Lijiang was interrupted by Wu Chuiying and didn't continue speaking. When Wu Haifeng and Su Miaojuan met Wu Lichuan and his brother, they were confronting Kai Maywan. It wasn't exactly a confrontation because Kai Maywan was someone who was afraid of the strong and bullied the weak. She was shouting loudly before seeing Wu Haifeng, but when she saw his cold, stern eyes, she was so scared she shrank against the wall and instinctively grabbed her clothes. Kai Maywan couldn't help but compare herself to Su Miaojuan, who was standing next to Wu Haifeng. Su Miaojuan was dressed simply in a dark blue cotton jacket and black pants. Although plain, Her face was beautiful and fair, clearly indicating she had never done farm work. Kai Maywan was tearing at her clothes, watching Wu Haifeng lean on his cane. She wanted to say something caring, but Wu Haifeng ignored her and walked into the police compound. Kai Maywan didn't dare say a word. She hadn't spent much time with Wu Haifeng before. In the past, Wu Haifeng wasn't as powerful as he was now. Now, his authority made Kai Maywan afraid to speak to him. When Su Miaojuan and Wu Haifeng returned home with Wu Lichuan and his brother, they wondered why Kai Maywan hadn't caused trouble while Wu Haifeng was there. But Su Miaojuan still faced a frustrating problem. It was about her daughter's shoes. Yes, the shoes that Su Huayu had given out were taken back by Su Miaojuan. She held the shoes and watched her daughter busy in the kitchen, smiling as she walked in and said, "They smell so good. Mom, I've made seaweed and pork leg soup. It's good for beauty and health. My daughter must have made it very tasty." Su Huayu smiled and nodded, then saw her shoes in Su Miaojuan's hand. "I heard De Chuan say that girl probably can't wear these shoes anymore." But those shoes were the size Su Huayu was currently wearing. She thought the two girls were about the same age, so she gave the shoes to Wu Chuiying. Su Huayu had only worn them once, so they were among her newer shoes. Su Huayu's smile faded slightly. Without a word, she threw the shoes into the fire pit, watching the cotton shoes be licked by the flames and burn. "Mom?" Su Huayu felt her mother was a bit upset. Su Miaojuan washed her hands, dried them, and then went to her daughter. She looked at her and said, You don't need to worry about what's between mother and son. I don't want anyone to make you suffer." Su Miaojuan was even a little angry at Wu Lichuan and Wu Lijiang. They had lived together for so many years, and Su Miaojuan believed she had done her duty as a mother. But no one was more important than her daughter. If Wu Lichuan and Wu Lijiang made her daughter feel wronged, Su Miaojuan would stand up to them. Yes, Su Miaojuan suspected that her daughter lending out those shoes was suggested by Wu Lichuan. Su Huayu knew that his mother misunderstood, so he took her hand and said, "It wasn't a Chuan and Xiao Jiang who gave it. I gave it willingly. I won't do it again." First, when Su Huayu saw Wu Chuiying looking so pitiful, he truly felt sorry for her. A child only a few years old being treated like that really made people sad. Second, at that time, Wu Lichuan and Wu Lijiang couldn't find suitable shoes after searching through the boxes, so Su Huayu gave them his relatively new shoes. As for the pair Wu Lichuan later gave Wu Chuiying, those were his new shoes for the new year. "Mommy will buy you a pair of small leather shoes and make you a pair of red cotton shoes, okay?" Su Huayu smiled and said, "Thank you, Mom. I love you the most." Su Miaojuan bent down and kissed her daughter's forehead. "Let me do it." While Su Miaojuan and Su Huayu were talking in the kitchen, Wu Haifeng was also talking with Wu Lichuan and Wu Lijiang in the main hall. "I thought you remembered what I said before." Wu Lijiang immediately raised his hand to explain, "Dad, it's not us who brought her in. She ran in by herself. And she looked so pitiful, wearing such thin clothes in this cold weather. My older brother's sister and I felt sorry for her, so we gave her clothes and shoes." "Did your sister give them voluntarily?" Wu Lijiang didn't quite understand what his father meant and replied, "Of course. They couldn't have forced her." Wu Lichuan silently clenched his fists. "Dad, do you really dislike my mom?" Wu Haifeng looked at Wu Lichuan and said, "I don't like her." "I don't like her either." Wu Lijiang quickly added, "I still say the same thing. Normal adults wouldn't ask children for help, even if they are their own children," Wu Haifeng said seriously. "In the future, when you grow up and want to be filial, that's your choice. But right now, you depend on me and Mom to support you. The things you give away are earned through our hard work. You can't use our efforts to show kindness to her." Wu Lichuan nodded his small head. "Sorry, Dad. Just this once." She looked so pitiful. This matter was simply left behind. Su Miaojuan knew that Wu Haifeng had said some things, so she didn't need to act as the bad person in front of Wu Lichuan and Wu Lijiang. This was what she liked most about Wu Haifeng. He wouldn't push the blame onto her. Since that day, Wu Lichuan hadn't seen his biological mother or Wu Chuiying at the police station entrance. As the year was coming to an end, Wu Lichuan, and Wu Lijiang often took turns to watch Su Huayu perform. After Su Miaojuan's holiday, this became her job. Su Miaojuan enjoyed going to see her daughter perform and watching her on stage. She even bought a camera to record all the moments as her daughter grew up. Her daughter should shine brightly and be free and lively, not trapped inside a jar. On the 29th day of the 12th lunar month, Su Huayu was scheduled to perform with the Central Song and Dance Troupe. Su Miaojuan and Wu Haifeng had tickets, so they took Wu Lichuan and his brother to watch her perform. Today, Su Huayu and her group performed a dance called Snow Lotus on the Snow Mountain, with Su Huayu as the lead dancer. On New Year's Eve, during the police department's cultural show, Su Huayu had a solo dance and a group dance. Since the winter break started, Su Huayu hadn't had a day off. She was either practicing dance, on her way to dance, or squeezing in time to practice piano and write. She had little time to study seriously. Fortunately, the schoolwork was very simple for her now, or she wouldn't have had the energy to handle so many things. For the performance, she wore heavy makeup to look more dramatic. Her family was used to her appearance, but the first time Wu Chuiying saw her full face, she was shocked. Her makeup looked like she was dressed up for a play. When Wu Lichuan and the others saw Wu Chuiying holding a head of cabbage on the street, they were surprised. They thought Kai Maywan had already taken Wu Chuiying back to their hometown, but now they saw she hadn't left and had settled in the capital. Before Wu Chuiying ran away, Wu Lichuan ran over first, with Wu Lijiang right behind him. After talking, Wu Chuiying didn't seem interested in greeting Wu Haifeng and Su Miaojuan. She turned around and ran away. Su Miaojuan watched Wu Lichuan come back, looking dazed. She nudged Wu Haifeng with her elbow. "What's wrong?" Wu Haifeng asked. Wu Lichuan raised his head, and Wu Lijiang said, "Kai Maywan got married in the capital a couple of days ago." The news that Kai Maywan got married in the capital shocked everyone present. Even when Wu Lijiang repeated it, Wu Lichuan still couldn't believe it. His mother had remarried 3 times in such a short time, bringing Wu Chuiying to the capital. After hearing this, Su Miaojuan genuinely thought Kai Maywan was quite a character. Wu Lijiang and Wu Lichuan only heard that Kai Maywan was married. They didn't know who she married. Although they were curious, Wu Haifeng and Su Miaojuan didn't bother to ask. Especially since Su Miaojuan thought that maybe Kai Maywan would show up again someday. Knowing who she married was just a matter of time. When Wu Chuiying was returning home with cabbage, she secretly tore off 2 leaves and put them in her mouth because she was very hungry. When she arrived at the big courtyard, her mother was still in bed and hadn't come out. The temperature inside was about the same as outside, except there was no wind inside, while the wind outside was painful on the face. After a while, Wu Chuiying went to her mother and stepfather's room, listened to the sounds inside, and nervously knocked on the door. "Mom? Dad, are you cooking?" She heard her mother's hoarse voice and carefully opened the stove to start a fire. When she went to get firewood from the back, Kai Mayjuan's room door opened, and a young man in shorts and shirtless ran out, trembling, into another room. He had just gone inside when Wu Chuiying carried a basket with firewood and charcoal to the main hall, which was also her sleeping room. Her bed was a simple board, placed on a stool, and kept warm by the stove at night. During the day, it was packed away, so if someone visited during the day, they wouldn't find Wu Chuiying's sleeping place. Just as Wu Chuiying lit the stove, a man's voice singing a little tune came from the door. "Hey, Chuiying, you're lighting the fire so diligently." Seeing Wang Yutian come in from outside, Wu Chuiying couldn't help but widen her eyes and look toward the slightly open door of the bedroom next door. "Why, isn't your mother up yet? The lazy donkey is always full of and I will go see what's going on." Wang Yutian was about to go into the bedroom when Wu Chuiying took a hard swallow, then shrank back in front of the stove, stiffly adding firewood. The man who was just in her mother's room wasn't Wang Yutian. Who was he then? Although Wu Chuiying is only 8 years old, she understands some things early. Her mother and father don't hide anything about what they do. Later, her mother went to the capital to get a letter of introduction and travel money, and she called some men to come home. The women and sisters-in-law in the village thought Wu Chuiying was too young to understand, so they often talked about her mother in front of her. They said her mother, just after her husband died, couldn't help but close the door a little. Even though she didn't work, she earned a lot of money, more than men, and was shameless, etc. Even though Wu Chuiying didn't want to understand, she eventually realized what was happening. Wu Chuiying knew such things were shameful and disgraceful. But money came so quickly. When she found out that the man in her mother's room wasn't her stepfather, Wu Chuiying wondered if her mother was again doing something behind closed doors. No man would like a woman to do such things. If her mother was caught, she would definitely be kicked out. She had finally settled down, and her stepfather was quite kind to her. He fed her and didn't scold her. Wu Chuiying really didn't want to leave. Just when Wu Chuiying was feeling anxious, she suddenly heard her mother and stepfather laughing inside the bedroom. Hearing this, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She hadn't been caught. The new year was coming soon. She didn't want to go out in the cold. She hadn't yet eaten the meat her stepfather bought. She didn't want to leave. Fortunately, she didn't have to go now. Back home, Wu Lijiang saw Wu Lichuan looking gloomy and asked, "Aren't you happy that your mother got married?" "No, I'm just a bit confused," Wu Lichuan said honestly. Last time they met, Kai Maywan still seemed to want to reconcile with her father, but then she quickly married a new man. "Big brother, why are you so clingy? Her marriage is her business. It's none of our concern. We just need to live our own lives well." Since their biological mother arrived, Wu Lijiang has become very strange. He often seems to have many fantasies about Kai Maywan, their so-called mother. But she is really a bad woman who doesn't care about them and only wants to take things from them. Wu Lijiang wishes he could stay far away from her and never be close to her.
"I don't know why," he said.
Maybe he remembers how Kai Maywan used to hold him when he was little and secretly gave him tasty food. She was one of the few good people in his life, so her kindness stood out. Wu Lijiang looked outside the door and warned Wu Lichuan, "I don't care what you think, but don't show this kind of attitude in front of Mom. She treats us so well, and I don't want her to be sad." "I won't make her sad," Wu Lichuan said firmly. Although Su Miaojuan is a stepmother, she has always treated them like her own children and has never been harsh to them. Wu Lichuan is grateful for her kindness. Besides his own father, he is most thankful for Su Miaojuan. At this moment, Su Miaojuan was instructing Wu Haifeng to move 2 large packages into Su Huayu's room. One package was sent from the northeast by Lu Zhongbai, and the other from Lu Zhongbui's grandmother, Granny Bai Hui, who lives in Shanghai. Over the years, whenever Lu Zhongbui's grandmother sent him something, she also sent a gift to Su Huayu. Both Su Huayu and Su Miaojuan appreciated her kindness. When Su Huayu opened the packages, Wu Haifeng went to open the stove. She first opened Lu Zhongbui's package, which was the largest. Using scissors, she carefully cut from the top to the bottom of the package, which was almost as big as her table. Inside, she found 2 boxes and 1 package. She opened the package and found a pair of small deerskin boots, a size larger than hers, but with insoles and socks. They fit almost perfectly. Su Huayu liked these little boots very much. When Wu Haifeng saw them, he couldn't help but say to Su Miaojuan nearby, "Honestly, Lu Zhongbai has some good taste. Lu Zhongbai wouldn't just send a pair of small boots if he had good taste." In addition to a pair of small suede boots, there was also a pair of short velvet shoes, both of the same size. Because she didn't know what kind of fur was inside, Su Huayu put them on and quickly felt her whole feet warm. Besides these 2 pairs of shoes, Lu Zhongbai also gave Su Huayu a fluffy red scarf and a long military green coat with a hood. Su Huayu tried on the coat. Although it looked thick, it wasn't heavy. It fit just right around her hips, and because it was a little loose, she could wear a few more layers of clothes underneath. While Su Huayu was taking out these items and preparing to open the 2 boxes, Su Miaojuan took the red scarf in her hand, looked a bit surprised and raised her eyebrows, saying, "This is fox fur." Wu Haifeng thought about how Lu Zhongbai often sent things to their home inside. Zhongbai really cares a lot about Huayu. Or rather, it was no longer just care, but genuine kindness. Su Huayu opened one of the boxes, which was filled with a lot of hazelnuts and a pack of black fungus. The other box contained 4 jars of wild honey and 2 ginseng roots. Su Huayu gave the hazelnuts, black fungus, and the 2 ginseng roots to her mother. She also took out 2 jars of wild honey and kept the remaining 2 jars in her room's cabinet for herself. Because Lu Zhongbai and Bai Hui often sent her things, Su Huayu was the wealthiest among the 3 children at home, with the most clothes and shoes. After Lu Zhongbai finished unpacking, Su Huayu opened the package Bai Hui sent her. The first thing she saw was a red high-neck sweater with a double braid pattern, decorated with 3 small yellow flowers in the middle, looking very pretty. Aunt Bai Hui's hands are really skillful. Su Miaojuan couldn't help but admire when she saw the sweater. This was the second sweater Bai Hui had sent Su Miaojuan since winter began. Wu Lijiang and Wu Lichuan, who came out of their rooms, saw Su Huayu unpacking and curiously came over. Besides the red high-neck sweater, Bai Hui also sent a pair of red cotton shoes embroidered with small yellow flowers, which matched the sweater perfectly. The most surprising thing for Su Huayu was that when she took out these 2 items, there was also a handmade cloth doll inside. The doll with 2 braided pigtails was wearing a tiny outfit exactly like the one Bai Hui had given her, almost like a replica of Su Huayu. Su Huayu couldn't help but cuddle the doll. She liked it very much. Auntie really thought of everything she said. Su Miaojuan listened to Wu Haifeng and nodded. Bai Hui truly cares a lot for Su Huayu. Whether her kindness is because of Lu Zhongbai or because she simply likes Su Huayu, it's clear she treats her daughter very well. Apart from the 2 jars of wild honey Su Huayu kept for herself, the rest of the food was taken to the kitchen by Su Miaojuan. That evening, Su Huayu and brothers Wu Lichuan sat by the stove, toasting slices of bread. After toasting, they spread honey on top. Delicious. On New Year's Eve, Su Huayu slept in late. When she woke up, it was already 8:30 a.m. Wu Haifeng had already left with the brothers Wu Lichuan. When Su Huayu put on her clothes and went out to wash up, Su Miaojuan was heating noodles for her. "Good morning, Mom," she said. While Su Miaojuan was helping her daughter wash up, she brought noodles and pickled vegetables to Su Huayu's room. When she returned to her own room, she let Su Huayu take some meat sauce she had cooked earlier from her space and added a big spoonful to her bowl. Usually, Su Huayu had already sneaked some food into the house. To make it easier, Su Miaojuan often prepared extra food using ingredients from her space, which remained unchanged because her space was static. The plain noodles, mixed with meat sauce, suddenly became very tasty. "Have you decided what to send to Xiao Bai and Grandma Bai?" Su Huayu asked. She nodded and said, "After the new year, I want to send him a black velvet coat and pants, a pair of boots, and some dried beef." Lu Zhongbai and Bai Hui had been sending gifts to Su Huayu, and she would send gifts back. Although her gifts might sometimes be less valuable than theirs, she still made sure to send something. For Grandma Bai, I want to send her and Grandpa Chi 2 pairs of shoes, plus 2 packs of pastries and 2 packs of dried fruit. I also want to give her a spring festival painting by teacher Zheng. Both Bai Hui and Qi Yishuan really liked Zheng Xiaojie's calligraphy and paintings. Although the weather was still cold after the new year, a spring greeting picture was still fitting for the season. "Nice," Su Miaojuan said with a smile. "After I go back to work, I will help you send it." After breakfast, Su Huayu went to rehearse in the auditorium. At noon, she ate with the performers in the cafeteria. In the afternoon, she waited or rehearsed. Su Miaojuan watched from afar without disturbing her. Su Huayu's group dance was at the start of the celebration, and her solo dance was in the middle. When the celebration began, the big auditorium was full of people. The noise quieted instantly when the music started and the lights went out. As the lights dimmed, Su Miaojuan immediately saw her daughter. She was dressed in an old-style gray-blue military uniform, holding a megaphone on stage, shouting into it. Then she returned her friends and started dancing with red silk. On the left, children were singing together. This program used about 2/3 of the children from the courtyard, and the remaining third watched from below. After the opening performance, Su Huayu did not leave. She was the 8th performer, preparing to change her clothes in the dressing room. She also planned for her mother to help her fix her makeup and hairstyle. Her 8th dance was a sword dance, which needed a bold and cool look. Before her mother arrived, Su Huayu took her bag and changed her clothes in the dressing room. She was wearing a red armor-like outfit, making her look like a young female general. The dance she was performing was called Mulan. When she finished changing and was about to leave the dressing room, suddenly a man's voice came from the makeup room. But women's makeup rooms do not allow men inside. Hearing the unfamiliar man's voice, Su Huayu instinctively stopped. Xia Shirhan, don't you know your own background? You're the daughter of a capitalist. With that background, even if I've been divorced twice, I'd still consider it your luck to be with me. You, don't touch me. When Su Huayu heard the girl's disgusted rejection, she immediately pulled back the curtain of the dressing room. She looked at the short, slightly overweight man and said, "Uncle, this is the women's makeup room." The man probably didn't expect there to be a young girl in the dressing room. He frowned and asked sharply, "When did you come in?" Just as he finished speaking, there was a knock on the door. Su Miaojuan's voice came through. "Where are you inside?" "Mom, I'm here," seeing another person in the dressing room. The man glared at the young girl dressed in a skirt and quietly threatened, "Xia Shirhan, you better watch out." Xia Shirhan didn't say anything. She just clenched her fists silently. When Su Miaojuan opened the door and saw a short, chubby man inside, her face changed instantly.
Who are you?
Why are you in the women's dressing room? I'm Xiao Chao. Su Miaojuan stepped back and shouted, "There's a pervert in the women's dressing room. Someone come quickly." "Listen, I can explain." The man probably didn't expect Su Miaojuan, who looked gentle and beautiful, to be so firm and accuse him right away. He's really not a pervert. "Director Su, which one is he?" A young man in a uniform, in his 20s, rushed over. "That's him." Su Miaojuan pointed at the man. "Why is the backstage so messy? If a woman is changing clothes inside and he barges in, what do you call that? He's just being a troublemaker. What is your name? How old are you? Which organization are you from? Why are you here backstage?" Xiao Chao looked inside and saw there were 2 women. The older one looked about 20, but she didn't recognize her. The younger one, around 7 or 8, was clearly the daughter of their bureau chief. "I'm really not a pervert. I just wanted to say a few words to my partner." "Xia Shirhan, say something." The man turned and shouted at Xia Shirhan. His fierce look seemed to suggest that he was upset if Xia Shirhan said something he didn't like, as if he wanted to embarrass her. But Xia Shirhan pressed her lips and told the police officer, "I don't know him." Su Huayu added even more, "When this uncle barged in, I had just finished changing clothes." He was even yelling at the sister. After hearing the man's words, Su Miaojuan's face grew even more displeased. She stepped in front of her daughter with a cold look and said, "I don't care what reason you have. A grown man breaking into a women's dressing room is just being a troublemaker. Xiao Chao, this man must have a problem. We need to arrest him and investigate." "Who do you think you are to arrest me? Today is New Year's Eve," the man shouted defiantly. Su Miaojuan sneered. "So, what if it's New Year's Eve? Does that give you an excuse to act like a troublemaker?" "Yeah, he's short and awkward." "Who is he? Why is he in our backstage women's dressing room?" Just then a woman from the dressing room arrived at the door. After hearing the situation, she looked at the short, chubby man with disgust in her eyes. As for what he said earlier, it didn't matter. Even if she was a wealthy young lady, she shouldn't have to deal with a strange man while changing clothes. Being a troublemaker is just that, being a troublemaker. There's no need to make it sound so noble. Is he deliberately spying on us? He knows we're about to change clothes. Dirty troublemaker. We must arrest him. Yes, take his photo and post it on the notice board so all women can be on alert for this pervert. The man kept shouting that he was innocent, but it didn't stop the women around from spitting at him. If Xiao Chao hadn't quickly pulled him away, he might have been beaten up. More women entered the dressing room, and the older ones looked at Su Huayu with concern. "Xiaoyu, are you okay?" "I'm fine. I had just finished changing when I saw that bad uncle come in and try to bother my sister." Other women also heard what the man said. They knew the pretty woman in front of them was a wealthy young lady. But from now on, when you meet such troublemakers, don't be afraid. Wealthy young ladies are not less than anyone else. If you see someone like that, just hit him. Exactly. We may dislike the way some rich people act, but we are honest and straightforward. Those kinds of troublemakers deserve to be in jail. Next time something like this happens, just shout for help. We're all women. We won't just stand by and watch you get bullied. From now on, if something like this happens, just tell us. We want to see who dares to bully our women friends. Hearing the concern and loyalty from those around her, Xia Shirhan's eyes filled with tears as she choked up and said, "Thank you all. Thank you." The women nearby saw Xia Shirhan bowing and bending down, so they quickly helped her up and asked, "Whose family are you from? Why are you suddenly here at the police compound's gathering?" Xia Shirhan sniffled and said, "My classmate hurt his foot and couldn't come. We needed someone for the performance, so I stepped in. I really don't know that man well. I've only seen him once. He said he wanted to be with me, but I didn't agree. He kept following me, spreading rumors that I was his girlfriend, and I really don't know what to do anymore." Sob. Because of her background, she was afraid to confront that man, but he was just too much. As Xia Shirhan spoke, she broke down and cried. Su Miaojuan watched Xia Shirhan being comforted by everyone, then pulled her daughter to sit on a bench. "That man didn't do anything, right?" Su Miaojuan asked worriedly. Su Huayu shook her head and looked at the crying Xia Shirhan through the mirror. "This is just the beginning. In a few years, these situations will only get worse." Su Miaojuan's expression was very serious. Both of them knew that they had to keep their past secret, or they would face disaster. After changing her daughter's hairstyle and makeup, Su Miaojuan stayed in a corner backstage to keep her company. Su Huayu stretched and looked at Su Miaojuan, who was staring off into space but seemed lost in thought. She approached and said, "Mom, I have one more performance after this." Su Miaojuan came back to herself and said, "Okay, I understand. I'll go to the audience. Be careful and prioritize your safety." Su Huayu nodded with a smile and watched her mother leave. After Su Miaojuan left, Xia Shirhan, who had come from an unknown corner, approached Su Huayu and said, "Little sister, I couldn't find a chance earlier." "Thank you." Su Huayu smiled and replied, "You're welcome. Sister, you also need to learn to protect yourself.